care about this country. Now, remember this. Let's talk about some of those substantive failures. Kamala Harris is America's border czar. And how's our border doing, ladies and gentlemen? She hasn't talked to the chief of Border Patrol a single time in her entire tenure as border czar. Remember, on her very first day in office, she and Biden suspended deportations, they stopped construction of the border wall, and they re-implemented catch and release. The border crisis is a Kamala Harris crisis. Let's not let her ever forget. Let's never stop reminding her of that fact, and let's never stop reminding people the fact that when President Trump was president, we had a secure border and we put our citizens first. Now, it doesn't stop there. Harris is actually even more extreme than Biden, even though that's hard to believe. She wants to totally decriminalize illegal immigration. Well, Kamala, if you stop making it a crime to come into this country illegally, you're just going to invite more and more illegal aliens, and we know that communities like Radford and Middletown, we're the ones who suffer the consequences. Now, I know this area has been affected by a lot of stupid trade deals, a lot of deals that have shipped good American manufacturing jobs overseas. Well, Biden supported NAFTA back in 1994, but Kamala Harris voted to keep NAFTA again and again, even after it was obvious that it was a disaster for our people. I agree. She voted to eliminate the filibuster and pass the Green New scam, destroying energy jobs in Virginia and Pennsylvania and driving up the cost of goods. That's why we've got an affordability crisis in this country, my friends, because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they'd rather buy oil and gas from tin-pot dictators all over the world. I say they should buy it right here from American workers and from Americans who are... It's simple. Drill, baby, drill. It's not that complicated. We've got it right here. Our own workers want to get it out of the ground. Why don't we just let them? It'll make our country stronger. We all know that's the case. You know, it gets even worse. She supported abolishing ICE and wanted to defund the police. Even Joe Biden never went so far as to say he wanted to defund the police. Now, of course, he supported all these policies because him or somebody else, we don't know who's been in charge of this country the last 3.5 years, but Joe Biden supported it every step of the way, or at least the person who's actually running the show. She wants to ban fracking. She said that. You can go and look it up. She said that she wanted to ban fracking. That is going to destroy hundreds of thousands of energy jobs all across our country. It's going to empower the very worst and the very most dangerous regimes in the world. This is crazy. There is simply no way that you can sit here and say the policies of Joe Biden have worked, which is to say that we got to kick Kamala Harris out of the Oval Office. Don't give her a chance. Don't give her a chance to run away from the Biden record. Now here's a crazy fact. The chief of Border Patrol was appointed over a year ago. But do you think our border czar has even spoken to that person? No, not once. I served in the United States Marine Corps, my friends. And my brothers and I would call that a dereliction of duty. After all that, my friends, she has the nerve to question our loyalty to this country, mine and yours. see that? Now here's what President Trump and I believe about loyalty. Loyalty to this country is closing the border, not opening it up. Loyalty is safeguarding Medicare for American citizens, not bankrupting it by giving it to illegal aliens. Loyalty is protecting Lincoln Riley, not allowing an illegal immigrant to take her life. Loyalty is protecting children from fentanyl and not inviting the drug cartels to deal it on our playground. Loyalty is serving your country in the Marine Corps, which is something that I did. Loyalty is taking a bullet for this country, which is something that Donald J. Trump did. If Kamala Harris wants to see the face of this loyalty, she might as well look in the damn mirror. Thank you. But in 97 days, starting right here in Reno, we are going to take back this country and elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, once again. Now, think, my friends, about all that's happened just in the past month. Donald Trump wiped the floor with Joe Biden on the debate stage, exposed a massive cover-up of the president's mental incapacity, and saved America from 4 more years of Joe Biden's presidency. Not bad. And during that same time, Trump accepted the Republican Party's nomination, held the most successful convention in history. He even took a bullet for the country that he loves and didn't miss a single day of work. That's pretty damn good. Just imagine what he'll do with 4 more years in the White House. Now, we have some friends of ours here from the press in the back. Hello. Oh, it's okay. They're not all bad, just most of them. But our friends in the press, after covering Joe Biden's incompetence for 3.5 years, the media is at it again, this time gaslighting us on Kamala Harris's radical record. They want to portray her as some kind of reasonable moderate. The same media that told us for 3.5 years that Joe Biden, who didn't know where he was, that Joe Biden was Albert Einstein, is now trying to tell us that Kamala Harris is Abraham Lincoln. We all know the media loves a good fact check, so let's get started. Kamala Harris was rated as the most liberal senator in the entire United States during her tenure. That is not a reasonable moderate. That is a crazy record. She is dangerously liberal, and she will never be the President of the United States because we're not going to let her. Now, we're not going to be fooled by the media's lies any longer, and there's nothing they can do about the fact that Kamala Harris, she owns every single one of the Biden administration's failure over the last 4 years. Biden didn't know what he was doing, so clearly it was his vice president who was running the show. It was her as border czar, and don't let the media lie to you, they did make her the border czar. She unleashed the worst border crisis in American history on her watch. In 3.5 years, more than 10 million illegal aliens have invaded our country. Now, that was not an accident, by the way. During her first failed run for president in 2020, she told everyone that's exactly what she wanted to do, to decriminalize illegal immigration, tear down the immigration and customs enforcement system, open up the floodgates, and give every illegal alien free health care. She wanted all of you, America's citizens, to pay the bill. Then on Kamala's first day in office, they went to work, not for you, but for them. They suspended deportations. They stopped building the wall. They reinstated catch and release. That's how every state became a border state. They just released them all over our country. Sometimes they give them first-class tickets wherever they need to go, and first-class hotel accommodations paid for by the very people in this room. And if that wasn't bad enough, they proposed amnesty for millions of illegal aliens. Kamala Harris might as well have sent a personal invitation to millions of migrants around the world, including some very violent and very bad people. Now, the chief of Border Patrol was appointed over a year ago, but border czar Kamala Harris hasn't spoken a single word to him, not once. What kind of a border czar is that? And I served my friends in the United States Marine Corps. My brothers and I would have called that a dereliction of duty. Kamala Harris has got to start doing her job. Let us count the ways in which Kamala Harris has screwed up this country over the last 3.5 years. Now, they'll all lie to you about it, the media, but she was appointed the border czar and then unleashed the worst border crisis in the history of this country. On her watch, more than 10 million illegal aliens have invaded our country. And it wasn't by accident, it was by design. They said when they took office that they were going to do exactly what they did. They said they wanted to decriminalize illegal immigration and tear down immigrations and customs enforcement, open up the floodgates and give illegal aliens free health care, and she wanted you, the American citizens, to pay the bill. That's what she said, and then on her very first office, they went to work, but not for you, for them. They suspended deportations. They stopped building President Trump's wall. They reinstated catch and release, and that's how every state became a border state, because they just released these people into our country. Then they fly them first class, give them first-class hotel accommodations. You guys are paying for that, too. Then they proposed amnesty for illegal aliens. They might as well have sent hand-drawn invitations to millions of illegal immigrants all over the world, including, by the way, violent criminals and terrorists. The media lies to you about that, but don't let them. Now, the chief there we go. We let one crazy person in out of a crowd of 1,000. That's not too bad, right? Now, what our friend out there doesn't want you to hear, but I'm going to say anyway, is that the chief of Border Patrol was appointed over a year ago. Our own border czar, Kamala Harris, hasn't spoken a single word to him. How does that make sense? Now, I served in the United States Marine Corps, ladies and gentlemen. My brothers and I, you know what we have? You know what we call that? We call that a dereliction of duty. And now she has the nerve to question the loyalty of me and Donald Trump. Did you see that? Well, here's a message to Kamala Harris. Here's what Donald Trump and I believe about loyalty to this country. Loyalty to this country is closing the border, not opening it up. Loyalty is safeguarding Medicare for American citizens, not bankrupting it by giving it to illegal aliens. Loyalty is protecting Laken Riley, not inviting the illegal immigrant who killed her and took her life. Loyalty is protecting our children from fentanyl, not inviting the drug cartels to deal it in our playgrounds. Loyalty is serving in the United States Marine Corps, something I am proud of. Loyalty is taking a bullet for this country, something Donald J. Trump did. If Kamala Harris wants to see the face of disloyalty, she can look in the damn mirror. This is a great crowd. Well, Kamala Harris, let's keep on going, handed out 3 million work permits to illegal aliens who lied and claimed asylum in this country. That turns a blind eye to fraudsters who are destroying American jobs, union and non-union alike, and undercutting the wages of American workers. And I guarantee you, if the failed border czar becomes the president of the United States, she is going to give every single illegal immigrant the right to vote, going to destroy your nation and your say in your own country. Let's just talk about the contrast between not just these two visions, but 4 years of Kamala Harris's governance and 4 years of Donald Trump's. Kamala Harris's vision is open American borders and closed American factories. It's bigger government that tells you how to live your life and smaller family bank accounts. It's war and chaos all over the world while American citizens pray for peace. Kamala Harris would be the most anti-American energy president that we have ever had. She's pledged to ban fracking. It's on video. You can go look it up. She's vowed to end offshore drilling. She co-sponsored the Green New scam. So when you fill up your tank at the gas station, maybe you should send a bill to Kamala Harris. But make no mistake, the affordability crisis that Kamala Harris created is destroying the middle class in this country. It is the biggest concern American families have. President Trump, by contrast, built the strongest economy in history, and the formula was pure common sense. He delivered a giant tax cut for hardworking families, and we're going to make it permanent. He rewarded American companies for creating jobs in America, and he punished companies for shipping jobs overseas. Again, common sense. He unleashed the spirit of entrepreneurship in this country, and he inspired us all to believe, once again, in the basic promise of America, that if we work hard and play by the rules, no dream is out of the reach of our children. Now, Kamala Harris and the Democrats have broken that foundational promise. They penalized people for working hard and playing by the rules. That's why so many Americans no longer believe that their children will be better off than they are. And that's a tragedy. If you're out there today and you're trying to make ends meet, if you're scraping by instead of thriving, if your hope is dwindling as quickly as your bank account, I have got good news. On November, help is on the way. We need President Donald J. Trump because we need a president who's going to make this country and her citizens wealthy again. We need a president who is going to make basic life affordable again. Bring those groceries down. We need a president who's going to tell our great American energy workers, let's drill, baby, drill. We got plenty of it. Let's get it out of the ground. Now, Kamala Harris, she's the exact opposite. She wants to end immigration and customs enforcement. She wants to turn our cities into sanctuaries for criminal aliens and then defund the police so there's no one left to stop them. But the countdown clock is ticking. In 6 months, we're going to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. And when we do, we're going to launch the largest deportation program in American history. If you came here illegally, you got to go back. We're going to end catch and release. We're going to ban sanctuary cities, and we will build the wall. And for the great service workers of Nevada, we are going to end taxes on tips. No more IRS bureaucrats going after our waiters and our bartenders. Now, people forget that when rioters looted and burned down American cities, especially Minneapolis, in 2020, Kamala Harris was raising money to bail these guys out of jail. The criminals that she helped free included an alleged knife murderer, a convicted rapist, and a domestic abuser who later shot and killed a man. And now, she wants to end cash bail. So if you assault a police officer, you can be back on the street the next day. Now here's the crazy part. On top of all of that, she wants to confiscate firearms from law-abiding citizens. In other words, she wants to leave you completely defenseless, more dangerous criminals on the streets, more illegal aliens in your communities, fewer cops on patrol, and no guns to protect yourselves. If Kamala Harris wins, we are going to be sitting ducks in this country. And the crime rate that's gone up shows that as reality. But hear me loud and clear, we will never let this happen. Not in Nevada, not in anywhere else. Every home in this country is a castle, and you ought to be able to defend it against anyone who threatens you and your family. And speaking of defense, in this room, we know the truth. Our police are heroes, and we're always going to have their back. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to back the blue. Never forget it. And together, we are going to save this country for American citizens of every race, color, and creed, and it starts with strength. We need a strong president, strong borders, strong families, a strong economy, and a strong president whose name is Donald J. Trump. Called their offices with those lobbyists, Carrie. They traded American jobs for campaign cash. Now, they'd never admit this, of course. They wouldn't put it like that. They'd brag about trade deals and promise cheap products. They called it globalization, and that's what it was. American jobs went to some other part of the globe instead of staying here for our own citizens. And if it's up to Kamala Harris, it's going to keep on happening. She voted to preserve NAFTA, the very trade deal that sent American jobs to Mexico and turned American dreams into nightmares. And now, she wants a promotion. Well, I think it's time to tell Kamala Harris, you're fired. I want the American dream as a goal for our children, and you never hear politicians talk about the American dream anymore. 4 years ago, you did. And 4 years from now, we're going to make more and more of those American dreams a reality. We are going to bring it back, bring the American dream back, build upon it, and fight for it. So let's talk a little bit about what we believe in this room and what we believe on this ticket. We believe that 1 million cheap plastic toys from China isn't worth a single American manufacturing job. We believe that we're going to rebuild American factories, rebuild the American dream, and stamp more and more products with made in the USA. Now, I've seen the consequences of electing failed politicians like Kamala Harris. I've seen it in my own hometown. Because more often than not, it's the ones the Bible calls the least of these who suffer the most under Kamala Harris's policies. Now, some of you know a little bit about my background and my biography, but I grew up in a town that was really struggling thanks to the failed politicians in Washington. And I was able to achieve my dreams. I was able to go to school and join the Marine Corps and build a beautiful family. I've got a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful kids, and that was my American dream. It was always to be a good husband and a good dad. Thank you. Now, people ask, why did it work out for you? And a little bit of it's luck. A little bit of it is that we live in the greatest country in the world where big dreams are still possible, whatever side of the tracks you grew up on. But a little of it, if I'm being honest, is because I had a tough old bird, my grandmother. I called her Mamaw, who stood by me every step of the way. Now, I remember there's so many stories I could tell about Mamaw, but one of my favorites is when I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. Mamaw was very proud of me, but it was 2003, a time of war. She was not exactly excited about her youngest grandchild going to serve in the Marines. So when the recruiter came over to tell her what boot camp was going to be like, he started to walk up the steps to her porch, and she said, "If you step one more foot on my porch, I'm going to blow it off." And she had 19 handguns at home. That was not an idle threat. So I had a strong woman who made me who I am and gave me the opportunities that I've had. And I know there are a lot of strong grandmas and a lot of strong moms out there. Now, for decades, we've gotten used to it. Politicians in Washington have sold out this country. We got to remember when the multinational corporations and the lobbyists called their offices, a lot of them traded American jobs for campaign cash. Now, they'd never admit that, of course. They'd brag about trade deals, and they'd promise cheap products. They called it globalization, and that's what it was, sending American jobs to some other part of the globe instead of keeping them right here at home. And if it's up, my friends, if it's up to Kamala Harris, it's going to keep on happening. Let's remember her record. She voted to preserve NAFTA, the very trade deal that sent American jobs to Mexico and turned American dreams into nightmares. Now, she's asking us for a promotion, and I think it's time to say to Kamala Harris, you're fired. The American dream is dying under Kamala Harris. But we're going to save it. We're going to save it for every American, regardless of color or creed, and we're going to do it when we re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. That's why we got to do it. You know, President Trump knows a few things that the Washington politicians forgot. He knows that 1 million cheap plastic toys from China is not worth a single American manufacturing job. We're going to rebuild American manufacturing. We're going to rebuild the factories. We're going to rebuild the American dream, and we're going to stamp more products made in the USA. It's a beautiful thing, and that's what we're going to do. Now, I've seen the consequences of electing failed politicians like Kamala Harris. I've seen it in my own hometown, because more often than not, it's the people the Bible calls the least of these that suffer the most when Kamala Harris doesn't do her job. They like to say they're for the little guy, but it's the little guy who hurts the most when Kamala Harris fails.
Take a battleground state tour in the next couple of days.
Sure.
Former President Trump won't be making a public campaign appearance until Friday in Montana. Is that a missed opportunity?
No, look, I think I'm making a number of public appearances over the next few days just to drive home the fact that Kamala Harris's policy have been such a failure for normal Americans. I know the president's very busy over the next few days. One of the things you've got to do is, of course, get out there and speak to people and speak to reporters. A final thing that you have to do, of course, is raise the resources, and I know the president's very busy doing exactly that. So he and I are taking a divide and conquer strategy to this campaign. Sometimes we obviously do events together, but I think we're going to use the fact that we have two people who can both get out there and prosecute a message. We're going to hit the road, but I really want to make just one final observation. I know most of you. I like all of you as people, or at least I like the ones of you that I know. I think that you guys have got to do a better job at actually forcing Kamala Harris to answer questions. This is a person who's been the presumptive Democrat nominee for 16 days. She hasn't taken a single real question from a reporter. The American people deserve to get to know the people who want to lead them, and I think it's shameful for Kamala Harris, but increasingly for the media, that she's taking a basement strategy of running from reporters instead of getting in front of them, answering tough questions about her record, and letting the American people know who she is. President Trump and I take hostile questions, we take non-hostile questions, we get out there and talk to people because we respect the American people enough to want to persuade them and not to try to run from them. So I think you guys got to do a better job. That's my humble opinion. Take it easy, guys. Thank you.
This morning you were talking about law and order, the policy decisions. I wanted to ask you about some comments you made a couple of years ago about when Trump wins, that he should get rid of all of the staff in Washington, replace them with all of our own guys, right?
Yeah.
The Andrew Jackson stuff, and then to the judges' rule, let them enforce it. Can you elaborate on that? Were you really talking about blatantly defying a court ruling?
I think it's about democratic accountability. I mean, look, the Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution says the president is the commander-in-chief. If, say, for example, a military general doesn't listen to the President of the United States, the President has to be able to fire that person. And that is core to what the President is able to do, and that's core to our entire constitutional system. What I said then, and I would say now, is one of the problems with the first Trump administration is you did have bureaucrats who didn't listen to the people's elected president. That has to change in a second Trump administration. And look, I think you have to be willing to fire people who disobey the President of the United States. If you can't, the president isn't in charge of the government, the people aren't in charge of the government, then the bureaucrats are, and that's something I want to get rid of.
Well, the question is not really about whether to fire people. The question is about whether, if that was blocked by the courts, if one of those moves was blocked by the courts, do you think that...
No, what I said is in the hypothetical where you have something core to the president's Article 2 functions, where he is trying to fire a person in his own government, he has to be able to do that. And if the courts tried to stop him, that would actually be a constitutional crisis instigated by the courts. I don't think they would do that, though. I think most justices, most judges, even those on the left recognize the president has to be able to control who works for him in government.
Sir, Trump has posted several times calling Kamala Harris Kamala.
Yeah, I saw that.
Do you know what that's about, and are you going to start calling her that too?
I haven't talked to him about it. I'm not planning on calling her Kamala. I actually talked to the president yesterday, but we didn't talk about that. Look, I think the president, obviously, he loves to give people nicknames, and I think that he's going to keep on doing that. I would be shocked if it's the last nickname he gives her before the end of the election.
Senator,
36 million.
So let me just recap it here, and then I will turn it over to the media. On day one, Kamala Harris suspended deportations. On day one, Kamala Harris stopped deportations for the American people. On day one, Kamala Harris refused to continue construction of the Trump border wall. On day one, Kamala Harris basically refused to push back against the drug cartels in this country. And on day one, Kamala Harris said that she was going to decriminalize illegal aliens, and she did all of those things. Now, the American people have suffered the consequences because of it. On day one, Kamala Harris became the border czar, and ever since then, we've had a wide open southern border. Now, it's not just what she's done on day one, it's what she's done ever since then. She cast the deciding vote for the so-called Inflation Reduction Act that sent a lot of our resources to China and sent interest rates through the roof. She cast the deciding vote for the very policies that made groceries and gas and housing less affordable for American citizens. And I think it's very simple. I think that we can do better. I know that we can do better. We were doing better when Donald J. Trump was president. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for standing in support of our president. And to all the American people out there who are listening to these remarks or will hear them on TV just a little bit later, my very simple request is to think about people who are suffering in this country. Think about kids who lost a parent to an opioid overdose. Think about families like mine who can't afford groceries when they go up by 30%. Think about families that are struggling because the mom and the dad can't get a good job because Kamala Harris would rather build the Chinese middle class than the American middle class. Those people could be doing so much better, and they will, so long as Donald Trump becomes president. My final comment I'll say is, it says on our national currency, "In God we trust." That is the motto of the United States of America. I believe that God calls us to hope and not to despair. And I really do hope for this country and believe that this country's best days are ahead of it. But the most important thing that we can do to give people all across this country hope is to get them a government that actually works for American citizens, and that's by electing Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Thank you all, and God bless you. Appreciate it.
Hi, Kimberly Craig, 7 News Detroit. Right here in Shelby Township, there's going to be a mother, a father, a senior citizen struggling to pay their bills, put food on the table, pay the utility bills. When you speak of the prosperity in a Trump administration, what can you, speaking to that person, what does that look like?
Well, I think that, I'm 40 years old. I actually just had my 40th birthday, which I'm not too happy about. But I'm 40 years old, and for my entire life, there was this chart that had wages below corporate profits and below the size of government. And there was one 4-year period during my entire life where wages were actually going up, especially for people at the bottom and people at the middle. That was the 4 years when Donald Trump was president. And so my message to people who are struggling is, first of all, I know what it's like to struggle. My mamaw once negotiated with a Meals on Wheels person so that she could get more food from Meals on Wheels so that she could feed me and her. I certainly know what it's like to deal with skyrocketing grocery prices and skyrocketing rent. The solution to it is to give people higher paychecks. The solution to it is give people better take-home pay. The solution is to unleash American energy so that people aren't going to the grocery and seeing that eggs are 50% more than what they were a year and a half ago, right? You've got to bring down prices to give people basic prosperity. And the way you do that is really unleashing American energy, unleashing American farmers, and not spending like a drunken sailor, which is what Kamala Harris has done during her time in office. We really do know that it's the least of these. The Bible calls them the least of these who have suffered the most under Kamala Harris's affordability crisis. And President Trump and I, that is priority number one, is to make groceries and gas and rent more affordable for normal Americans. If you work hard and play by the rules, this very simple principle should apply. If you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to live a good life in this country. And unfortunately, a lot of people right now are working hard and they're playing by the rules, but they can't afford groceries and they can't afford rent because of bad policy in Washington, D.C. We promise that we're going to change that. One last point I want to make on this, because I don't think that we talk in the media, we don't talk about it enough in politics, but housing is through the roof, and housing is destroying people's savings and their ability to put a good house, put a good roof over their kid's head. So here's the thing. Why is housing so expensive in this country? Housing is so expensive in this country for two reasons. Number one, Kamala Harris pursued policies that raised interest rates, which make mortgages unaffordable for normal Americans. That's number one. And number two, we have let in 20 million illegal aliens who are competing with American citizens for scarce housing. You do those two things and you see the rent crisis that you see in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania. It is a disgrace. President Trump and I promise we will fix it. It's simple public policy. It's just got to be smarter, and it's got to look out for American citizens first. And if this campaign of Donald Trump's and mine is about anything, it's about preserving the American dream, and the American dream is sometimes a thing of second chances. We want moms and dads to recover from addiction and get another chance with their kids. We want kids who come from a poor family to be able to stand here and run for Vice President of the United States because it's the greatest country in the world, and we are proud of it, and it provides incredible bounty and incredible opportunity to our people. We want kids who grew up in low-income families to be able to walk outside and walk down the street without being afraid of a violent crime, because violent crime has skyrocketed under the Harris administration. We want police officers to be able to do their job and maybe receive a thank you from their federal government, and not a federal government that makes their job more and more difficult. And in all these areas, we have a country that's going in the wrong direction thanks to Kamala Harris. And I think that it's important to say we could be doing so much better. And not just that we could be doing so much better, we were doing so much better when Donald J. Trump was president of the United States. We had somebody who was fighting for American manufacturing, American workers, and fighting for their jobs. We had somebody who was empowering our police and making it easier for them to do their jobs. We had somebody who was stopping the flow of fentanyl and stopping the Mexican drug cartels from taking advantage of our country. And we had somebody who was pursuing the kind of economic policies where you could build a life in your home without having groceries become unaffordable, without having housing become unaffordable. The most consistent complaint that I hear from people all across the country, and I've been to more than a dozen states, I think, since Donald Trump tapped me, the most consistent complaint that I hear is that it is harder and harder for normal people to get by. And I happen to think that if you work hard and play by the rules in this country, you ought to be entitled to a good life in the country that your grandparents built. It's a very simple goal, and it's something that we can get for everybody. Now, is that possible? Thanks to Kamala Harris, grocery prices are up 30% since she took office. Gas prices are up 50% since she took office. Rent is over 40% since she took office. Every single thing that Americans need to buy in order to live a halfway decent life has become more expensive because of Kamala Harris's economic policies. And instead of saying, I'm sorry, instead of saying, maybe, we should go in a different direction, she's running from the media, refusing to answer tough questions, and hoping that a basement campaign is going to earn her a promotion. And I think we ought to say to Kamala Harris, you are fired. Your policies didn't work, your agenda doesn't work, and it's not what the American people want.
Law enforcement, Mike, thank you for being here. Look, what I realized in talking to some of these police officers, and this is especially to the folks who are watching on TV, is the failure to protect our communities is a law and is a policy choice. It is a policy choice to defund the police, which is what Kamala Harris wants to do. It is a policy choice to open up the American southern border and allow migrant criminals to come into this community and make it less safe. It is a policy choice to not deport people, to suspend deportations, which is what Kamala Harris did. And I heard just earlier about a criminal who was deported from this community who came back in and then raped an 11-year-old girl just in the past couple of months. I'm the father of a 2-year-old girl. I cannot imagine having a government that cares so little about you that they're letting people who come into our communities get deported and come back in, and then they rape our children. That is a policy choice of Kamala Harris to suspend deportations and let somebody like that into our community. It is a policy choice to not prosecute people who sexually assault minors. When Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of California, she actually made it a non-violent crime to commit sex crimes with minors. Shouldn't we want to throw people who commit the most heinous crimes in our communities in prison and throw away the key? And yet Kamala Harris is making it easier for people to get out of jail after they commit heinous crimes with children? It's despicable, but it's another policy choice of Kamala Harris. And I guess my message to the American people, and certainly to all of you gathered here today, is we don't have to accept this from the federal government of the United States of America. Remember, when President Trump was in office, we deported illegal aliens. When President Trump was in office, we were building the border wall, which made it harder for illegal aliens to come here in the first place. When President Trump was president, we did not grant mass amnesty, which allowed illegal aliens to come into our communities, to harm our people, and then to stay here after the fact. We just need better leadership. It is so simple, and I can't believe that anyone would actually think that you should open up the American southern border to all of these criminals. You should let them commit crimes in our communities, and then you should refuse to deport them afterwards, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris has done. I grew up in a community. I grew up in a place where when law enforcement wasn't able to do their job, it was the poor kids in my community, the kids who grew up like I did, who suffer the most. Because, of course, if you're wealthy, you can afford a gated community. If you're wealthy, you can afford private security. But when the police are not empowered to do their job, it is the most vulnerable people in our communities who suffer. We saw that, of course, in 2020 with the summer riots with our new vice presidential nominee on the Democratic side. Makes an interesting dynamic duo with Kamala Harris, because as he was promoting rioters and looters burning down the city of Minneapolis, Kamala Harris was helping to bail the rioters and looters out of jail. A really vicious cycle if you're living in that community, a really vicious cycle if you own one of those businesses that was burned down, and of course a very vicious cycle if you're one of the poor kids who needs law and order, who needs common sense safety, but doesn't have access to it because our government so often refuses to do its job. I want to do a couple of shout outs here, and I encourage these folks, if they're willing, to make a couple of remarks, and then I'll close this out and take some questions from the media. But I got to meet Jim Tiganelli. Sorry, Jim, I hope I pronounced that right. Jim is the leader of one of the most important associations of law enforcement officers here in the state of Michigan. I mean, he told me about just in a 30-day period recently, they lost 3 police officers. 3 police officers who lost their lives in the line of duty because Kamala Harris has sent out this message that it's open season on American police officers. And that filters down to the criminals who hear it, who know they're not going to suffer consequences for committing violent crime, and then do exactly that. And Jim's police officers lost their lives because of it. So I'd love to have Jim come up here and just say a few words if you're willing.
Now, after COVID, President Trump set America on the path to a powerful, inflation-free recovery. All Kamala Harris had to do was leave it alone. And by the way, while we're on the topic of Kamala Harris, we've got some of our friends in the media. I just can't quite get over how dishonest the American media is about Kamala Harris. The craziest thing. Now we have to remember, for 3.5 years, people like Eliza Slotkin, who's running for Senate here in Michigan, and Democratic leaders all across the country, they would say things, and the American media would back them up, that President Biden, for 3.5 years, he's as sharp as he's ever been. He's sharp as a tack. Remember that? The American media act for 3.5 years like this guy was Albert Einstein. And now they want to tell us that Kamala Harris is the second coming of Abraham Lincoln. We don't buy it. We don't believe it. What she actually did, what the actual record is that she inflicted the American people with the worst affordability and inflation crisis in generations. Now, this is not rocket science, my friends. When inflation happens, when the government spends and prints money that we don't have, that makes your hard-earned money worthless. And that makes Kamala Harris directly responsible for this inflation disaster because she cast the tie-breaking vote on nearly $2 trillion in reckless spending. Not just that, she then cast another tie-breaking vote on a radical left-wing spending wish list which spent millions and billions of dollars on green energy scams. That was another couple $1 trillion. And while they weakened the dollar, Biden and Harris cracked down on American energy. That is a recipe for the terrible affordability crisis that we have on this country. You combine that with the regulatory agenda, you combine the energy problems, you combine the trillions of dollars in reckless spending, and you have got inflation into the stratosphere. Now, instead of buying energy from every dictator around the globe, which is what Kamala Harris wants to do, under President Trump, we're going to embrace a very simple principle. We're going to get American energy from American workers in American territory. We're going to drill, baby, drill. That's going to cut down prices, and that's going to create a lot of prosperity for the American people. Now, Kamala Harris and her Democrat friends, they didn't just shut down American energy, print trillions of dollars, they also extended, we forget this, the economy-crushing lockdowns, and then they overran the country with tens of millions of illegal aliens. Now you bring in 30 million people and you weaken the dollar, that is how you get the inflation crisis that we have. Now, all right, let me talk a little bit about what we're going to do to take this country back. We're going to take back the White House. We're going to restore American manufacturing. We're going to restore a whole country, and it's going to start right here in the state of Michigan. Now, I love Byron Center. I've been here just about a couple hours, but Byron Center has been cast aside, and a lot of places in this country have been cast aside by America's ruling class in Washington, D.C. Now, politicians come into places like Michigan, they say nice things, but they crush our industries, they offshore our jobs, and they undercut American wages with illegal labor. You, my friends, have been betrayed. And the people who have been doing the betraying have gotten rich off of this country's decline. And it's time to call them out, and it's time to kick them out of office. Now, when Kamala Harris raised the price of American energy, Michigan suffered. You suffered. Good American jobs suffered, but you know who made a lot of money? Kamala Harris's donors, the people who benefit from some of these green energy scams where they do things like, build windmills in saltwater off the coast of Nantucket, and of course they fall apart and get washed up ashore, right? Crazy stuff. Now, when she forced Americans, using your tax dollars, by the way, to buy EVs made in China, it made Michigan a whole lot poorer, but it made the green energy lobby a whole lot richer. And this is a theme with Kamala Harris. I don't know if you noticed, but every time she makes a decision that makes us poorer or makes our country weaker, there is somebody standing behind her who benefits. Just for example, when she let in millions of illegal aliens, it made our communities less safe, but it did give the Democrats a lot of voters. And they're trying to give illegal aliens the right to vote in major cities all across this country. Now, here's the thing. On November the 5th, this great betrayal from Kamala Harris is going to stop because we're going to elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
Hi, my name is Graham Kilmer. I'm a reporter with Urban Milwaukee. You mentioned fentanyl. Here in Milwaukee, we have a fentanyl and overdose crisis that began and really got worse under the first Trump administration. So what would you do differently the second time around?
Well, look, I think if you look at the actual data, the fentanyl crisis really, really took off under the leadership of Kamala Harris, under the border czar policies where she opened up the southern border, where fentanyl got completely out of control. And you talk to our law enforcement officers, and they will tell you that the fentanyl problem has gotten way worse in the last few years than it was at any previous time under any previous administration, Democrat or Republican. Now, look, we have an addiction epidemic that's been long-running in this country, and I think more than any president in my lifetime, Donald Trump actually implemented policies to try to get this addiction problem cut down on. I mean, if you look at the number of overdose deaths and how they went down during Donald Trump's administration, and you look at Kamala Harris's administration where overdose deaths have skyrocketed, I think it's very easy to say, like so many other issues, the record of Donald Trump is one of success and American prosperity. The record of Kamala Harris is one of failure. Any other questions from Wisconsin?
Let me just say a few words about the policies that have made it harder to be a police officer, and most importantly, harder for to just be a citizen who wants basic public safety in this country. So Kamala Harris is on a tour where she's trying to redefine her record as a tough-on-crime prosecutor. And yet, if you look at Kamala Harris's record as a prosecutor, it is the opposite of tough on crime. For example, Kamala Harris pursued a policy that would recategorize people who had committed sex crimes with minors and people who had raped unconscious victims as nonviolent crimes. And what does that mean? That means those people get out of prison earlier. That means their victims have to suffer the psychological abuse of seeing them walking around our streets sooner. And that means the police officer have a few more sickos that they have to take care of instead of being in prison where those sex offenders belong. If Kamala Harris was so tough on crime, why is she making it easier for sex offenders to get out of prison? I think the media should ask her that question. Of course, Kamala Harris refuses to answer questions, but this is important stuff. I grew up in a family where we didn't have a whole lot of money, and I was raised by a tough-as-nails grandmother who, despite the fact that we didn't always live in the easiest neighborhood, we had something that our country believed every child deserved. Whether they were rich or poor, our country believed that every child deserved public safety. And as Republicans, we don't think the government should do everything, but the things that it needs to do, it has to do well, and public safety is at the very top of the list. How can you have a country, how can you have an American dream, how can you have poor children who look to the future with optimism and hope if they can't walk down the streets of their neighborhood safely? And these police officers fight to make that a reality every single day. And Kamala Harris is making their job harder, and Donald Trump is going to make their lives easier. That's why we're going to re-elect him, the 47th President of the United States. Yeah. So let me just offer one final observation here, because some of these issues are connected. So many of these problems are obviously linked to one another. And talking at the round table with the police officers and the sheriffs really drove that point home. So I talked to one sheriff who lives about an hour away from downtown Milwaukee. And even though he lives an hour away from downtown Milwaukee, he has Mexican drug cartel members who have been doing business, selling drugs, and harming the citizens of his community. When you hear Republicans say every state is a border state, that is not just a slogan. That is a sad reflection of the reality that we have drug cartels operating about as far north in this country as we possibly could. What a disgrace. You hear people talk about arresting illegal immigrants and how the illegal immigrants completely run away, refuse to obey the commands of law enforcement. Why? Why do they completely refuse to obey the commands of law enforcement? Because they got into this country in the first place under the promise that law enforcement wouldn't stop them and wouldn't enforce the law. So the border policies that we have at the southern border, they make our communities less safe, even as far north as Wisconsin. It means Mexican drug cartels operating in our communities. It means people dying of fentanyl. I talked to another police officer who talked about we have fentanyl not just in
heroin and opioids and even prescription pills, or I guess non-prescription pills that are sold on the street. We've got heroin and we've got fentanyl, we've got fentanyl in our marijuana bags that our teenagers are using. And look, I'm the parent of 3 young kids. My wife is here, and I'm thrilled to have her join. We've got a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. We don't have to worry about this yet, but I'm certain, because kids are kids, that one day one of my kids is going to take something or do something that I don't want them to take. But I don't want that mistake to ruin their life. I want them to learn from it. I want their parents to be able to punish them. I don't want our kids to make mistakes on American streets and have it take their lives away from them. That is in some ways what this fentanyl crisis has done. Normal American teenager mistakes have become death sentences because Kamala Harris refuses to do her job. And I think it's time for all of us to say to Kamala Harris, you want a promotion? You want a promotion after your record as vice president? We think you ought to be fired, and that's exactly what we're going to do come November. Thank you all for being here. To the police officers, to the police officers, we support you. We love you. We know it's not easy to be a police officer. We know we're losing a lot of good people from the force. Some due to retirement, but some, they're just sick of all the garbage. But I'd ask you, keep at it for as long as you can. Keep doing this important work, because there are a lot of us out there who are grateful for it. And in about 6 months, your job's going to become a hell of a lot easier. God bless you guys, and thank you for having me here in Wisconsin.
So, Donald J. Trump. Now, the other thing that I find interesting about Kamala Harris's campaign is that even though 99% of the mainstream media is in the tank for her, right? I mean, look, remember, these are the same group of people that told us for 3.5 years that Joe Biden, who couldn't complete a sentence, was Albert Einstein. Now they want us to believe that Kamala Harris is Abraham Lincoln. You see the completely dishonest coverage. But even despite that, Kamala Harris is running from them. And I think a little bit like a campaign really is an extended job interview with the American people, right? So this is a person who is asking you, the American people, for a promotion to President of the United States, but she refuses to sit down for an interview, even with the extremely friendly media. Now, is that a person that we should reward with a promotion? No, I don't think that it is. And I think that if you're terrified to sit in front of completely sympathetic, biased media, then how can the American people ever trust you to sit in a room with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or the leaders of the world that the president has to deal with? We're just going to do it one more time. Now, I want to bring the press up here to take a few questions, but before I do that, I just want to offer a few observations and a few remarks on the state of this campaign. Number one, I already said this, but I'm going to repeat it for our friends in the back. It is disgraceful that Kamala Harris pretends to run for the presidency of the United States, but she refuses to stand before the American people without a teleprompter standing between them. Kamala, what are you so afraid of? The American people are good and kind, even if they don't like your politics. Why don't you get out and talk to them? If you want to be the people's president, you ought to be willing to stand before the people and answer a few tough questions. I don't think that's too much. Hands here. Carla, thanks so much for being here. Let me just talk a little bit about what this election is all about and what's at stake here. Because unless we start making some better decisions, we are going to take the greatest opportunities that God could give any nation. We've got the best people. We've got the best workers. We've got the best natural resources and the most beautiful country anywhere in the world. America is ready to be unleashed. But to do that, we've got to kick out Kamala Harris and bring back Donald J. Trump. Now, we are here, of course, in a great facility, Diasor, but I'm going to call on the leader of this great company here at the end. And what I'll do here is give a little bit of a background on why we're here in North Philly, and then I'll take a few questions from reporters, and then I'd love to bring up a couple of local business leaders to sort of bring it home and talk about why we care about these things that we care about. But look, we have a country that is being failed by its present leadership. And don't let anybody gaslight you here, because Kamala Harris is running around the country and saying
that on day one, she wants to bring the cost of goods and the cost of housing under control. She says that on day one, she wants to make groceries and homes more affordable for American citizens. Well, Kamala Harris, where have you been? Because you've been vice president for about 1,300 days. Day one was 3.5 years ago. You should have been doing your job then and not promising to do it now. Let's just take stock of the economic record of Kamala Harris. Electricity is up 30%. Food, that's right, food is up more than 20%. Gasoline is up 50%. And this is all because of the policies of Kamala Harris. This is the person who's promising that she's going to fix the very problems that she has been creating for 1,300 days. And now she wants the American people to give her a promotion. My friends, I think it's time for the American people to say to Kamala Harris, you are fired. We want Donald
Trump wants to do, and I share that. What? Anybody else here? Ma'am? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is
Hey.
Stephanie Quirk with Fox 6 News in Milwaukee. Kind of going off the DNC, Vice President Kamala Harris is paying a visit to Milwaukee tonight, holding a rally. Do you have any response to that?
No response. Look, I mean, Kamala Harris is going to run the campaign that she runs. I would say that I wish that she would do what I'm doing right now, which is talk to the media and actually answer some tough questions. I mean, if you think what I'm doing here right now, what am I asking? The question I'm asking is for the fine people gathered to vote for me to be their vice president of the United States. What an awesome responsibility and what an incredible thing that I'm asking them to do. Now, Kamala Harris is going around asking people to be their president of the United States, but she won't answer a single tough question, and she won't interact with the American people unless there's a teleprompter standing between them and her. And I think that's crazy. And I think that what the media has got to start doing is it's got to start saying, look, if Kamala Harris is not going to stand and answer some tough questions, we're going to stop giving her this fake fawning coverage. Demand that she do what any president has had to do, which is answer some tough questions. But look, her argument, I can't get over this, because you watch her rallies, and Kamala's argument is something that I could not stay with a straight face. She stands there and says on day one, she's going to tackle the housing affordability crisis in our country. On day one, she's going to tackle the grocery affordability crisis in our country, and they are crises. Well, Kamala, day one was 3.5 years ago. You've been the vice president for 3.5 years. What the hell have you been doing for all that time? So for the people in Milwaukee who are going to go to her rally or going to listen to what she says, I just ask them, if she has such good ideas for how to bring down the cost of food and groceries and housing, why doesn't she do it now? She's the vice president. Not talk about what she's going to do in 6 months. Do it now, because she's got the power right now. Thank you. Any other locals? Okay, we'll do a couple nationals, and then we got to hit the road. It is good to be in the great state of North Carolina. Thank you all. Now calm down, please, calm down. You guys put something crazy in the water here in North Carolina. Well, I have a message. In 75 days, we are going to take this country back. We're going to elect Donald J. Trump, and it's going to start right here with the great people of North Carolina. Now, I don't know if y'all saw, but today is the third day of the Democratic National Coronation. Excuse me, I said coronation, I meant convention. Sorry for the confusion, but you know, conventions normally are about nominating people who actually win elections. And Kamala Harris hasn't won a single vote for the Democratic Party, and yet they're going to make her nominee. Now, I watched it last night, and Democrats, they think they've cracked the code.
for how to appeal to normal Americans. Did you watch last night? Are they going to change their policy? No. But now they're distributing camo hats with Kamala Harris's name on them. That's their strategy for appealing to rural voters and veterans, is a camo hat with Kamala Harris's name on it. Now, you know what I think would appeal to rural voters and veterans, Kamala? Not having a running mate who lies about his service record. Why don't we try that? You see, Tim Walz says that he served in a war zone. And it turns out the closest he ever got to war is when he let rioters burn down the city of Minneapolis under his watch in the summer of 2020. Remember that? Now let's just reflect, now that we're in day 3 of the Democrat National Convention, how bizarre it is that they're doing some of the things that they're doing. Normally, conventions, they celebrate nominees who are elected by the people. And let's remind ourselves, how many votes has Kamala Harris won in the Democratic primary? 0. 0. That's exactly right. 10 million illegal aliens, but 0 votes. That is the record of Kamala Harris. Now remember, the party bosses installed Kamala Harris because they can control her. That's all this is about. Her agenda is not an agenda for the American people. It's an agenda for the people who have gotten rich off the decline of this country, and we are not going to take it. Are we? Now remember, it was her donors, it was Kamala Harris's donors who got rich when we shipped millions of manufacturing jobs off to China and other countries. Americans, we got poor. Her donors got rich when America printed trillions of dollars to fund her green scam policies, but Americans, we paid higher prices for groceries and housing because of it. And now her party wants more power, and the way they're going to do it is that she wants to give all those illegal aliens the right to vote. But out here in the state of North Carolina, we believe the only people who get to vote in our elections are the people who have a right to be here, not illegal aliens, Kamala Harris. And this November, starting right here in the great state of North Carolina, we're going to send a message to the corrupt leaders of this country. We do not need a president selected by power brokers. We need a president for the people, and that's why we're going to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Now, the president's going to be here in just a few minutes, but I almost feel bad for him, because this is not the first time that Donald Trump is going to have to clean up somebody else's mess. Now remember, in 2016, he took over from Barack Obama, who let ISIS spread mayhem all over the world. Then Trump came along, and in a couple weeks did what the media said could not be done. He wiped him off the face of the earth. And remember, when we win this November, and it's going to start right here in North Carolina, I think the cartels are next. We're going to do just to them what Donald Trump did to ISIS. Now, I will admit it is hard to make sense of Kamala Harris's foreign policy, especially when she explains it like a third grader who didn't study for a class presentation. Have you ever seen Kamala talk about the Ukraine-Russia war? I'd recommend you go and see it, but wait until November, because you're going to lose about 20 IQ points when you watch Kamala Harris talk about Russia and Ukraine, and we need that over the next few months. We need you guys in top form, so don't watch it just yet. But she'll say, well, Ukraine is a country in Europe, and Russia's a country in Europe. And then you say, okay, well, what comes next, Kamala? And the answer is nothing comes next, because she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. But if you want to give her the benefit of the doubt and understand her foreign policy, remember that she bragged on CNN about playing a key role in the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, that was before 13 innocent service members died at the Kabul airport. That was about 3 years ago to the day. That was before the world witnessed panicked civilians cling to the sides of retreating American airplanes. And that was before they gave the Taliban billions of dollars, paid for by you, billions of dollars of helicopters, planes, Humvees, and artillery. It was the worst humiliation this country has endured since the fall of Saigon, and Kamala Harris says she's proud of what she did. It was treason, and is it any wonder that Putin then invaded Ukraine on her watch? Or that Iran attacked Israel on her watch? Or that this very moment China is ramping up its aggression against Taiwan on her watch, when Kamala Harris walks in the room America's enemies sense weakness. And that's why we have got to fire Kamala Harris, not give her a promotion. Now, there is so much at stake in this election. Think of everything that this country has endured over the last 4 years of Kamala Harris's broken leadership. Prices are up and wages down. Our borders are wide open, but we've had a lot of factories closing down. Fentanyl is available on every street corner from North Carolina to Wisconsin, but it is impossible for young Americans to find an affordable home to raise their families in. Now, Donald J. Trump represents something that so many in this country need right now, and I think it's important to recognize that we need hope in the United States of America. Hope that we can reignite this economy and bring back prosperity to American citizens. Hope that we can raise our kids in secure neighborhoods and safe streets. Hope that we can renew the patriotism that binds us as a country together, one nation under God. My friends, for a lot of us, for a lot of the people that we fight for, the American dream seems out of reach today, the most out of reach it's been in a generation. But in 75 days, we're going to save the dreams of every single American, and it will mark the beginning of the future all of us deserve, and we're going to do it together. Now, we're here to talk about national security today, and saving the American dream, let's be honest, it starts with peace. Peace in our neighborhoods, peace in our cities, and peace at the southern border. Lord willing, we bring back the leadership of Donald J. Trump, we're going to have peace all over the entire world. He did it once before, and I think he's going to do it again. Now, if we don't have safety for our families, if we don't have security for our country, we don't have anything. And I'm a firm believer that when we talk about national security starts right here at home, right here in the great state of North Carolina. And there's been no greater area where Kamala Harris has failed to deliver peace and national security than at the American southern border. It is a disgrace, my friends. I cannot believe how bad it is. Now, the media will lie to you and tell you that she was never the border czar. You heard that? Even though they all said she was the border czar for 3.5 years. And remember that as border czar, Kamala Harris has allowed a literal invasion of this country, more than 10 million illegal aliens, and she's refused to deport the people who are already here. So that makes about 25 million illegal aliens that are in this country right now. Now, our brave Border Patrol officers, they plead, they beg for her support. I was down there at the southern border and I saw it. Giant sections of President Trump's border wall sit right there, rusting, waiting to be installed, but she refuses to do her job. And you think it's bad now? If we give Kamala Harris a promotion and make her the President of the United States, the southern border is going to look like Walmart on Black Friday, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be no good, no fun at all. Now, while she offers amnesty for the people who've broken our laws, we have a different message. President Trump and I have a different message. To all the criminal illegals who flooded across Kamala's wide open southern border, pack your bags because in 6 months, you are going home. Now, just weeks ago, I actually visited the southern border, which means that I've visited the southern border more than our borders are, Kamala Harris. I saw where little girls
are trafficked by the drug cartels, some of the most vile people in the world taking advantage of innocent little children and making money off of them. I met a rancher who endured violent criminals raiding his land. Just a rancher in Arizona trying to get by. And I see the desperation of families torn apart by the fentanyl and all the other poison the cartels are bringing into our country. Now, I know the hurt of that poison very personally. A lot of you know my story. I remember being a kid whose mom struggled with addiction. I remember waiting at the bedside of my mom, angry that she had taken something that she shouldn't have taken, but just praying, Lord Jesus, please let her wake up. Let her make it through this time. And we got to remember, my friends, because of Kamala Harris's border policies, way too many of our loved ones are not waking up. Way too many kids have been orphaned. Way too many grandparents are raising kids they didn't expect to raise because Kamala Harris allowed the drug cartels to wage war on this country. I think it's time to wage war on the drug cartels, and that's going to start with Donald Trump's leadership.
Do you think that it's time for Governor Walz and Kamala Harris to actually do a press conference and do an interview with the media?
I think it's time. Don't you all? Look, it is such a cool thing to be able to run as Donald Trump's running mate and to be able to ask these wonderful people to be their Vice President of the United States. It's an amazing honor. Aside from being a dad to those 3 babies and a husband to my wife, the greatest honor of my entire life is standing up here and being able to run to be the next Vice President of the United States. But it is an awesome thing. It's not just a cool thing. It's not just a wonderful thing, though it is. I am asking you all for something that is quite profound. It's to be the Vice President of the most powerful nation in the world at one of the most important times in our history. If you want to get that kind of job, and you're asking the American people to give you that kind of job, I think you ought to interview for that job, right? There are a lot of jobs that are less important than Vice President of the United States where we expect people to interview before they get a promotion. Kamala Harris is asking the American people for a promotion, but she refuses to actually talk to them before it. Think about it. Every single event that Kamala Harris does, she's got a teleprompter in front of her. And I think the reason is because Kamala Harris cannot explain why she wanted to defund the police. Kamala Harris can't explain why she suspended deportations on day 1. Kamala Harris can't explain why she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act that made the price of groceries and housing so expensive for normal American citizens all over this country. And because she can't answer those questions, she is running for the American people. But my ask, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, whether you agree with Donald Trump on all the issues or most of the issues, or you disagree with him on most of the issues, is at least Donald Trump is who he is, and he respects the American people enough to go out and earn their vote instead of being expected to give in their vote.
Now, Kamala, I don't know if you noticed, if you paid attention to the news lately, Kamala has decided that the American people don't like her policies, and she's exactly right about that. Just take one, immigration. Kamala Harris, remember, she suspended deportations on day 1. She stopped Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. That was on day 1, and that's why we have a wide open southern border. But I read a story this morning that her advisors are considering just copying all of Donald Trump's policies. They're more popular. In fact, I've heard that for her debate in just a couple of weeks, she's going to put on a Navy suit, a long red tie, and adopt the slogan, "Make America Great Again." I think that's what... But we're not going to let the American people forget that Kamala Harris is the candidate of American decline. She cast the tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Explosion Act. She cast the tie-breaking vote to send interest rates and mortgages through the roof. She opened that border on day 1, and as much as fake Kamala wants to pretend that she now agrees with Donald Trump, we've got to remind her she's the Vice President right now. Stop talking about what you're going to do. Start talking about what you are going to do right now because you're the Vice President. And what she has done has been a disaster. Now, I will confess that in some ways I have a soft heart, ladies and gentlemen. In some ways I feel bad for Kamala Harris. They don't. You don't. But I'm not sure that this is a woman who knows what she actually believes. She is, if you think about it, she's just a cog in the wheel of a very corrupt system. Now let's go back in time a few years and just remember the formula of Kamala Harris and her handlers and what it wrecked. Now step one was to ship all of our good manufacturing jobs to Mexico, to China, to far-flung corners all over the world. Remember, Kamala Harris supported the reauthorization of NAFTA, which has been terrible for the state of Michigan, the state of Ohio, and the state of Pennsylvania. Proud towns became ghost towns. Dignified American workers became dependent on the government, and families, including a lot of families like mine, fell apart under financial stress. Now that was step one. Did we ask for any of that? Now here's step two. Step two is open our border to millions of illegal immigrants. And into that void of joblessness, poured drugs and a lot of cheap labor. Our leadership, including Kamala Harris, they said it was compassionate, but it was a lie. What they really wanted, my friends, was millions of voters for Democrat policies, and they wanted millions of cheap laborers. American wages went down, and our leaders learned they could ignore their own citizens in their quest for power. Now that was step two, and I asked, did we ask for that? Now the next step was a lot of stupid foreign policy. Our leaders couldn't deliver prosperity, but they could deliver war and conflict. So we invaded countries all over the world, and then we invited other countries to invade us through illegal immigration. Our people got poorer, our leaders got richer, and they got more powerful. Now that was step three, and I asked, did we ask for that?
Senator, you said out there that Kamala Harris said during their DNC speech that there's consequences to voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It sounds like you were saying something a little bit more than what she said in that speech. You got to clarify that.
Yeah, no, look, I think her tone is ridiculous in her speech. There are extremely serious consequences to voting for Donald Trump. I don't think that's persuasive to most Americans, and warning them about voting for the wrong person is just, I think it's ridiculous. Criticize his policies, criticize what I want to do, criticize what Donald Trump wants to do, but this whole wag your finger and warn you of extremely serious consequences, I feel like she sounds like a vice principal who's criticizing a student and not a vice president who's trying to lead the country. I just don't like the tone. Henry.
You talked of her as a cog in the wheel of a corrupt system.
Yeah.
If you're vice president, how do you ensure that you don't become the same?
Well, I think, Henry, one of the things that Donald Trump and I really want to do is actually empower the people's elected president. I'd say this Democrat or Republican, you do have an administrative state that is way too unresponsive to the wishes of the people's elected president. And I think it makes it harder to get things done, like reorganizing trade policy or renegotiating certain deals or even opening up American oil and gas exploration. So there's a lot that we want to do to just make the people's government more responsive to the actual people. It's way too sclerotic. It's way too run down in bureaucracy. Donald Trump and I definitely want to change that.
You opened your remarks here today talking about the Goshen deal. Is there anything, if you and Trump are elected, that you can do to stop it? If so, what? And if not, what can you do to get these people their jobs back?
Yeah, I mean, look, in 6 months, we're going to have to see where this thing actually is, right? It's going to progress in some way. Hopefully it progresses slowly, and there is something that we can do about it. But I don't want to make promises until we actually see what shape this thing looks like when we take office in January. I think the most important thing is we have to stop paying Chinese manufacturers to manufacture, whether it's here or overseas. We want to build an American manufacturing industry and an American middle class. If we want to pursue these policies, let's do them for Americans and American businesses. It's like, I can't get over the fact that, look, 30 years ago was 30 years ago. We made a lot of stupid mistakes, and frankly, a lot of those mistakes were bipartisan. Kamala Harris seems to want to double down on what everybody thinks was a mistake, which is allowing foreign adversaries to manufacture all of our stuff. We need to be more self-reliant, make more of our own stuff. If we didn't learn anything from COVID, it should have been that.
What do you base that on, just that Harris wants to encourage Chinese investment in manufacturing?
Oh, well, I mean, one, she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which sent a lot of money to Chinese manufactured automobiles and other products. Obviously, the Goshen Plan is itself a child of the tie-breaking vote that she cast on that legislation. But she also, her convention speech, she criticized the very idea of tariffs. If you're not willing to penalize the Chinese government and American or foreign companies for manufacturing in China, then you're not serious about fighting back against the Chinese. It's astonishing to me that she is picking up it's 1990 all over again. We tried the Bill Clinton NAFTA approach. It led to the decimation of America's middle class. Maybe it made sense in 1992. It sure as hell doesn't make sense in 2024.
It is great to be in the great state of Michigan. In 69 days, my friends, we're going to take this country back. We're going to elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, and it is going to start right here with the great people of Michigan. Now, last week, the biggest heist in American history happened right under Kamala Harris's nose. Somebody stole 818,000 jobs that she and Tim Walz have been bragging about. Y'all see that? Where'd they go? Now, you may not have heard this because our friends in the back, the media, doesn't like to talk about it, but what really happened is this. The Harris administration had to admit that more than a quarter of all the jobs that had supposedly been created last year were actually fake. They never existed. It was the biggest revision to the job numbers since the financial crisis back in 2008, 2009. In other words, what it means is they are cooking the books to hide how bad the economy really is under Kamala Harris. I promise you this, on November 5th, there is one job that is definitely going to vanish, and that is when we tell Kamala Harris, you are fired, and send her back to San Francisco. Now, y'all are fired up, and it's hot out here. Kamala Harris, she needs a rock star to get a crowd like this. We just come out here because we're patriots and we want to save this country. Now, I want to just talk about the contrast a little bit because let's really discuss the details, the difference between Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump. We know, of course, Donald Trump had a lot of great successes in the Oval Office, and we know Kamala Harris has not had a whole lot of successes, but let's talk about why. Let's talk about the policy details. Now, here, President Trump's view is very simple. We're going to end this terrible affordability crisis, and we're going to increase take-home pay with three simple things. Number one, we're going to stop 25 million illegal aliens coming into this country competing for wages against American workers. We're going to stop ridiculous job-killing regulations like the EV mandate. Let's buy American-made stuff, not Chinese-made stuff. And number three, we are going to drill, baby, drill. We got plenty of energy right here in Pennsylvania. Let's get it out of the ground with Pennsylvania workers. Now, here's the other thing that Kamala Harris wants to do. Kamala Harris thinks that instead of deporting illegal immigrants, we should be giving them amnesties. Does that sound like a good idea? Kamala Harris thinks that instead of unleashing Pennsylvania energy workers, we ought to buy energy from Iran and every tin-pot dictator all over the world. Is that a good idea? And Kamala Harris thinks that instead of unleashing American energy and American creativity and American business, we ought to tax you guys more to send your money to communist China to buy electric vehicles. Is that a good idea? So is it a good idea to give Kamala Harris a promotion? No, we're going to do what Donald Trump loves to do to people who don't do their jobs. You are fired, Kamala Harris. You're out of there. It's done. Now, the president actually just called me. I was sitting back there backstage, and the president called me, and he said, you know, the crazy thing is, JD, that Kamala Harris, she's pretending that she agrees with us on everything. And if you look at her campaign the past week and a half, she pretends that she agrees with Donald J. Trump on every issue. She is running a copycat campaign. And I said, Mr. President, I think I figured out what's going on. She wants my job. She's realizing that they don't have any chance. She's going to ditch Tim Walz, and she wants to run alongside Donald Trump. She's pretending she agrees with you on everything, but we can't let her pretend, ladies and gentlemen. We have to remind people of the real record. Kamala Harris wants to defund the police. Kamala Harris wants to ban fracking. Kamala Harris wants to further entrench the EV mandate that sends your tax dollars to China instead of buying American-made cars from American workers. Kamala Harris has said all these things on videotape, and as much as she wants to pretend she agrees with Donald Trump, I have a suggestion, Kamala Harris. If you would like to enact the policies of Donald Trump, you could do it right now because you are the vice president. So do it right now. Don't pretend you're going to do it. in 6 months. Now, I've been in politics for all of 2 years, and I've met some pretty shameless politicians, but I've never met anybody who, as the sitting vice president, could stand before a crowd and say, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting American families. It's like, Kamala, day one was 1,300 days ago. You've been the vice president for 3.5 years. If you want to get to work, start now. Don't make promises. Start doing it now. Now, here's the thing that I think it's important for those, all of you get this, but I think a lot for especially our friends in the press and those watching at home. Look, if you don't have American trucking, nothing works. How do you think the groceries get to the grocery stores? From American truckers. How do you think that the things that you buy at Target or any other store, how do they get there? They get there with American truckers. We do not have an economy unless American truckers are able to do what they do so well. And we have a president right now and a Vice President Kamala Harris who wants to raise the price of diesel, raise the price of gasoline, and have every trucker in this country drive an electric vehicle, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we have a lot in the state of Ohio. We have a lot of great trucking companies, just like you do here in the state of Pennsylvania. And I was meeting with some local truckers when I was in D.C. at my Senate office. This is probably 6 or so months ago. And what struck me is not just that they were frustrated by Kamala Harris's policies. What struck me is how little Kamala Harris knew about the business of trucking in this country. In fact, I guess one of them asked a senior administration official, they said, well, you guys want us to all drive electric trucks. That doesn't make any sense. And they said, no. We're going to get electric trucks to the point where they're the same price as a normal diesel truck. And so I guess these truckers asked Kamala Harris's officials, well, how much does an electric truck cost right now? And they said about $150,000. And all of you are laughing, but the reason you're laughing, to the friends of the media, is the reason they're laughing is an electric truck right now costs $400,000. If you force all these great truckers to buy electric trucks instead of the trucks they're currently using, you're going to make this inflation crisis way worse than it currently is. You think groceries are bad? Wait until Kamala Harris makes every American trucker drive an electric truck. You think car prices are bad? Wait until Kamala Harris makes everybody buy a Chinese-made electric vehicle. And you think housing prices are bad? Wait until Kamala Harris makes it impossible for our truckers to get construction materials to the house building site. Kamala Harris's policies are a disaster, ladies and gentlemen, not just for truckers, but for everybody who relies on them, which is everybody. And I think we have to have some compassion for the people who've been affected by all of our terrible policies. It's one of the reasons why we've got to get Donald Trump back in the White House. Because every single day, hardworking Pennsylvanians, truckers, and everybody else, they're working harder and harder, but they're falling further behind. And let's just tick through some of the information here. In the state of Pennsylvania, you are $11,400 poorer than you were on average than when Donald Trump left office. What that means is you have to spend almost $12,000 to get the same stuff now that you could buy 3.5 years ago. Is that prosperity? Absolutely not. Under Kamala Harris's policies, in Pennsylvania, the average worker's wages have gone down by 6%. So people are working harder and harder. Things cost more at the grocery store. Things cost more everywhere. And our workers aren't getting the wage increases they need to keep up. Donald Trump has a different idea. Donald Trump thinks we ought to have more take-home pay. Donald Trump thinks that our truckers ought to be empowered to do their jobs. And Donald Trump thinks that Kamala Harris ought to get the hell out of the office and let somebody who knows what they're doing. And here's the final big difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. You know, I've been asked by the media, I've been attacked by the Harris campaign because I believe in a very simple principle, that our tax policy ought to reward American workers and American businesses, and I know Donald Trump agrees. So here is the contrast here. Donald Trump wants to cut your taxes. Donald Trump wants to cut taxes on American businesses hiring American workers, and he wants to raise tariffs on the Chinese and everybody who's trying to rely on Chinese slave labor instead of American hardworking people. And Kamala Harris wants to raise your taxes and cut down on the tariffs that are making it harder for people to cheat and use Chinese labor instead of American workers. It's ridiculous. Why don't we make it easier to hire American and harder to rely on Chinese slave labor? That's the Donald Trump approach, and I know every single person here agrees with it. So let me leave you with one final thought here, and then I want to kick it over to our illustrious media to ask some questions. It's very simple, my friends. Look, we have the best country in the entire world. I've been flying... I've been flying all over the country, doing events like this all over the country with my beautiful wife. Isn't she lovely? Sorry to embarrass you, Usha, but you bring your wife to Erie, Pennsylvania, you got to embarrass her a little bit, right? And all I can think about when we fly into a new place or we drive to a new place is what a beautiful country this is. I'm a Buckeye, and yesterday I was in Big Rapids, Michigan, and it was hard to admit it, but Big Rapids, Michigan is a beautiful place. Erie, Pennsylvania is a beautiful place. We have got the best natural resources and the most beautiful countryside of any country on the face of the earth. And we've got something better than that. We've got the best history. We've got the best traditions. We have got the best workers right here in Pennsylvania. The only thing, thank you, the only thing that is broken about this country is its leadership. There is nothing that we cannot do as a people, nothing that we cannot do as a people. So let's send a message right here in Erie, Pennsylvania, all over the state of Pennsylvania, and all over the country. We are sick of the broken leadership of Kamala Harris. We're going to get a president who is equal to the challenge of this country and deserves to be the leader of its people. That's Donald J. Trump. And together, we're going to put him back in the White House. God bless you all. Well, it is great to be in Erie, Pennsylvania. God bless you all. Now, here's what we're going to do. First of all, I want to offer a few notes of gratitude, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about why we believe in American trucking and American industry in this country, and why President Trump and I are going to fight for the truckers. But before we do that, and then we're going to talk some questions from the media here. But before we do that, let me just make a few words of thanks here. So we have Macy Kantz, who owns a small business here in town. Where's Macy Kantz at? Can you wave to us? Macy, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for all your support. Let's give it up for Macy. We have Dan Doyle, owner of Reliance Well Services. Where's Dan? Dan, thank you, man. We have Slippery Rock Mayor, Marine, and most importantly, fellow JD Lahungo. And we've, of course, got Harold Bender and his beautiful family, the owner of Hardinger Trucking. Thank you, Harold. And I believe, Harold, you go by H, is that correct? All right, I'll make sure to call you H. So thank you all for being here, and we're here to celebrate American trucking and here to celebrate American industry and remind everybody just how good our truckers could do if we get better leadership in the White House, which is why we're going to send Donald J. Trump back to the Oval Office. Now, we're here, of course, in the great state of Pennsylvania, where, I don't know if you knew this, I just learned, 1 in 15 jobs in the state of Pennsylvania relies on the trucking industry. That's amazing. And yet we have a Vice President Kamala Harris who wants to be president, who thinks that our truckers, we ought to put them out of business, and that our truckers should all learn computer code. That's what Kamala Harris believes about the trucking industry. Because if we've learned anything about the last 3.5 years, I think it's that we have not enough truckers and way too many computer coders. Let's support the trucking industry in this country, Kamala, not put it out of business. And if anybody needs to get a new job and learn to code, it's Kamala Harris. Ain't that right? Let's throw out of office. So we have a different message. President Trump and we have a different message. Our truckers are irreplaceable, and we are going to fight for them every single day. And that's why we're here today, and that's why we're going to keep on doing stuff the right way.
Just some choice words back in Erie for the Vice President. Said she can go to hell over the Afghanistan withdrawal. Last week we were talking back on the tarmac in North Carolina. I asked you about the political temperature, the rhetoric after Butler. Is saying that about the Vice President, is that not the same thing? Does that lower the temperature at all? How's that different?
Look, sometimes I get frustrated and sometimes I get pissed off, and I think Kamala Harris' failure of leadership at Abbey Gate is something to get frustrated and angry about. They are trying to make a massive political issue out of a photographer in Arlington Cemetery, a photographer who was there, as I understand it, with proper credentials, and when the president was there at the invitation of the families there. The fact that Kamala Harris wants to make that an issue when she refuses to show up, refuses to countenance an investigation, and refuses to even call the families whose children are dead because of her leadership, I think that's something that justifies a little bit of frustration, and I certainly showed that today. See you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Kamala also says that she is going to be a great friend of American manufacturers. She's going to be, but for 3.5 years, she hasn't done anything. Kurt, has she been a good fan of and a good friend of American manufacturers? Negative, exactly. To the workers out here, has she been a good friend of the American working man and woman? Absolutely not. Because look, Kamala Harris made a very dumb decision to try to ship all of our jobs overseas and to use your tax dollars to subsidize products not made by Americans, but made by the communist Chinese. It was Kamala Harris that implemented the EV mandate. It was Kamala Harris that implemented the policies that shut down American energy and instead wants us to buy energy from random people all over the globe. And it's Kamala Harris who, in the name of the Green News scam, wants to take your tax dollars and buy cars that are made in China. I think you ought to drive whatever the hell you want, because this is America, and that's what we believe. And by the way, if you're buying whatever car you want, you're going to buy cars made by American workers, because those are the best cars in the world. It's very simple. Now, it's funny, I talked to the president earlier today, and he says hello. Sorry I can't be here with you, but he's running all over the country. I'm running all over the country because we believe it's important to win, so we're taking a divide and conquer strategy. But he said, you know, JD, the crazy thing about Kamala Harris is, even though she said she wanted to defund the police and ban fracking, she said she wanted to shut down American energy, and she wanted to open the border, and of course she's done all these things. Kamala Harris now pretends that she agrees with me on everything. Now, you trust, or if you watch what Kamala Harris is saying, she actually says now that she pretty much agrees with Donald Trump on everything. Now, she's not implementing those policies, by the way. She could, as the vice president, get to work right now if she actually agreed with the president. So she's lying to the American people because she knows that her record is a disaster and her policies are unpopular. But I said to the president, you know, I think I actually know, sir. I know what's going on. She doesn't think she's going to win this race, so she's auditioning for my job. She wants to become Trump's vice president, I think, because she knows the jig is up. But America is too smart for it. We are not going to promote Kamala Harris. We're going to say, you're fired to Kamala Harris, and kick her out of Washington, D.C. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. Joe Schultz, Wisconsin Public Radio. State data shows that since 2021, Wisconsin's had more job openings than people on unemployment. You know, President Trump has talked about mass deportation effort, largest in U.S. history. Does that run the risk of worsening the state's labor shortage?
Well, look, we don't just want job openings. We want good job openings that allow people to provide for a family. And when you import millions upon millions of illegal aliens and you put them in the front of the line of American citizens, you destroy the economic foundation that allows the American people to get ahead in their own country. I do not buy for a second. Do any of you buy for a second that the Kamala Harris economy has been good for American workers? Nobody buys it. Inflation has failed, wages have failed to keep pace with the price of groceries, the price of housing. So you've got people working harder and harder, feeling like they can't get ahead. They're in fact falling further behind as they work harder and harder. That is not an economic record to be proud of. And it's interesting that back when Joe Biden, remember him? He's still our president, technically. But back 6 weeks ago, when Joe Biden was still pretending that he was going to run for president, what the Democrats said is that our economy has been great for workers. And now, 6 weeks later, Kamala Harris is saying, yeah, the economy's been bad for workers, but don't blame me. Who am I? Well, the answer is, you're the vice president, do a better job, and we'd have a better economy. So I want to leave you with just a thought, because, you know, the media focuses a lot on what Kamala Harris said at the DNC. Did you all watch Kamala Harris's DNC speech? I knew what the answer was going to be. You all are smarter than I did, but I'm in this business, so I had to watch at least some of it. And she talked all the time about joy, about how joyous she was and how joyful she was. And as I was watching her, I was reflecting on the fact that 65% of our fellow citizens think the country's heading in the wrong direction. And a lot of our fellow citizens, especially the poorest Americans and a lot of our middle-class people, they can't afford food. They can't afford a place to live. They're young people. Young Americans want to be able to buy a house, and they can't afford it. And I thought to myself, Kamala Harris has been vice president, I should say, for 3.5 years. And let's be honest, she's practically been the acting president, because we all know Joe Biden isn't home. She's been the acting president for 3.5 years in this country, and her citizens are suffering. She should not be feeling joy. She should be feeling shame. And she should be looking herself in the mirror and asking how she could do a better job. And what we have in our campaign, it's not this fake joy of Kamala Harris. It's the very real hope that the best days of this country are ahead of us. And you know why the best days of this country are ahead of us? Because of you. Because we have the best people, we have the best workers, and we have an American president, Donald J. Trump, that is going to run and fight for you. He's going to work for you every single day. But if we want an American president who is equal to the task, and we want an American leader who deserves to be the leader of this great country, it's not going to happen if we sit on our rear ends. We're going to have to work for it. And so what I want you to do is get out there and tell every person you know why you're voting for Donald Trump. Get your friends and your family to the polls. Drive, your elderly folks, your mom, your dad, get them to the polls. Do everything that you can. Because while the corrupt media and the bureaucrats and the people who have gotten rich off of American decline, they have chosen their candidate, and it's Kamala Harris. We are the American people, and our candidate is Donald J. Trump. Let's get him across the finish line, and let's do it together. God bless you, and thank you for having me. So I want to take some questions from the media here in just a second, but I want to leave you with one final thought here, because, getting to run for the Vice President of the United States is the greatest honor of my life. It's the coolest thing. I get to fly around and drive around and see this country from a totally different perspective. And let me tell you the good news, my friends. The good news is we have the most beautiful country in the entire world. The good news is we have got natural resources that are the envy of the entire world. It's amazing. The Chinese and the Russians would kill for the stuff that we have right here in Wisconsin and all across our great country. We have the best workers and the best families anywhere in the world. And by the way, we've got the proudest cultural and historical traditions, I believe, that exist anywhere on the face of the earth. That is what we have going for us. The only thing that is broken about this country is our failed leadership. And that's why we got to fire Kamala Harris, replace her with Donald J. Trump, and get some leadership in this country that is equal to the job of leading the American people. So it's going to start right here in Wisconsin. We're going to win this race. We're going to win Wisconsin. We're going to take back this country, and we're going to do it because of every single one of you. God bless you guys, and thanks for having me. Thank you.
And we saw this on display at the DNC in Chicago, where they pretended to be something they were not. Now, the radicalism they allowed to slip here or there, but basically it reminds us the country is not nearly as liberal as its leaders have become. That the country is a center-right country, that we want borders, that we do not want men in female sports.
Right.
That we want sound currency. And she knows that if she ran as what she truly is, a San Francisco liberal, that the people would reject that soundly. So we must not just remind her, but let's go through that record. It's very important. Just on the police in particular. What did she do in 2020, 4 years ago? She donated to a bail fund. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's almost hard to believe, Charlie, but I've looked this up. It actually is true. Remember when there were rioters in the summer of 2020 that burned down the city of Minneapolis and a bunch of other cities on top of it? Now, they didn't catch a whole lot of them, but they did catch some of those rioters, and guess who was at the front of the line trying to bail them out of prison? Kamala Harris, who now says that she supports police officers. We can never let her forget it. She was bailing out the people who were attacking police officers and burning down a great American city. That is the record of Kamala Harris, and let's have a president like Donald J. Trump who actually supports our police officers who keep us safe. It's very simple stuff. Now, But it actually gets worse, Charlie, because Kamala Harris, she likes to say that she was a tough-on-crime prosecutor. Her record as prosecutor is that she turned San Francisco into the high-crime problem that it is today. San Francisco, by the way, one of the most beautiful cities in the country before Kamala Harris got a hold of it. And after she let the drug cartels, the drug dealers, and everybody else take hold of San Francisco, you're now at a situation in San Francisco where if you call the police, unless you're getting actively assaulted, they will say sometimes, call us back in a couple of hours. They're so overwhelmed, and that is the record of Kamala Harris. So we can't, again, Charlie, this is so important, we can't let people forget exactly who she is. And remember, it's not just that she said all these crazy things back in 2020, it's that she has governed like a San Francisco liberal.
And this is the kicker, that she's also attempting to do some sort of a mind manipulation trick. She's the current Vice President of the United States, right, everybody? She's in office right now. So,
Charlie, it takes a special level of shamelessness. And maybe I've only been in politics for 2 years, so I just haven't reached that level. But to look at the American people, even though she's reading off a teleprompter, and to say, on day one, we're going to make groceries and housing more affordable. On day one, Kamala Harris says this, we're going to tackle the American southern border. Kamala, day one was 3.5 years ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? And you'll have to forgive me. Thank you. But all the pastors in the room are going to have to forgive me because I do sometimes talk like my mamaw. And she was a woman of very serious Christian faith, but she did love the F word every now and then. So hopefully that's the only curse word that I have.
Faith.
I'm going to try to rein it in.
Yeah.
That's right. We've got faith. I need a little grace here.
But the shamelessness, as you were saying, is remarkable. And this is important. She'll say, on day one, I'll do this. So, okay, let's just take one example. If she was serious about securing the border, which for those of us that live here in this state, we are being invaded on a daily basis. We are being invaded. And it's so frustrating because a Democrat will be running for office and they'll raise a bunch of out-of-state money, like Ruben Gallego and previously Mark Kelly, and they'll run all these ads where they'll literally walk alongside Trump's border wall, and then they'll go to the Senate and vote against everything, but they will lie to the vote. You guys have seen those ads, right? And they are open border candidates. Kamala Harris now has Trump's border wall in her advertisement. And so was she not
That's hard to believe. Even for me, that's hard to believe.
No, it's true. You guys saw that. The Trump's border wall was in her ad.
She stopped construction of the border wall on day one. That's what Kamala Harris did. So is it the border wall that's laying on the ground? Because that would be appropriate because that's what Kamala Harris actually did. But it's also, my friends, you go through the list of policies. Some of this stuff is really hard. Public policy sometimes is really tough. Border security is actually not that hard, okay? It's simple. One, empower the Border Patrol to stop the bad guys when they try to come across, right? That's number one. Number two, Deport people who come into this country illegally. That's number 2. And number three is don't let people claim asylum and then bounce around in our country for 12 years awaiting a court date. Make them stay in Mexico if they want to claim asylum. That's the Remain in Mexico policy that works so well. And the contrast between President Trump, who did all of these things, he implemented the Remain in Mexico policy. He actually came up with it. He did actually deport people. He didn't let people take advantage of our asylum process. Kamala Harris on day one promised she was going to undo all of that stuff, and that's exactly what she did. And we have the border catastrophe now because of that. And Charlie, we have to remember here the incredible human toll of this stuff, because we have American citizens right now who are dying of fentanyl overdoses that the Mexican drug cartels are bringing into our communities. We have thousands, this is hard to believe, we have thousands of missing children because Kamala Harris has let the cartels sex traffic minors in our own country. And you know my story, Charlie, but I was raised by a woman who struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. That's one of the reasons why my grandmother played such a big role for me. And, Mom, I remember when she took something that she shouldn't have taken, and it almost took her life. And she was in a coma for a few days, and I remember praying, Lord Jesus, please let Mom wake up this time. And because she didn't take fentanyl, she did get that second chance. She's been clean and sober, by the way, for almost 10 years. And God bless her, and I'm so thrilled for that. But imagine, Charlie, if the poison that Kamala Harris is letting come across the border today had been coming across 15 years ago. I don't think that I would have gotten that second chance with my mom. And so to Kamala Harris and to every broken D.C. politician from Ruben Gallego on down, if you're not going to do your job and you're not going to stop this poison from coming into our country, our message on November 5th is you are fired. Get out of there. We've actually got some political leaders who are going to work for the American people.
And Now, JD, I noticed we don't have any teleprompters here for you tonight. It's a little just off the cuff, taking questions and also questions from the audience. What do you make of it, how strange and bizarre it is? Kamala Harris has gone 40-plus days without taking a serious interview by herself or a press conference. By the way, how great is JD Vance with these press conferences? Does he not do a great job? What do you make of that?
Look, she's terrified of the media because she's terrified of the American people, because she knows that if she speaks off the cuff, she's going to let them know just how completely radical she is. Look, Kamala Harris, her entire campaign, think about this, she's trying to run away from every position that she had 3.5 years ago. She said she wanted to defund the police. And by the way, we should be thinking about and praying about those 2 Phoenix police officers who just got shot yesterday. God bless them and thank them for their service. Sounds like we got one in stable condition, and that's great, but hopefully both of them come out of it. But look, wanted to defund the police, now she says she doesn't. She wanted to ban fracking, now she says she doesn't. She was the border czar who opened the American southern border, but now all of a sudden she says she believes in border security. I joke with President Trump that she's going to show up at a rally one day with a long red tie and the slogan, "Make America Great Again," because that's what Kamala Harris is doing. She's pretending to be, we had a rally, Charlie, where the president, he called me right before I went out, and he said, "What do you think's going on here?" And I said, "I don't know, sir. I think maybe she wants my job." She realizes the Kamala Harris campaign is not going well, so she wants to replace me on the ticket. But we cannot let the American people forget how radical she is. She is exactly what she said she was. She is exactly what she has governed as. And the reason why she only talks to the American people with a teleprompter sitting in between them is because she knows the American people can smell a fraud, and she is a fraud, and we have to remind people of it.
And we saw this on display
And it's one of the reasons why Donald Trump has gotten endorsements from across the political spectrum. We've got on the Trump team, we've got people like Nikki Haley and Brian Kemp, and we've also got RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. You know why? Common sense.
Common sense is what unites the Republican ticket in 2024. You don't have to agree with me or Donald Trump on every single issue, but you know we are united in some basic common sense. We're going to close down that border. We're going to bring down the cost of housing and groceries for American citizens. We're going to try to persuade our fellow Americans instead of censoring them, and we're going to fire that crazy person, Kamala Harris. We're not going to give her a promotion. That's the common sense, unity view of the United States of America. Now let's just talk about some of the wages, some of the costs of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe just last month we had the largest fentanyl bust in the history of this country, $12.6 million of fentanyl. And let's talk just a little bit about the human cost of this, because these are not just statistics. $12.6 million, that's a lot of money, of course, and that's a lot of fentanyl. But let me tell you just a personal story. You know, a lot of you know where I came from and how I grew up, but some of you don't. I was raised by my grandmother, a working class Appalachian woman from Eastern Kentucky. She was a Spitfire. God bless you guys. Thank you. Now, Mamaw was an interesting study in contrast. You know, Mamaw, she was a woman of very deep Christian faith, and she was. Even though she didn't graduate from high school, she thought very seriously about what her Christian faith required of her. Mamaw also loved the F word, my friend. She was and I'll tell you, my wife will attest to this. She gets mad at me from time to time because, you know, sometimes I talk like Mamaw. And that means sometimes our 4-year-old talks like Mamaw, and nobody wants a 4-year-old who talks like Mamaw. I won't even repeat some of the things that she said. I know we've got cameras here and we've got some kids too, but you know, Mamaw, because she was tough, but because she was loving, and because she was firm and disciplined, but also because she gave me a home when I needed one, I was able to live the American dream. And I think the American dream is worth fighting for and worth preserving for, isn't it? But, you know, the reason Mamaw took such good care of me, the reason she had to take such good care of me is because my mom struggled with opioid abuse for a big chunk of my early life. And I'm very proud to say, by the way, that my mom is now right on the cusp of 10 years clean and sober, and we're grateful to God for that. And for all of you who have a loved one struggling with addiction, there is hope on the other side of addiction. There is hope in recovery, and there is grace out there, but only if we make our streets safe enough to give people second chances. Because one of the things that I really do believe is that if the poison that Kamala Harris has invited into this country in 2024, if it was coming across when my mom was still struggling with addiction, I don't think I would have gotten that second chance with my mom. I don't think that she'd be on the cusp of 10 years clean and sober, and I don't think our 3 kids would have gotten to build a great relationship with my mom and their grandmother. And if we believe in anything in this country, in the America First movement, we believe in second chances, and Kamala Harris has taken it away from our citizens. We're going to fight to rebuild it. We're going to fight to rebuild the American dream. And that is why we've got to close down that southern border. You know, I was in Valdosta, Georgia, about as far away from here as you could be, and the weather's a little bit more temperate in Valdosta, Georgia, even in August. But, you know, they showed me something. The sheriff showed me their interdiction room. And that's where all the drugs that they catch on I-10 or on I-75, it sort of sits at the intersection of two major highways. And they showed me the stuff that they got. And, you know, there's big bags of marijuana, there's cocaine, there's pills, there's a whole host of things they showed me. And you know what they showed me? I was confused by it. They showed me a big box of candy. And, you know, it's like Nerds candy, which I think to myself, well, I don't like Nerds very much. I'm more of a chocolate guy, but it doesn't belong in the sheriff's interdiction room. And you know why it's there? Because the drug cartels have figured out that if they disguise this stuff as candy, it's easier to get it into this country. And by the way, what's sick people? What's sick people who use children's candy as a disguise for deadly drugs? And what a sick person we have as vice president who invites these people into our country to do business instead of throwing them out. But you know, it makes me realize that you've got kids who are going to get into a packet of candy on a playground or in their school, and it's going to take their lives. And the reason it's going to take their lives is not because any kid should suffer for picking up a bag of candy, but because their leadership, our children's leadership, has failed them. What kind of a person lets drug cartels do business in their country? What kind of a person allows the drug cartels to disguise fentanyl as candy? And what kind of a person invites these people to get rich off of our country while our own citizens die? I don't want to answer that question, what kind of a person, but she sure as hell shouldn't be President of the United States, which is why we need to say, you are fired. Kamala Harris is fired. Now, it's interesting, though, because, you know, the media loves to cover that Kamala Harris is running a campaign on joy. They say this all the time. Have you heard this? The Democratic National Convention was all about joy. And I thought to myself, well, you know, what does Kamala Harris have to be especially joyful about? She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Americans can't afford groceries. Americans can't afford to buy a home, especially young families. 65% of young Americans are not going to be able to buy a home because of Kamala Harris's policies. We talked about the fentanyl coming into our country. Now, what Kamala Harris is joyful about is that she got promoted to the presidential nomination without earning a single vote. But you know what I'd like? I'd like a president or a vice president who's joyful because they did a good job for the American people. And that is Donald Trump, by the way. Because as much as the media loves to lie about him, Donald Trump has got the best sense of humor, and he's having a lot of fun out there on the campaign trail, right? We all know it, we see it, we watch it every day, but here's the thing. You know why President Trump is excited and happy about the future? It's not that he got a promotion he didn't earn. He's excited about the future because he knows this is the greatest country in the world, and the only thing that's broken about it is our failed leadership. He's excited about delivering lower grocery prices for Americans. He's excited about closing down that southern border. He's excited about making our streets safe again. And he's excited because the people of Arizona are about to elect him President of the United States to make all of us better off, not just him, all of us together. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to end catch and release. We're going to close down that border. We're going to wage war against against the Mexican drug cartels, not against the American citizens who are suffering because of those drug cartels. And we are going to make this country great again. Now, I want to offer one final point here. Donald Trump gave a speech today, and it's the first time I've commented on it publicly, but I think it's one of the most interesting speeches I've ever heard an American president give. Because, you know, Kamala has this slogan. She talks about, you know, we're not going to go back. And I always ask myself, Kamala, what are you talking about? We're not going back to what? To low inflation, rising take-home pay? We're not going back to a secure southern border? I'd like to go back to all those things because the American people were doing a lot better. But I realize, my friends, that when she says we're not going back, we are going back to a very ancient and dark time in human history. We're going back. Kamala Harris wants to send us back to a place where you have to be rich to enjoy public safety, where you have to be wealthy to afford to buy a home in this country, where if you want to have a nice steak on a Friday night, you've got to make a lot of money. I happen to believe that middle-class Americans ought to be able to afford a nice steak on a Friday night. Isn't that just simple? So, you know, Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a point where the country and the world don't actually work unless you've got connections and unless you've got a lot of money. But the promise of this country, the promise of liberty and justice for all, is that whether you're rich or poor, you get to live in a safe community. Whether you're rich or poor, you get to afford a nice meal for your family. Whether you're rich or poor, you live in a country where your leaders protect the border instead of tearing it down. Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a time when America didn't even exist, because in America, every citizen controls his own destiny. Every woman controls her own future. Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a broken time in world history. Donald Trump wants to rebuild the American promise where everybody We all believe in liberty and justice for all, and every single citizen gets access to it. That's what Donald Trump's trying to bring us back to. And you know, he said something at this speech that I've just never heard anything like it from a person who wants to be President of the United States. Because for 30 years, there has been a broken consensus in this country that we don't need to make our own stuff. We don't need to employ our own workers. We'd rather buy energy from tin-pot dictators in the Middle East than from our own workers and from our own territory. And Donald Trump just ripped all that up today. And he said something that I think is going to live on in this country. It's going to dominate this country's policy for the next generation. He said that we want to reward American workers. We want to cut taxes on American workers and penalize companies that are shipping jobs overseas. Think about that. Because what Kamala Harris has been doing and what our broken leaders have been doing for a generation, not just her, but for 30 years, has been exactly the opposite. They've been raising taxes on American citizens to give health care benefits to illegal aliens and people who shouldn't be here. They've been raising your taxes and sending it overseas to Chinese companies that are building electric vehicles. And Donald Trump says that is bogus. That is garbage. We're not doing it anymore. So if America first means anything, it means we're prioritizing the American worker, we're prioritizing the American citizen, and we are rebuilding a country where wherever you came from, whatever your background is, whoever your parents were, liberty and justice for all, not just for the well-connected and not just for Kamala Harris's donors. God bless you all. Thank you for having me. Let's make this country great again. Donald Trump's going to do it. We just got to get him across the finish line. God bless you, sir. All righty. Now, this is hard to believe.
No, it's true. You guys saw that. The Trump's border wall was in her ad.
She stopped construction of the border wall on day one. That's what Kamala Harris did. So is it the border wall that's laying on the ground? Because that would be appropriate, because that's what Kamala Harris actually did. But it's also, my friends, you go through the list of policies. Some of this stuff is really hard. Public policy sometimes is really tough. Border security is actually not that hard, okay? It's simple. One, empower the Border Patrol to stop the bad guys when they try to come across, right? That's number one. Number two, deport people who come into this country illegally. That's number two. And number three is don't let people claim asylum and then bounce around in our country for 12 years awaiting a court date. Make them stay in Mexico if they want to claim asylum. That's the Remain in Mexico policy that works so well. And the contrast between President Trump, who did all of these things, he implemented the Remain in Mexico policy. He actually came up with it. He did actually deport people. He didn't let people take advantage of our asylum process. Kamala Harris on day one promised she was going to undo all of that stuff, and that's exactly what she did. And we have the border catastrophe now because of that. And Charlie, we have to remember here the incredible human toll of this stuff, because we have American citizens right now who are dying of fentanyl overdoses that the Mexican drug cartels are bringing into our communities. We have thousands, this is hard to believe, we have thousands of missing children because Kamala Harris has let the cartels sex traffic minors in our own country. And you know my story, Charlie, but I was raised by a woman who struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. That's one of the reasons why my grandmother played such a big role for me. And, Mom, I remember when she took something that she shouldn't have taken, and it almost took her life. And she was in a coma for a few days, and I remember praying, Lord Jesus, please let Mom wake up this time. And because she didn't take fentanyl, she did get that second chance. She's been clean and sober, by the way, for almost 10 years. And God bless her, and I'm so thrilled for that. But imagine, Charlie, if the poison that Kamala Harris is letting come across the border today had been coming across 15 years ago. I don't think that I would have gotten that second chance with my mom. And so to Kamala Harris and to every broken D.C. politician from Ruben Gallego on down, if you're not going to do your job and you're not going to stop this poison from coming into our country, our message on November 5th is you are fired. Get out of there. We've actually got some political leaders who are going to work for the American people.
And According to the Department of Homeland Security, it's 320,000 missing children. And here we are in a house of worship, a house of the Lord. And we as Christians, that alone should be a reason to vote for Donald J. Trump and JD Vance.
Absolutely right.
That right there. And can you speak to that, JD? Because we as Christians must care about the children. It is so clear in the scriptures. It says, it is better for you to have a millstone hung around your neck and thrown into the sea than to go after one of these little ones.
Amen.
And 320,000 children. JD, it's almost hard to believe.
It is hard to believe, but this is what our government leaders have done, 320,000 kids. And we know, by the way, a lot of those kids have lost their lives. A lot of those kids are being sex trafficked by some of the most evil people in the world. This is the wages of Kamala Harris's disastrous border policy, and it's happening every day in this country. We have to remember that they told us that Kamala Harris was the compassionate person when it came to the border. Remember when they said Donald Trump is the person who wanted to separate families? No. The way that you keep families together is to send a message that if you want to come through to this country, you've got to come through the proper channels. When you empower these cartels, when you tell everybody that they can come across illegally, that's what causes family separation on an industrial scale. Never let them tell you that Kamala Harris's border policies are compassionate. There are 320,000 voices of children crying out, telling us Kamala Harris is not compassionate. She is a disaster, and we cannot promote her to the Oval Office.
And they frame it as, you're right, a compassion issue. And it's not compassionate for anyone involved, including also, you guys feel it in our neighborhoods here in the Valley, with crime going up and the break-ins, and you guys see what's happening, and it's happening all across the Valley right now, where we have seen the toll of this illegal invasion, and they're sending them all across the country as well, where every single state has now become a border state. And now, God forbid, and I want you to speak about this, JD, because you speak about it so eloquently, God forbid, and this happens all the time, unfortunately, a 16-year-old makes a mistake at a party at 2 a.m. on a Saturday, where he takes a drug that otherwise would have just been, a bad night, but he could end up dead because of something laced with fentanyl. Can you speak about that? Because that is, every week we see that story coming out of the Valley.
Yeah, so I was in Valdosta, Georgia, just a couple of weeks ago, and they showed me the interdiction unit where they interdict all the drugs that are coming into Valdosta, Georgia. 60,000 town, very small town. Boxes and boxes of candy. I'm talking about like Sour Patch Kids, Nerds, things like that. And I said, why are these in here? And it's because the cartels have figured out that if they make this stuff look like childhood candy, it's more likely to get through. So now what happens when a kid picks up a packet of Nerds on a playground or opens up a packet of candy in his high school, and now that kid is going to die because he took a piece of candy? Or even to take it a step up, I mean, we're in a church and we believe in the Christian faith and forgiveness. We believe in second chances. It's one of the core messages of the gospel. It really bothers me when you hear about some kid who, they smoked a joint and it was laced with fentanyl, or they got into a pill and it was laced with fentanyl, and now a childhood mistake took their life. And you'll even hear sometimes when I talk about this, you'll hear sometimes people on the radical fringe say, well, they shouldn't have taken that in the first place. And that totally misses the point. And by the way, have some compassion for your fellow citizens, right? But I know, Charlie, you've got young children. I've got a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. They're with me here in Phoenix, actually. They came with us, and we even brought the dog. German Shepherds don't like the Phoenix weather, it turns out. But I think I want my kids to grow up in a country where our neighborhoods are safe enough they can make a mistake without it taking their life. And I want them to be able to deal with their childhood mistakes and with their problems and with their sins at church instead of having it destroy them. And that is what Kamala Harris has done. She's taken safety away from our kids. She's taken second chances away from our families.
And from a policy perspective, this is a decision. This is not happening to us. This is a very important thing,
That's right.
is that the Democrats and Kamala Harris, they frame the border issue as if it's this uncontrolled thing happening and that we have to just kind of manage it, as if it's like a natural disaster. Let's be clear. We are allowing it to happen. What is happening is an act of the will. Can you speak about that, JD?
Yeah, I mean, it's an unnatural disaster, and her name is Kamala Harris, right? That's exactly what's going on here is we've got leadership that refuses to do its job. I mean, we have to remember, they came in bragging about the fact that they were going to undo every single one of Donald Trump's border policies. Remember that? Remember 3.5 years ago when Kamala Harris didn't pretend to be a border hawk? She pretended to be what she is, an open borders radical, and they said, we're going to do this on day one. We're going to suspend deportations. We're going to end the Remain in Mexico policy. They did every single thing that they promised that they were going to do, and now they're trying to run from the consequences. And the way that they get away with this is so important, Charlie. The way that Kamala Harris gets away with this massive, dishonest operation is for us to not get out and vote and penalize these people. When our politicians lie to us, we have a response and we have an ability to push back. It's at the ballot box. So get out there, tell Kamala Harris you are fired, and we're not going to reward people who gaslight us and lie to us about what they've done in office.
Next question.
Hi, Senator. Stephanie Murray with the Arizona Republic. My question is, what should...
It's okay. It's okay. I'm sure she's one of the good ones, right?
My question is, what should Arizonans expect to hear from Trump and Harris in the debate next week?
Well, I think that what you're going to hear from Kamala Harris is that despite all evidence to the contrary, she agrees with Donald Trump on everything now. We have to remember, she's on video saying she wanted to defund the police, and now she says, well, she didn't mean it. She's on video saying that she wanted to open the southern border. Now she says she didn't mean it. She's on video saying she wanted to end fracking in this country. Now she says she doesn't believe it. She cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act that made houses and groceries unaffordable, and now she says that she wants to lower prices for American citizens. Kamala Harris, if you want to do all these things, you ought to drop out and endorse Donald J. Trump because he's already done them. It's that simple. I joked with the president a few days ago, and I said, sir, I think I figured it out. I think I figured out why Kamala Harris is running from every single position that she once held. It's because she realizes that we're going to win and she wants my job. She must really like living in the Naval Observatory, and now she wants Trump to switch me out for Kamala Harris. I don't think that he's going to do that, by the way. But look, I really hope that Kamala Harris actually just answers some questions about why she allegedly is running away from every single position that she had. And most importantly, if she wants to close down the border and she wants to lower the cost of energy and she wants to make housing more affordable, why doesn't she do it now? She's the vice president today. She doesn't need... It's so funny to hear Democrat politicians talk about Donald Trump, and they say, well, we want to close the border. Well, Donald Trump already did it. Well, we want to get inflation below 2%. Well, Donald Trump already did it. Well, we want rising take-home pay for the middle class. Donald Trump already did it. These guys, I hope at the debate that Kamala Harris answers for her record, because I sure as hell know Donald Trump will proudly answer for his, because it's a record that we can all be proud of. And I gotta say one more thing on Kamala Harris. You know, they agreed to this debate. They agreed to this debate months ago, and over the last few weeks, and I've seen this from the inside of the campaign. Over the last few weeks, Kamala Harris has been trying to change the rules on the debate. She wants to change everything because she knows that unless she gets the rules that she wants, unless she has a bias set up, the American people are going to reject her. But you know what she really wants to do? And look out for this on September the 10th. She really wants a moment where she can interrupt Donald Trump and say, I'm speaking. Because, you know,
Kamala Harris, sometimes I think she doesn't want to be the vice president. She wants to be the vice principal. She really likes to just tell people what to do, and she really wants that moment where she says, I'm speaking, right? And that's exactly what she'll watch for it on September the 10th, and then you can come back and say you heard it here first, that Kamala Harris, what I'd like her to actually do again is just explain her record, because I think the American people deserve to have a president who explains their record and doesn't run.
Trump and I talk to a lot of people, and we're trying to understand this border crisis.
Senator, two questions for you on drugs and fentanyl.
Sure.
The first one, during the Trump administration, the first year of his term, fentanyl deaths were less than 20,000. By the end of his first term, it was over 50,000. And then I'm curious, as you've been talking with law enforcement, if you've learned any lessons, if they've told you like something that wasn't done in the Trump administration first term that they should do in the second term. And then my second question, you at church the other day, you were talking about compassion for drug users.
Yep.
And I'm curious if you see that in any policies. Do you think that people shouldn't be charged for using, or Good Samaritan laws? What kind of like policy would you like to see around that?
Yeah, so let me try to take the first question first. I mean, look, you did see towards the end of the Trump administration fentanyl deaths starting to come down, drug overdose deaths starting to come down. Yes, there was a spike at the very beginning, but this is what leadership is when you see a problem, you try to address it. The problem with Kamala Harris is we've seen this spike. She hasn't done anything to address it. In fact, I think there's a good argument that she's made it worse. You know, on compassion for drug users, I think we have to remember that, look, drug users are human beings, and they're human beings with a lot to give if they can get clean and actually get things in order. And so I do think that we have to do better on treatment. We have to do better on giving people the access to sort of detox, because any treatment pathway, it starts with 48 hours, 72 hours of detox, and then it hopefully goes to a longer-term treatment option from there. We were really, really suffering on the early detox side of this, and I think we could do a lot better in ensuring the longer-term treatment options too. I think we have to empower a lot of nonprofit organizations, a lot of church groups and so forth to do the on-the-ground work to help drug addicts get into the path of recovery, but also stay on the path of recovery. And I think finally, we have to stop the bleeding. The thing that kills second chances is when fentanyl comes into these communities. You have, a 22-year-old girl who relapses. I see this story in Ohio all the time. She's been clean for 2 years. She relapses, and that's it. She never gets another opportunity at a second chance. If you have 70,000 Americans dying of fentanyl overdoses every single year, that is the main thing that you have to stop. You have to give people the second chance before they can take advantage of it.
Senator, when you talk to the union, questions for you.
Yeah.
So, first I
just want to make sure everybody gets a question.
Yeah, first I wanted you to clarify something we said in our interview yesterday. Are you still planning on being on stage with Tucker Carlson later this month? And then related to the border, what's the Trump-Vance plan to stop social media being used for cartel recruitment?
Yeah, very, very good question. So on the first question, yes. Look, I believe, agree or disagree with anything that Tucker Carlson or his guests say, we believe in free speech. We believe if you don't like an idea, and obviously, the Holocaust was a terrible tragedy, and it's something that we have to make sure never gets repeated again in this country. The best way, I think, to ensure, never gets repeated again anywhere in the world, certainly in this country or anywhere else, the best way to ensure that doesn't happen is to debate and push back against bad ideas. It's not to try to censor and suppress them. I really believe that the more you censor ideas instead of fight back against them, the more you give those ideas power. On the second question, it was, remind me?
Using social media for cartel.
Yeah. So look. So the thing on social media is, look, these companies are making billions of dollars, and a lot of them are getting rich by actually facilitating some really, really bad stuff. And we have to stop that, right? And if you're not willing to use the power of law enforcement to tell these social media companies they have to stop facilitating drug trafficking and sex trafficking, then you're not fit to be a leader of this country. We certainly believe that if the Department of Justice applied appropriate pressure on these social media companies, they could behave a lot better. And if they don't, there's going to be hell to pay. It is ridiculous that you have American businesses facilitating drug trafficking and sex trafficking. It's making these guys' lives harder. We're going to make their lives easier when Donald Trump is president.
Senator, when you talk to the Border Patrol Union, what are the topics what is the top of the list of the things they would like to see when the Trump administration gets back into the White House?
You know, just one, they want to be empowered to do their job, right? They don't want, when somebody comes across the border illegally, I think they'd like to be able to send them back instead of have to processing them and then send them back into the country. They give them an ID, they find these IDs ripped up a couple miles away. They know that a lot of these guys are criminals. They know that a lot of them have connections to gangs. They just want to be able to enforce the law. Now, there are a few things, of course, on top of that, a few policy changes, some executive orders I talked about with Manny earlier about this. Number one, re-implement Title 42. The Remain in Mexico policy, it really worked. Number two, re-implement deportations. You've got to be willing to send people back who come across that border illegally. And number three, end the asylum fraud. The basic problem, or one of the most fundamental problems, I should say, with our immigration system is Kamala Harris lets people come into this country, claim asylum, and then disappear for 10 or 12 years awaiting a court date. You've got to say, wait in Mexico while we adjudicate your asylum claim. You don't get to come into this country, collect free health care benefits and free housing on American taxpayers' dime, which is what they're doing thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Anybody else who hasn't asked a question yet?
Kamala Harris has argued or blamed you because the immigration bill didn't pass in the Senate. She wonders why you didn't support it. Yeah. What would be your answer for it?
Well, my answer is the Kamala Harris border bill was not a real border bill. It would not have secured the southern border. We have to remember here that if you go back to that negotiation, what we were really trying to do in the Republican Party is force Kamala Harris, as borders are, to do her job. We were trying to find ways in that legislation to force her to do her job. Now, nobody disagrees that Kamala Harris could close down the southern border right now if she wanted to. The entire exercise of that bill was, how do we force her to do something that she clearly wasn't going to do? And what we basically realized is there's no way to do it. There is no way to force a vice president who's the border czar or a president to shut down the border if they don't want to. That's what made the border bill such a disaster. But fundamentally, the problem is Kamala Harris. She implemented all of these policies on day one. She said she wanted to open the border. She did exactly that. Oh man, we've got some crazy ass bug.
Yeah.
Somebody help him. Somebody help him.
There we go. All right, Senator.
That's what we need to keep from coming across the southern border here. We need to build the wall higher because that was a scary ass bug. Sir.
Yeah, Senator, according to CBP data, apprehensions, encounters are at its lowest level since February 2021. Is that not an example of President Biden's executive orders actually working at the southern border?
Well, so two things here. First of all, their entire argument gives lie because they want to say, well, we started to enforce the border policy and now all of a sudden the numbers have come down a little bit. Well, if that's true, then how can they possibly say they needed this border bill to do their job? They're saying right now we're doing our job, and all that they needed was for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to actually take some executive action. That's been our entire argument the whole time, is that Kamala Harris could enforce the border if she wanted to. Now, unfortunately, the argument that they're making doesn't actually make sense because while border crossings at the southern border have come down, all they've done is redirect them to the ports of entry into airports. So if you look at the total number of crossings, both coming in through the southern border, but also coming in through airports and other ports of entry, the numbers haven't come down at all. It's all kabuki theater. They're shifting numbers from the southern border to our ports of entry to try to tell the American people the numbers have come down. In reality, the numbers are as bad as they were at the beginning of her administration. Now, I don't know if you've seen, but Kamala Harris still continues to run and hide from the media. And I think she's given now two interviews. She's been the presumptive Democrat nominee, and she gives two interviews. And it's funny, when she gives these interviews, you actually pay attention to what she's saying. She doesn't answer the question. They'll say, Kamala, what's your plan to lower inflation? And she'll say, well, when I worked at McDonald's, I really liked making hash browns. They'll say, Kamala Harris, how are you going to lower energy and housing prices for American consumers? And she said, did you know that I grew up in a middle-class family? Well, that's cool, but can you answer the question about how you're going to make the lives of the American people better? And the answer is, of course, she can't, because her policies have caused every single problem we've seen in this country over the last 3.5 years. Exploding inflation, that's on Kamala Harris. Groceries you can't afford, that's on Kamala Harris.
housing that is unaffordable for young American families, that is on Kamala Harris, and a wide open border, that's on Kamala Harris too. So let's say to Kamala Harris, you're fired. We're not sending you to the White House. Get out of Washington, D.C., and go back to San Francisco, because she is a San Francisco liberal at heart, and that's clearly where she ought to be. But, you know, the thing is, the American people, even though Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children, Donald Trump and I talk to the American people in a different way. We talk to them like they are our fellow citizens who deserve to be persuaded by the person who wants to be their next president and vice president. So let's talk a little bit about public policy. But before I do that, I want to just address the elephant in the room here, which is, of course, just a couple of days ago, my running mate, my dear friend and our next president, was nearly assassinated again. 2 assassination attempts in as many months, and I think that it's time to say to the Democrats, to the media, to everybody that has been attacking this man and trying to censor this man for going on 10 years, cut it out or you're going to get somebody killed. Now, I actually, of course, heard about the news before almost anybody else. I was sitting at home with my son, and we were doing, you know, what we always do when my wife's not around. We were playing video games. You know, we get that like 1 hour. All right, we can play video games, and then before Mom comes back, we got to cut that crap out. Sorry, honey. I just told on myself. But we're sitting there, and I get a phone call. It says Donald J. Trump, so I answer it. And he says, JD, you won't believe it. They just tried to do it again. I said, what did they try to do? He said, well, they just tried to shoot me again. And I said, what? No way. You know, I almost couldn't believe it when he first told me, and I said, oh, my God, sir, I'm so glad you're okay in all the ways that matter. And he said, yeah, I'm doing fine. And that's just who he is. He just gets shot, almost shot a second time, and he's totally fine. He was a little annoyed about one thing, though. You know, he was mad because he was on the 6th hole, and he was about to make a birdie putt. And he said, I'm kind of pissed off they wouldn't let me finish my birdie. Sense, though, that they got you off the golf course. But, you know, it goes to show there is a difference in leadership style. There is a guy who takes a bullet to the head and stands up and says, fight, fight, fight. There is a guy who takes a second almost assassination attempt and responds to it with grace and good humor. And then there's a woman who is terrified of the American media. Who do we think ought to be the President of the United States? Donald J. Trump. That's right. And how nice is it, by the way, to have a presidential candidate and, of course, a former president that we can be proud of, that we can believe in, and that is tough enough to take the slings and arrows but still be fighting every single day for the American people. That's what he's done, and that's what he'll continue to do. So let's talk about exactly what that's going to look like. Because, look, we all know that the reason why groceries are unaffordable, the reason why Americans can't afford to buy a home is because Kamala Harris has refused to do her job. And, my friends, I was actually yesterday with my dear friend Katie Britt, senator from Alabama, and both of us have been in politics for all of 2 years. And we were talking about how shameless these politicians are, where I guess if you've been in office for 30 years, like Kamala Harris, you can stand up and without an ounce of shame look at the American people and say, on day one, I'm going to lower grocery prices. That's what Kamala Harris says. And on day one, we're going to lower the price of housing. And on day one, we're going to close down that southern border. It's like, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? Why don't you stop talking and get to work? Let's just compare and contrast the specific policy, because the American people deserve to have people who are going to talk about the public policies that are going to make their life better. Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act. It's the biggest driver of inflation in the United States today. Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote for it. And, of course, when Donald J. Trump was president, inflation was 1.5%, and wages were going up. When Kamala Harris
became the vice president and the border czar, she said we're going to suspend all deportations. We're going to decriminalize all illegal immigration, and we are going to stop Donald Trump's wildly successful Remain in Mexico policy. That flooded the United States with a ton of illegal immigrants, and you know what those illegal immigrants did? They compete with Americans for scarce homes. And the Donald J. Trump plan is that American housing ought to go to American citizens, not people who shouldn't even be in this country to begin with. Because that deporting those illegal immigrants, it's not just about law and order, as important as that is. It's about lowering the cost of housing for American citizens, and that's what we have to fight to do. You've got young people in this country today who are paupers in their own nation. They've got a ton of debt. They're borrowing a lot, but they have no chance of owning a stake in their own country. The American dream of homeownership is completely out of reach for millions of young Americans, and when Donald J. Trump is president, that's going to stop. We're going to fight for their American dreams. We're going to fight for young people to be able to buy a home, and we're going to stop sending American homes to foreigners. Now, we all know in the great state of Michigan that the most important driver of inflation is energy, right? You make energy more expensive, you make gas at the pump more expensive, but you also make food more expensive, because who drives that food to the grocery store? It's our truck drivers. And if they're paying more for gasoline and diesel, then all of us are paying more for food. And if they're paying more to send construction materials and lumber at the construction site, then we're all paying more for housing. The number one thing we've got to do to get control of this crazy inflation and drive down the cost of everything is to unleash American energy. Drill, baby, drill. And of course, thanks to Kamala Harris, we are going to war against American energy instead of the tin-pot dictators that we're now buying oil and natural gas from. Think about this. Think about what we have in the United States of America. We got natural resources that Russia and China and every other nation in the world would die for. They would love to have the abundant American energy that we've got right here in our own territory. So why don't we say on November to Kamala Harris, let's stop buying oil and gas from tin-pot dictators all over the world. Let's buy it from our own people right here in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in the United States.
Hi, Senator. Caitlin Corelli with the Daily
Mail. And we'll do two more questions, and then I'll leave you with some final thoughts, and we'll hit the road. Ma'am.
Okay, Senator, thank you. Caitlin Corelli with the Daily Mail. Vice President Harris said again today that the, quote, hateful rhetoric over migrants eating pets is what has caused the bomb threats in Springfield. Can you just respond to her latest, please, on this?
I think that's basically my response. Just put that in the paper, loud boos and 2 thumbs down. That's my response to what Kamala Harris said. Look, here's, you guys are going to get me all fired up again. I was ready to leave. Here's the thing about this. It's what happened in Springfield is not just disgraceful because it's made people's lives worse. What's happened is disgraceful because the way that Kamala Harris and her media allies have tried to silence the people from daring to complain that life has gotten worse in their own community, in their own country. Think about this. The argument was that because Donald Trump and I and the many, many hundreds of residents of Springfield that we've talked to in the last few weeks, because we dared to point out that life has gotten worse for those citizens, we are somehow to blame because a psychopath called in a bomb threat. Now, that story actually got a little bit more complicated in the last 24 hours because you know who was calling in the bomb threats? People who were living in foreign countries. Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, came out and said the bomb threats are coming from foreign countries. And he actually said primarily one country. I'd like to know what country that is. But look, the media is laundering literal foreign disinformation in an effort to silence the citizens of their own country from participating in an American election. It is despicable, and it has to stop. We cannot... Think about it. Let's just say, God forbid,
these bomb threats were being called in from America and not from a foreign country. It actually doesn't change it that much because, look, bomb threats are despicable. We condemn violence, and of course we condemn threats of violence. But we do not believe in a heckler's veto in this country. The fact that some psychopath is calling in bomb threats, does that mean the residents of Springfield are not allowed to be annoyed about housing crisis? Does that mean that they're not allowed to complain about 20,000 migrants being dropped on their doorstep? Does that mean a mom is not allowed to be frustrated that hospital wait times have gotten so long that her kids can't get treatment for basic medical conditions? That is a ridiculous principle. And the principle, actually, if you think about it, it's all about censorship. It's moral blackmail in the favor of censorship, and I reject it, whoever's doing it. Only if he makes it 7 weeks to Election Day, because we know that in this environment, unfortunately, it's not out of the question that somebody else might try to take another shot. And I hate to say it, but it's time for us to be honest about it, that the American media, the Democrats, the Kamala Harris campaign, they've got to cut this crap out or they're going to get somebody killed. Now, you hear a lot of talk about overheated political rhetoric. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I promise you that I will do my part to lower the temperature because we don't want anybody to get hurt in our politics, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. But to hear the Democrats today talk about both sides, to hear the Democrats talk about both sides need to tamp down the political rhetoric, ignores one big problem. And that problem is that in the past 2 months, 2 separate people have tried to take Donald Trump's life. Yes, we need to tone down the political rhetoric, but that especially applies to the Democrats. Stop the craziness, stop the violent talk, and let Donald Trump go out there and make his case to the American people. Because I realized something, and, Bobby Kennedy endorsed the president, of course, a few weeks ago. I've gotten to know Bobby very well. He's a great guy. We're thrilled to have him on the team. Make America healthy again, right? But I was talking about this with Bobby Kennedy. Look, what happened to his dad, whatever your political affiliation, whatever you believed at the time, whether you planned to vote for him or not, it opened up a wound in this country that I believe has still never healed. And what the Democrats have done, not Democratic voters, but Democratic politicians, what these guys have done in the last few years is embrace something that is very dangerous, and that is censorship. Now, I disagree with Kamala Harris. I disagree with about everything that comes out of her mouth, even when I don't understand it. But I will vigorously defend every person's right to speak their mind in this country because we believe in free speech in the Republican Party and in this movement. But think about all the ways that they've tried to censor Donald Trump. Think about the fact that Kamala Harris herself called for him to be booted off social media. Think about the fact that her political allies said recently that he should be eliminated. Think about all of the sham prosecutions. Think about every single thing that they've done to try to silence him and shut him up.
Josh Berry, WXMI, Fox 17. Each one of the candidates at the top of the 2 tickets have made their way to West Michigan. We're going to see you all likely again before the election. Having talked to people at both of these rallies, I'm wondering, do you gauge support based on these competing rallies in this area? And do you see a disconnect as the candidate between supporters who would go to a Tim Walz rally at a museum in downtown Grand Rapids versus supporters here at a rally for you in a barn in rural Sparta?
Well, no, I don't see a disconnect. I think... There's nothing wrong with having a rally in a barn, right? But look, there's nothing wrong with having a rally in a museum. And if you look at what we've been doing, I've been to downtown Grand Rapids, I think twice now in this campaign, just in the last few weeks. And we've been in rural parts of Michigan. We've been in urban parts of Michigan, suburban parts. We're going to go everywhere because I think you ought to try to earn every person's vote. And that's how Donald Trump and I think about this race. Now, look, I'm a realist about politics. Any campaign, there's two things you're trying to do. You're trying to persuade swing voters, right? People who haven't yet decided. And my argument to swing voters is simple. You've got two very different records. Donald Trump's record was peace and prosperity, no wars, lower inflation, rising wages, and Kamala Harris has been chaos all over the world. She can't answer a single question without sounding like a whatever. And she's had policies that have made it impossible for people to afford housing and food in the country that all of us love. So the records are totally different. That's my argument to swing voters. My argument to voters who are already going to vote for us, but of course this is the second part of any political campaign, is we got to get out there and actually vote. And I know every single person in this room, every single one of us knows at least one person who's going to vote for Donald J. Trump, but only if they actually go to the polls. Okay? Every single one of us has a responsibility to call that person, to offer to drive that person, and make sure that every single one of us gets out there and makes our voice heard on November 5th. That's what we have to do. Or before November 5th, right? Because we know that Democrats have beaten us in early voting for a long time. I don't like the idea that we have election season. I think we ought to have election day in this country. But whether we like it or not, we've got election season, so we might as well take advantage of it, or the Democrats are ultimately going to win this race. Now, think about this. I've seen this play out in every race that I've ever been involved in, where I've got friends of mine who are running. It's like you take 100 people, and 95 of them, 100 people are going to vote for Donald Trump, or 100 people who are going to vote for whatever candidate that I think they should vote for. 95 of them eventually do it. And then 5 of them wait until Election Day, and then what happens? Well, mom gets sick, so you got to go and take her to the hospital. Or the kid, you got to go pick him up from school. Or maybe something comes up at work unexpected, and you're there too late, and you don't get an opportunity to make your voice heard. We've got to take advantage of every single thing that we have, and I know Pete Hoekstra will talk about this, has talked about this. We have got to get out there and make our voices heard. Now, I'll tell you, a Senate colleague, one of my favorite lines from any other political figure is he'll go in front of audiences and say, look, I want every single one of you to get out there and vote 10 times. And people get kind of uncomfortable. They sit and sort of shuffle their chairs a little bit. They laugh a little bit. Well, we're Republicans. We don't vote 10 times. We only vote once. Well, here's the way to legally vote 10 times. Take yourself to the polls, but take 9 other people to the polls too. And that's what all of us, I encourage you, all of us to do. Maybe we'll take just a couple more questions, then we'll have to get on the road. Now there is nothing more important, I believe, and it connects both to the economic issues, but it also connects to basic public safety, like Kamala Harris's wide open border. Because if you think about it, why have housing costs gotten so high? There are 2 basic reasons. Number 1, Kamala Harris made it harder in this country to build homes, and she made it so that our interest rates shot through the roof. There are a lot of Democrats celebrating right now that they lowered interest rates by 0.5%. But interest rates have gone up about 6% thanks to Kamala Harris's policy. That's number 1, why housing prices are so high. The second reason that housing is so high is because we let in 25 million illegal aliens to compete against Americans for scarce homes. And here's the thing. When you take the same number of houses and you bring 25 million people who shouldn't even be here and you force Americans to compete against those 25 million, then that's going to drive up the cost of housing for everybody. We got to get those illegal aliens out of here and secure our border, and that's the best thing that we can do to bring back housing affordability. Now, we've seen this, by the way, in the state of Ohio. We've seen this in multiple communities across the country. And there's this game that Kamala Harris and the Democrats play. The first thing that they do is they will flood a small town or a big city with thousands of migrants who shouldn't be there in the first place. And the second thing they'll do is they'll say, you are a racist if you dare complain about it. And I think it's the most disgraceful thing that Kamala Harris has done this cycle is not just flood this country with cheap labor and people who are competing with you for homes, but they didn't tell you that you're a bad person for daring to speak up and to have a voice about what's going on in your own country. We would reject that politics. We reject that censorship.
what's interesting about it is that very often the people who have suffered the most from Kamala Harris's open borders are people of Latino descent, or they're black Americans whose family has been in this country for 9 or 10 generations. In the town of Springfield, Ohio, which I'm honored to represent, we've heard from a number of residents that there are certain parts of town where they won't even drive because the illegal immigrants who have come in have made it unsafe to be on the roads. And you see the evidence of it, by the way, in skyrocketing car insurance rates. Whose car insurance rates have gone up? You think that has something to do with the fact that there are 25 million drivers on the road who shouldn't be here? And if they didn't follow our laws to get here in the first place, do you think they're following stop signs? Absolutely not. So the housing and everything else affordability crisis is connected to Kamala Harris's open border. And ladies and gentlemen, it did not have to be that way. I've been on the border twice, which is I think 2 more times than our borders are, Kamala Harris. And you know, the 2 times that I've gone, you know what really sticks out at me is the Border Patrol agents are heartbroken because all they want to do is to be able to do their job. And these people come from every walk of life. When I was last at the border, I spoke to a recent Latino immigrant, a legal immigrant to this country, who joined the Border Patrol because he wants to secure that southern border. You see every American from every possible walk of life, and they just want to do their job. Kamala Harris, why won't you just let them? It's that simple. So to everybody who wants us to have a secure border, we're going to say very simply that Kamala Harris's policy is to suspend deportations. Donald Trump is going to re-implement deportations. Kamala Harris's policy is to decriminalize all illegal immigration. Donald Trump's policy is to enforce the border and build the wall. And Kamala Harris wants to bankrupt Medicare by giving Medicare to illegal aliens, which would throw millions of American seniors into poverty. Donald Trump's answer is to send people home who came here illegally. It's that simple. Our message to illegal aliens who've come to this country, who've driven up the cost of housing, who have made it more expensive for Americans to afford a good life, to the drug cartels who have brought in pounds and pounds, tons and tons of fentanyl into this country, our message is simple. In 6 months, pack your bags because you're going home. And let me just leave us there because I want to talk a little bit about public safety, because of course the border issue is so connected to our public safety, but it's not the only reason why we've had rising violent crime rates in this country under the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, just think about this. At the RNC convention, you all probably saw this wonderful young mother, beautiful woman with a handsome, probably 14-year-old kid who talked about her 14-year-old son dying of a fentanyl overdose. And how did he die of a fentanyl overdose? He died because he did what a lot of teenagers in this country do. He made a mistake, and that mistake was laced with fentanyl, and it took his life. And I remember after that woman's testimony, which was the most powerful thing I saw at the entire national convention, after that woman's testimony, there were a lot of these, online social media trolls who attacked this woman for daring to speak about what was going on in the country and for daring to talk about her son. And they say nasty, hurtful things like, well, why was your son taking something bad in the first place? And I remember one thinking, what a disgusting person to say that to a young mother who just lost a child. But more importantly, don't all of us want our children to grow up in a country where they can make childhood mistakes and not have it claim their life? I'm the father of a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. And as every parent will know, kids, especially teenagers, don't do everything that you want them to do. In fact, my 2-year-old doesn't do everything I want her to do. But we want our children to grow up in neighborhoods that are safe enough that kids can learn from innocent childhood mistakes and not have it claim their life. We want our children to grow up in safety and security. And whether you're a rich person or a poor person, we think the birthright of every American citizen is to grow up in safe neighborhoods and safe streets. And that's what we're going to bring to North Carolina and everywhere else when we get Kamala Harris
out of the Oval Office. Ma'am.
Hi, Senator. Lucille Sherman with Axios Raleigh. You mentioned food and manufacturing industries. Deporting migrant workers could have a significant impact on a state like North Carolina, which relies on migrant workers for hog farming, crop harvesting, construction, and more. How would your administration address that?
Well, first of all, if you talk to farmers, farmers are as upset about the open border as almost anybody else. So I think farmers, and certainly I reject the idea that the only way to have a productive farm economy is to allow 25 million illegal aliens into this country. It doesn't make an ounce of sense. Again, we cannot import cheap labor. We cannot import 25 million illegal aliens and expect that that is going to be the path to prosperity. It doesn't work like that, and we've now tried this for 3.5 years. Think about it. The Kamala Harris argument is that if you let in millions upon millions of low-wage illegal laborers, that is going to make everybody better off. Well, she's been running that experiment for the last 3.5 years, and I don't think many of us feel better off, do we? So let's try a different approach, lean into the future, but do it with American workers and American products.
Senator Vance, AP Dillon,
Yes,
North
ma'am.
State Journal. Thank you for taking my question. You had talked earlier about energy independence. Could you expand on that just a little bit more? Are we talking opening up gas leases, or what does that have an impact for North Carolina, and how will that impact basically the eastern coast?
Well, there are a few different things that we have to do. Number one, the Harris campaign, or the Harris vice presidency, has imposed a number of power plant regulations that are absolutely nonsensical and raise the cost of energy for North Carolina consumers. The second thing is we've got a lot of natural gas capacity all across our country. We don't have the pipelines to get this stuff where it needs to go. And Kamala Harris has got to stop shutting down pipelines. We need to be opening up pipelines, lowering costs for American consumers and everybody else. I want to make one more point just very specifically, because people very often don't realize the connection between energy and food prices. And it's connected in a whole host of ways. But you know one other way it's connected is, you know what the main fertilizer that we're using in our farms is derived from natural gas. So if you jack up the cost of natural gas, you're going to make farming more expensive. You're going to make food more expensive. And you want to know something really crazy and should scare all of us? As much as we've got going on in this country, we've got some very serious crises, and this is maybe the biggest. You know when the very first time, I believe in the history of this country, that we became a net food importer? And you know what that means? That means that we're eating more food than we're growing. We've always grown more food than we've eaten in this country. You know the first full year that we became a country where we eat more than we grow? 2023, under the policies of Kamala Harris. So it's bad for our farmers, it's bad for anybody who goes to the grocery store, but this is a massive national security issue. The dumbest decision, I'm 40 years old, the dumbest decision made by American leadership in my lifetime was they decided that we didn't need to make our own stuff anymore. So a lot of things, from the ibuprofen to the antibiotics, to the manufactured goods, a lot of this stuff is made in China or somewhere else. It's a disgrace, and we've got to stop it. But if it was a mistake to ship our industrial base off to China, then isn't it an even bigger mistake to ship our food supply to countries that very often hate us? This is craziness. So our plan is very simply manufacture more in the United States of America, grow more food in the United States of America, self-reliance, American jobs for American workers. That is the path to prosperity and also to national security. I think that's right. Well, the first thing that I would do to help Pennsylvania farmers is to cut out the anti-energy policies and make it impossible to operate a farm in the state of Pennsylvania. When I talk to Pennsylvania farmers, what they always tell me is one of the most important, maybe the most significant costs in their business and their farm is energy. Because you can't run a farm without diesel fuel.
And a lot of us may not know this, but some of the most important fertilizers that our farmers use actually come from natural gas, good Pennsylvania natural gas. So if you have a president like Kamala Harris, who is actually making energy more expensive, she is waging war on Pennsylvania farmers, and that is in fact what she's doing every single day. That's why we got to get her out of there and replace her with Donald J. Trump, who loves our farmers and loves our energy workers. But look, I also think that we absolutely have to invest in Pennsylvania farmers and invest in innovation in our farms. We've got the most innovative farming sector anywhere in the world, but it's not going to stay that way unless we stay ahead of the curve. So it's good to invest in our farmers, but the most important thing is to cut down on energy costs. Here's one more thing I'll say about farming. Kamala Harris came out with this policy that a lot of people didn't pay attention to, but what she talked about is taxing people's land and taxing people's business, not when they sell them, but before they sell them. If you want to destroy the family farm in the United States of America, you will do exactly what Kamala Harris's tax proposal is. And if you want to save family farms in this state and everywhere across the country, we need Donald Trump's tax policies, which are good for workers, good for farmers, and good for everybody else. And it's all of these public safety issues. I mean, in this state, property crimes are up 20%. In this state, 12 more minors died from gun violence, thanks again to Kamala Harris's policies. And right now, there are 250,000 illegal aliens in the state of Pennsylvania, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. And that doesn't count all the people who've gotten across unchecked or unaccounted for. So it's probably more like 500,000 illegal aliens in the state of Pennsylvania right now. And how many of us just in this room know a school where they're struggling to give American citizens a good education because the schools are flooded with people who shouldn't even be here? And wouldn't it be nice to have a president who thinks that the first duty is to keep American citizens safe, not people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with? Now, that problem, just that immigration problem alone, has cost Pennsylvanians $2.6 billion. That's $300 for every man, woman, and child in this room and all across Pennsylvania. That is totally unacceptable. And you know, one of the things that I really wish, and you all are so kind and generous. Often when I come to events like this, people ask me how I'm doing. And look, I'm doing great. This is the honor of a lifetime to be able to stand up here and ask you for your vote to be the next Vice President of the United States. But I really wish that I could take every single one of you and give you the perspective that I've gotten on this great country over just the last 7 weeks. Because this is a beautiful country, my friends, from the beautiful deserts of Arizona to the mountains of central Pennsylvania. This is a beautiful country. I believe it's the most beautiful country in the whole world. And it's not just that beauty that you see that's surface deep. We have got underneath the ground here in Pennsylvania natural resources that Russia and China would literally kill for. We've got the best workers and the best people. We've got the best historical tradition and cultural traditions anywhere in the world. We can fix this country's problems, my friends. We just got to get better leadership. So I want us to tell Kamala Harris and every single one of the corrupt Washington Democrats who have failed to do their job and protect this state and all 50 states, on November 5th, the American people, the people of Pennsylvania, are going to send a message: you're fired and Donald Trump is coming back to the White House. Now, this is our second stop here in Pennsylvania. We got in earlier this morning.
and we stopped at a grocery store. And this goes to show you, I love my kids so much. They're so funny. But I brought them along with me. And the reason I brought them along with me is I'm very proud of my 4.5-year-old. Yeah, he's a bit of a wild child. But he and his mom have been doing reading lessons. And they did their 100th reading lesson this morning. So I'm a very proud father, but that's why they're with me. Is one of their rewards is they get to ride around the beautiful state of Pennsylvania with me. Now, we went to a grocery store, and I said, well, another reward is that you can pick anything you want in this grocery store, and I assume, of course, that they want a piece of candy. But again, my 7-year-old, he's just like his mother. He's very, very practical. He's what they call a type A personality. And I'm talking about grocery prices, which we'll get to in a second, and the media's sitting there, and my son tugs on my shirt, and he says, Dad, we need eggs. And I said, son, when I said you get anything, I thought maybe you meant like a Snickers bar or something. He said, Dad, you used the last 3 eggs this morning. We got to get eggs. So I'm like, all right, son, we'll get an ice cream sandwich, and I will get a dozen eggs. And that's exactly what we did. But, you know, it reminded me, a dozen eggs, almost $4 in the state of Pennsylvania. You know, when Donald Trump was president, you know what a dozen eggs cost in this country? About $1.50. And the state of Pennsylvania, one of the worst, actually, and I didn't know this until recently, you know, y'all have had one of the worst grocery price inflation in the entire country. A gallon of milk costs $4.28. Thanks, Kamala Harris. A dozen eggs costs almost $4. Thanks, Kamala Harris. A price of ground beef went from just shy of $4 a pound to $6 a pound because Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act. And as Kamala Harris, she is, you know, my friends, I haven't been in politics long enough to be as shameless as Kamala Harris and stand before the people of Pennsylvania and America and say on day one, she's going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting American families. Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time? If she wants to do something to fix the very problem she created, there is nothing stopping her. You get to work right now, Kamala Harris. Stop talking about what you're going to do and actually go out there and do it.
Senator Vance, Julie with WCNC Charlotte. I'm curious about the debate, how you're feeling ahead of it, how you're preparing, and should this be the last debate of the election cycle?
Well, look, I think one thing that's true about the debates, and whether it should be the last debate of the election cycle, is that Donald Trump accepted a debate on Fox News and Kamala Harris ran from it. And if you think about the difference, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump did a hostile debate with CNN, a network that's not friendly to him. He did a hostile debate with ABC where, remember, the moderators fact-checked him multiple times and didn't fact-check Kamala Harris when she said outrageous things. Remember, Kamala Harris, just a few weeks ago, you had American troops who were nearly killed in an attack by Iranian militias, and Kamala Harris had the audacity to say there are no troops in active combat. Where was the fact check from ABC for that? And look, if Kamala Harris wants to go on Fox News or wants to do some hostile interviews, we welcome her to do that. But what me and Donald Trump are going to keep on doing is going everywhere and talking to everybody. We talk to the hostile media, we talk to the friendly media, we talk to the national media, we talk to the local media, and we do it because we think the American people deserve leaders who try to earn their vote instead of expecting it to be given to them. Now, sometimes, my friends, politics is complicated. But this race is about as simple as it could be, and you can tell that it's simple because Kamala Harris, more than any candidate in the history of presidential politics, is running away from a record instead of to a record. And there are all these different takes, all these different spins we can put on this race, but I think the most simple and the most direct is that Donald Trump had a record to be proud of and Kamala Harris has a record to be ashamed of. So we're not going to promote her. We're going to say, Now, it's funny, Kamala is as afraid of the American media, even though most of the media is friendly to Kamala, as she is some of the most hostile leaders all over the world. And I happen to believe that if you have a vice president who is terrified to speak to the American people and terrified to give an interview to the American media, that she belongs nowhere near the Oval Office. I mean, think about this. How can we trust Kamala Harris to represent us in front of the most dangerous regimes in the world if she won't even sit for an interview with the American media? Now, I say that, and I admit that I'm a little biased here, because part of the reason I think Kamala Harris should do some interviews is because the American people deserve it. But part of the reason I want Kamala Harris to do some interviews is because every time she opens her mouth, I think Donald Trump and I gain about 100,000 votes. So... And I don't know of the few interviews that she has given. I don't know if it's one or two, but it's not that many. It's funny to try to have her answer what her actual plans are for the American people. You know, the press back here, we've got some reporters and we'll take some questions in a little bit, but the press will ask Kamala Harris, what is your specific plan to lower the cost of groceries, to lower the cost of housing, which of course have gone up wildly under the policies of Kamala Harris? And you know what she'll say? She'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family, and I know the struggles. Or she'll say, you know, when I was a little girl, my parents had a very nice lawn. She'll say anything but what her actual plans are to lower the inflation that she caused. She'll say anything other than talk about how she's going to fix the problems that her administration led to. She will do anything to avoid answering the very simple fact that Kamala Harris has made the American people's lives worse. And on November 5th, the state of North Carolina is going to say to Kamala Harris, you're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. Now, let's just go through the ways in which Kamala Harris has made the lives of North Carolinians worse off. You know that it costs over $1,000 more per month to afford the same things that you would have afforded 3.5 years ago. That's more than $12,000 a year just to afford the same quality of life as when Donald Trump was president. Now, that's not it, of course, because everything has become more expensive under the policies of Kamala Harris. She casts the tie-breaking vote on almost $4 trillion of wasteful spending, where she taxed money from the American taxpayer, sent it off to China and to foreign regimes all over the world, printed money we didn't have to give it to other people, and now the American families can't afford basic middle-class necessities. You go to a grocery store, the price of eggs when Donald Trump left office was about $1.50 a dozen. The price of eggs, the average now, is close to $4 a dozen, thanks to the policies of Kamala Harris. And I'll tell you, I know this very personally because my kids, we got a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old, and they eat a whole lot of eggs every morning. So I feel it as much as anybody. I see it as much as anybody, because we are, you know, it takes a lot of food to feed 3 hungry kids. Now, we took our boys, actually, I'll tell you a story. We took our boys with us on the campaign trail just a couple of days ago when we were in Pennsylvania. And we went to a Hispanic grocery store in Reading, Pennsylvania, and my 2 boys came along with me. And it illustrates how, you know, sometimes kids, their personalities are just inborn, you know? Because we took our 7-year-old boy and our 4-year-old boy, and we go to this grocery store, and I was so proud of my 4-year-old because he set a goal for himself that he was going to do 100 reading lessons with his mama, and he actually accomplished that goal last Saturday. So we're very proud of our 4-year-old. Give him a round of applause. So I say, boys, you can come on the campaign trail with me, and we're going to get you anything you want at this grocery store. And of course, the 4-year-old wants a candy bar, but the 7-year-old, I'm literally talking on camera about the price of eggs and the price of groceries in this grocery store. And my 7-year-old's like, Dad, we need to get a dozen eggs. And I'm like, son, when I said you could get anything, I meant like a Snickers bar or an ice cream. And he's like, no, Dad, you cooked the last 3 eggs this morning. If we don't get eggs, we're not going to have any more eggs.
And the 7-year-old, he's got his mama's personality. Very practical, worried about whether we have enough eggs. And right now, all across our country, we've got a lot of families that are cutting back because of Kamala Harris's war on affordability in this country. And Donald Trump and I believe in a very simple principle, my friends. We believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to afford a nice life for your American family. It's that simple. And that is not that hard. We just got to get better leadership and common sense economic policies back in the White House. We got to get Kamala Harris out of there and put Donald Trump back where he belongs, leading this great country and pursuing common sense economic policy.
Now, can we possibly forget a few years ago? Now, Kamala Harris would love for you to forget that her administration has been the biggest advocate of letting progressives take over the public schools in this country's history. Now, I happen to believe that whether you're going to a private school or a public school, parents ought to be able to raise their kids according to their values and let the parent. Let the parents determine the values. Let parents impart morals onto their children. And why don't the teachers teach reading, writing, and arithmetic, which, by the way, is what most teachers want to do. You know, I'll never forget this. I was talking to this is during my Senate race, and I was talking to somebody in Ohio, but she had actually been a teacher in North Carolina when there was the big debate about whether we were going to let biological males in girls' bathrooms, right? That was a big debate in the state of North Carolina a few years ago. Of course, it's still a live debate all across our country. As crazy as it is to me, we want to protect our young girls, and part of the way you protect them is to ensure that sex predators are not allowed into the restrooms. Very common sense. But she was a voter of mine, and she was much more socially moderate. She actually came up to me and said, look, I actually didn't have a strong view on that particular issue. In fact, I actually, if anything, probably disagreed with your perspective on it. But she was voting for me for a whole host of reasons, but she made an observation that before she had moved, that what that policy had done, when the federal government orders progressive politics into our local public schools, even if she disagreed with the federal government on that issue, she didn't like being deputized by the federal government against the parents in her school district. And I thought that was really interesting, that even if she agreed with them on a particular issue, she didn't want to be made to go to war with the values of the parents in her school district. And I happen to believe, and I think this is a core part of Christian social teaching in our country, is that we want to build strong communities. We want to build strong neighborhoods, and we want to build strong families. But you can't have strong neighborhoods and strong communities if the federal government is ordering teachers to do something against the will of parents. So Donald Trump and I promise a federal government that will be allies of parents in teaching their children their values, and also allies of parents and teachers who just want to teach kids reading, arithmetic, and writing at school. Let the progressive politics stay out of the classroom. Now, not only did Kamala Harris pursue a lot of this ridiculous progressive policy in the classroom, but she decided to weaponize the federal government against any parent who dared to speak up. Now, we remember this was a few years ago, and Kamala Harris would love people to forget about it because it's politically damaging for her, but they were labeling parents who are going to school board meetings to raise their voice domestic terrorists in their own country. Donald Trump and I believe that if you're going to a school board meeting to speak your voice, you are a patriot and not a domestic.
Senator.
Back there.
Thank you for doing this, Senator. My question for you is, Trump says it's too late to debate because voting has already started and it's bad for America. You're set to debate Walz on Tuesday. Does that mean your debate is bad for America?
Well, look, first of all, The president already did a debate, and I thought he did a hell of a job. How did you guys think he did? It's so funny. All these pundits after the debate, you turn on the TV, which again, I don't recommend watching CNN, but if you do, they turn on the TV and they say, well, clearly she got some good shots in, blah, 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 blah. And then you listen to the undecided voters who watch the debate, and it's like the majority of them are voting for Donald Trump afterwards. Well, if the majority of undecided voters are voting for one guy, I'd say that guy won the debate. And here's the thing. This is why Kamala Harris is desperate to do this again, because she knows that she's losing. And when you're running a losing campaign, you throw everything against the wall, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. Now, we have to remember that months ago, Donald Trump offered multiple debates, and the Democrats said no. The Democrats said, no, we don't want to do all these debates. And now that they're losing, they want to change the deal. Well, too bad. You should have made that decision 3 months ago, not now that you're running a losing campaign. But look, I think the more important point here, the more important point for the American people is Donald Trump is getting out there every single day. I'm getting out there every single day, and we're doing what a president and vice president ought to do. We're trying to earn the trust and the vote of the American people. I think the American media ought to be much more interested in why Kamala Harris is running from every single interview when Donald Trump is getting out there and he's talking to the American people every single opportunity that he gets. And I think the president has figured out that the best way to get out there and reach the American people is to do it directly, to do what we're doing here, to talk to you guys directly, because putting this filter and putting a teleprompter between you and the American people, that's how Kamala Harris is going to run her campaign. Donald Trump is going to run his campaign on ideas. He's going to run his campaign on making this country great again, because he already did it once, and he's going to do it again if the American people give him that opportunity. So I want to leave you with just a couple of thoughts here, because look, it's so much fun to be here, and I've loved spending some time with you, but we've also got some work to do. And the president does this at every rally, and I think it's such an important message, and I'm going to try to impart it to you all. We've got to get out there and work. And I got a very specific request for you. It's that I want you to get out there and I want you to vote 10 times. Now, the headline on CNN tomorrow will be Senator Vance encourages voter fraud in Michigan. That's what they'll say. But here's how you get out there and vote legally 10 times, is you take yourself to the polls and you get 9 of your friends and family to go along with you. That's what I want every single person to do. Now, one thing, let me just give you a little bit of the nitty-gritty on politics, is when we think about how we're going to win this race, it really is simple. We just need to get our people who already plan to vote for us, we need to make sure they actually get out there and vote. But here's the thing. Things sometimes come up if you wait until Election Day. And look, I'm a firm believer that we ought to have Election Day instead of election season, but it is what it is, my friends. We've got election season. It is here, at least for now. And so we've got to play by the rules, and we've got to play to win. So here, you talk to 100 Democrats, and you talk to 100 Republicans. Let's say you talk to, because we're getting a lot of Democrats too. Say you talk to 100 people who plan to vote for Trump and 100 people who plan to vote for the other guy. 98 or 99 of the other guy's people will show up, whereas for us, sometimes it'll be 95, 96. Now, in a close election, that is the difference between Donald Trump being the president or Kamala Harris being the president. And so we got to figure out how to get every single person that plans to vote for our side to get out there and vote. Now, we all know what happens if you wait till Election Day. Some people, I've heard stories of, well, I plan to vote on Election Day, but then the school nurse called, my kid threw up at school, and I had to go pick him up and take him to the doctor. Or something came up with my mom, and I had to go help her. Or maybe I planned to go to the polls right around 6:30, but I had to stay to work until 8 o'clock and didn't get a chance to make it there before things closed. The way that we're going to win this election is to bank every single vote. So don't just get out there and vote. Get out there and vote as soon as you possibly can. And there's a website. I want to read off it just because I want to screw this website up.
swampthevote.com. You can check your registration, you can check where your polling location is, and you can get involved in our grassroots effort to elect Donald Trump the next president of the United States. Because here's the thing that I think the media always misses this about the Donald Trump movement and everything that we're trying to do is, look, we are very, very frustrated by the leadership of this country. But every single person in this room is a patriot. We love the United States of America, and we think it's the greatest country in the entire world. And that's right. But here's the thing. We've got, and I wish I could take every single one of you and give you the perspective that I've gotten running for vice president the last 7 weeks. It's other than marrying this beautiful woman here and being a father to our 3 kids, the greatest honor of my life has been to run to be your next vice president of the United States. It's an unbelievable thing. I really... Look, I've been look at the 7 battleground states: Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and of course, Wisconsin. And I've been to these 7 states so many times, and all I can think about when I go to a new place or a place, I've never been to Traverse City, this area before, and you come and all you can think is, this is the most beautiful country in the history of the world. I really do believe that it is. We have got the best natural resources anywhere in the world. I mean, oil and gas and minerals the Russians and Chinese would literally kill for, we've got right here in our own country. Speaking of natural resources, the best natural resource of all is our people. And I believe we have got the best people anywhere in the world. The only thing I think that is broken about the United States of America is our failed leadership. The only thing that's broken about the United States of America, how we're going to change that, it's not by relying on the press. It's not by relying on anybody but ourselves. So let's get out there, let's work our tail ends off, and let's make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. God bless you all, and thank you for having me. I'd ask it to everybody, not just who's here, but is watching us on TV or is watching us in some of the clips they'll see of this event. And it's actually very, very simple. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And actually, it's not just you all. It's a lot of Americans. In fact, about 70% of Americans are consistently telling us that their financial position is worse thanks to the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, let's just tick through some of the problems here. The cost of living in the state of Michigan is $1,032 higher per month than it was 3.5 years ago when Donald Trump left office. That's a disgrace. That means that if you add up all this inflation, the average Michigan family has been cost $27,000 thanks to Kamala Harris's inflation. Gas prices in this state are up 45%. Home prices in the state of Michigan are up 41%, meaning that a lot of American families can no longer afford the American dream of homeownership. Now, groceries are up over 20%, and that's everything. That's milk is about $4 a gallon. That's about a 20% increase. Eggs are up more than 115%. That means they've more than doubled in price thanks to Kamala Harris. And I've got 3 little kids at home who eat a lot of eggs, so I've seen that price increase very personally. But here's the problem with Kamala Harris. It's not just that she caused all these problems. It's that she's the most shameless politician I think we've ever seen in our lifetimes, because you go to a Kamala Harris rally, which I would not recommend, and she will say without an ounce of shame, on day one, we're going to lower grocery prices. Or on day one, we're going to make housing more affordable. Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time?
Now, the answer, unfortunately, is she hasn't been doing a lot, or in fact, when she has been doing anything, it's been making the problems worse. Kamala Harris, as much as she tries to run from the policies of the past 3.5 years, as much as she tries to pretend that she represents change, Kamala Harris, let's remember, she cast the tie-breaking vote on over $4 trillion of spending that sent inflation through the roof. Kamala Harris wants to increase your taxes, and in a lot of ways already has increased your taxes, so that she can help rich people buy automobiles made in China. Does that make an ounce of sense? Does that help Michigan auto workers, some of the proudest auto workers in the entire world? So when Kamala Harris says that she has a plan, you better run for the hills, because her record for the past 3.5 years has been a disaster for this state and for the entire country. So here's what I think we should do. Rather than give Kamala Harris a promotion that she hasn't earned, rather than give her a promotion even though she refuses to give an interview, let's send her back to San Francisco where she belongs and make Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. In it. Now here's the problem, is Kamala Harris, in the name of crazy green energy scams, is shipping American manufacturing jobs to China, which, by the way, is the dirtiest economy in the entire world. So here's what we ought to do if we want to protect the American worker, but also protect the American environment, build more in the United States of America, and do it with American workers. And that's our plan, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And I don't think we can say it enough, my friends, that Kamala Harris, just one final point here, is Kamala Harris's policies lead to higher taxes for the middle class. She's explicitly promising to raise taxes on middle-class Americans, even while she's using that money to reward companies that are shipping jobs overseas. And I think she's got it exactly opposite. So here's the Donald Trump tax plan. We're going to cut taxes on American workers, and we're going to penalize companies that are shipping jobs overseas, not write them a big fat check. Now, look, a lot of you know my story, and a lot of you know where I came from. Look, I grew up in a working-class family. And so but look, when Kamala Harris talks about her middle-class background, when the Democrats talk about how they stand for working people, they're not telling the truth. They're lying to you. And here's how we know they're lying to you. You remember back a few years ago when there were a lot of nurses, a lot of people in a lot of industries that were losing their jobs because they refused to take the COVID shot? Now, I believe if you want to take the COVID shot, take the shot. If you don't want to take the COVID shot, don't take the COVID shot. But listen, it is disgraceful for Kamala Harris to say that she stands for the American working man when she fired millions of American working men and women from their jobs for not doing what Kamala Harris would tell them to. When she shipped millions of American jobs to foreign countries in the name of the environment, even though those foreign countries do business a lot dirtier than we do. It's a scandal for her to say that she stands for the American working man when she is promising to raise taxes on working men and women all over this country, including in the state of Michigan. The president for working people in the United States of America, it's Donald J. Trump, and we're going to fight to get him back in the White House. Now, let's just run through the Kamala Harris economic record. And I'm going to try not to depress everybody too much, because Kamala Harris's economic record is depressing, my friends. We've got inflation at 40-year highs. We've got groceries that are 25% higher than Kamala Harris when she took office, and that's because Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote on almost $4 trillion of new spending, printing money that we don't have to juice inflation and destroy the middle class in the state of Pennsylvania. Thanks to Kamala Harris, eggs are about 115% higher. That's more than double the price than when she took office. And I got 3 little kids, my friends. We buy a lot of eggs. So I'm pretty pissed off at Kamala Harris over the price of eggs. When Kamala Harris took office, since then, 3.5 years, gas prices have gone up 35%. Energy
has gone up 40%. And it's not just Kamala Harris's terrible economy, of course. It is the wide open southern border. The border czar caused it, and we can't let him forget it. That's exactly right. It is an invasion of this country, and we can't let folks forget that it is deeply connected to what's going on when it comes to the economy. What's going on at the border is deeply connected to what's going on. Now, think about this. When you let in 25 million people, many of whom are bringing fentanyl into this country, and they're competing against Americans buying homes that ought by right go to American citizens, that is why we have skyrocketing housing costs in the state of Pennsylvania and all across our country. So here's our message to Kamala Harris and the 25 million illegal aliens she has let park in the United States of America. In 6 months, pack your bags because you're going home. That's right. We're going to build the wall. We're going to re-implement deportations, and we're going to go to war against the Mexican drug cartels. No more bringing this poison into our country. They got to get the hell out. Now, it is funny to me because Kamala Harris, she doesn't have an ounce of proposal or an ounce of plan. Now, I've only been in politics a couple of years, so maybe, my friends, I'm just not shameless enough to stand before a crowd and do what Kamala Harris does. Because she has been the vice president for 3.5 years. And she'll say to a crowd without an ounce of humility or shame, on day one, we're going to tackle the wide open southern border. On day one, she'll say, we're going to make groceries and housing more affordable for American citizens. Well, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing? Stop talking about what you're going to do and go and do it. Now, I think that the thing that Kamala Harris and the Democrats say that bothers me the most is when they talk about how they allegedly stand for working people in the middle class. We know that's not true, right? If she stood for the middle class, why did she suspend deportations and open up the American southern border? If she stands for the middle class, why did she fire thousands and hundreds of thousands of people for refusing to take the COVID vaccine a few years ago? If she stands for the middle class, why does she want to tax the middle class in this country to give rich people money to buy electric vehicles made in China? That doesn't make any sense, does it? If she stood for the middle class, why is she trying to destroy the Pennsylvania energy industry? If you stand for the middle class, unleash Pennsylvania energy workers. Let's do it for our own people and our own citizens. Now, it's funny, I will say this, she recognizes how unpopular her actual governance is. She recognizes how unpopular her record is, so she's running away from it every chance she gets. Now, she's on camera saying she wanted to ban fracking, but now she says, oh, I didn't mean it. She's on camera saying that she wanted to give illegal aliens Medicare, which would bankrupt that program, but now she says, no, I didn't mean it. Kamala Harris said on tape that she wanted to ban all private health insurance, but now she says, no, I take that back. And of course she said she wanted to defund the police, but that too, she now pretends she didn't actually believe. You know, Kamala, if you support fracking, if you support the police, if you support lower prices, and you want to close down the southern border, you're welcome to endorse Donald J. Trump. All of us have done it, and you're welcome to join the team. Now, I actually joke with the president. I say, sir, she is copying every single one of your positions. She's not doing it, to be clear. She's not actually governed in that way. But I say, sir, she is so obsessed with pretending that she agrees with you on all these issues, I think she's going to show up to her next rally with a red MAGA hat. She's going to steal one of your hats back there. Because here's the thing, Kamala Harris recognizes the American people have common sense. Kamala Harris recognizes the people of Pennsylvania have common sense, and she is lying because she recognizes that people of common sense are going to reject Kamala Harris and her failed policies and her failed governance, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do it together. Now, look, part of the reason I think that Kamala Harris it's so disgraceful when they say that their policies work for the middle class, and part of the reason I get so frustrated by that is because I grew up in a family that was affected by the kind of failed policies enacted by Kamala Harris. Now, I remember when my grandmother and I were really tight with money. We didn't have a whole lot extra to spend, and it got very cold in the middle of a cold Ohio winter, and my grandmother would say, you know, we just don't have enough money to turn on the heat tonight. And I think about a lot of Pennsylvania families out there who are going to go through a cold winter in a couple of months. And I happen to believe whether you're rich or poor, if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to turn your heat on in the middle of a cold winter night. I remember when my grandmother would negotiate with somebody from Meals on Wheels to try to get a little bit of extra food so that she could share it with me. And I happen to believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family, but a lot of families can't. But a lot of families can't because of the policies of Kamala Harris. And I happen to believe that whether you're rich or poor, the sacred right of every American citizen, and most importantly, every American child, is to grow up in security and safety in their own neighborhoods, which means kicking out the illegal aliens and kicking out the drug dealers that have made our streets.
Hello, Senator Vance. Princess Janae Steverson with News Channel 3 in Kalamazoo. I wanted to get your reaction on how you feel about President Joe Biden has been handling the Israel attack that happened yesterday.
Well, I don't know that Joe Biden knows where he is, and so I don't know what I think about Joe Biden's response to the Israel situation, because, look, this is the biggest scandal, I think, in American politics in a generation. That for 3.5 years, the American people have been saddled with a president who clearly doesn't have the ability to do the job. It's sad, but it's also something that should anger Americans, because who went out on television and lied to them and told them that Joe Biden could do the job? Kamala Harris, and it is a disgrace. And because of it, we are in the midst of a major conflict, and America doesn't have a president who can do the job. That is Kamala Harris's fault, and the American media should not let her get away with lying to the American people. If Joe Biden can do the job, as Kamala Harris said he could, then why can't he even run for the job to begin with? It is a disgrace, and it gives lie to her entire dishonesty about his fitness to serve. I mean, look, my attitude on this is very simple. And it's funny. I didn't notice this last night at the debate, but they said, what do you think about Israel launching a preemptive strike? And then it occurred to me today, well, hell, the Iranians just launched 180 ballistic missiles. That's not a preemptive strike when you strike back. That is responding to an aggressive attack, and Israel ought to have the right to do whatever it thinks it needs to do to secure its own security. And ma'am, I think one of the weirdest things about the Joe Biden-Kamala Harris approach to this issue is they say on the one hand, they want to minimize civilian casualties and they want to get the war over as soon as possible. And then on the other hand, they make it harder for the Israelis to use the precision-guided weapons that will allow them to destroy the bad guys and actually save those innocent civilian lives. Their policy doesn't make an ounce of sense, and we got to remember, this would have never
happened if Donald J. Trump was the president of the United States. You didn't have terrorist organizations launching these disgusting attacks. You didn't have one country invading its neighbors because Donald Trump was strong and Donald Trump was smart. And that strength and that intelligent diplomacy kept the world at peace. It was an amazing thing. For my entire life, pretty much every single American president has gotten America involved in some newfangled military conflict. The one exception, the one time where you didn't have an American president getting involved in some foreign conflict was the 4 years of Donald Trump's steady leadership, and we've got to get back to it in this country.
Harris record, we got to remember, Michigan families are paying about $1,000 more per month thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Think about that. You gotta spend $12,000 more every single year just to afford the things that you could have afforded when Donald Trump was president. That's a disgrace, by the way, and that's an insult to American families. And as a person who was raised by a grandmother who sometimes, my friends, struggled to, she would forego paying medical bills so that she could put a nice meal on the table for me and my sister. I know, and I know we got a lot of great grandparents out there, and we're thankful to you and we love you. But when Kamala Harris pursues policies that have grocery prices 25% higher than they were 3 years ago, it's people like our grandparents who are struggling to pay those grocery bills. I remember when my grandmother, and I know it gets awfully cold in winter in Michigan, a lot colder than it does in the state of Ohio, and I remember that there were times when my grandmother would choose not to turn on the heat because she couldn't afford it. And I happen to believe, and I know Donald Trump believes, that this is the richest and most prosperous country in the world. If you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to turn your heat on in the middle of a cold winter night. But I know there are a lot of American families who are going to forego, who are going to sacrifice on the basics because of the inflation of Kamala Harris. And I know there are a lot of Americans who are watching on TV or are going to see some of these clips later. And I just want to say, I think I speak for every single person at this rally, that if you work hard and play by the rules, Donald Trump and I are going to fight for an economy where you can provide for your family however you see fit. That is the American dream. Work hard and play by the rules, you get a good life in this country, and that's what we're going to fight for every single day. And that's maybe the most shameless thing. You know, my friends, I've only been in politics for 2 years. So maybe if I'd been a career politician like Kamala Harris, I would be shameless enough to do what she does, which is stand in front of the American people and say, on day one, I'm going to make everything better. You hear her say this? On day one, she'll say, we're going to make groceries more affordable. On day one, she'll say, we're going to secure that southern border. And every one of us is sitting there saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time? Her whole campaign is about gaslighting the American people and pretending that she is nowhere near the seat of power when she is the sitting Vice President of the United States. She talks about wanting change. Well, I agree, Kamala Harris. That's something that we agree on, and the best way to deliver change for the American people is to get back to the common sense leadership of Donald Trump and to stay the hell away from Kamala Harris and her broken policies. Now, Kamala knows, of course, that she cannot win running on what she's actually done, because what she's actually done has been a disaster. You look at every poll will tell you the country, we know that we're on the wrong track. I think we've got the greatest country in the history of the world. The only thing we got to fix about it is the broken leadership. So here's what she'll do. She will lie and gaslight. She'll pretend she had nothing to do with anything, even though she's been the sitting vice president for 3.5 years. And if that doesn't work out, she's got a backup plan. And that backup plan is censorship. Now, I was asked earlier today, how do you bring a divided country back together? And I actually don't think it's that complicated. Because, yeah, Americans, we disagree with each other on a whole host of issues, but we've always disagreed with each other on a lot of issues. We've always had intense political disagreements in this country,
What is new about 2024 is that we have got Kamala Harris, who is promising not to persuade her fellow citizens, but to censor them, to silence them, and to shut them up. So if we want to bring back common sense to American politics, and we want to bring back American unity, here's my message to Kamala Harris. Stop trying to silence your fellow citizens. Get out there and persuade them for a change, and get out there and make your case to the American people. And I think this is actually the biggest reason why Donald Trump has built the biggest, most diverse tent in the history of the Republican Party. Think about this. Think about the list of people who have endorsed Donald Trump in this election. You've got, from the right side of the spectrum, you've got Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador. You've got, of course, me and Donald Trump on a team with Tulsi Gabbard and Biden. There are a lot of people who believe that we ought to speak our minds in the United States of America. We're sick of being told what to think and what to say, and we are the party of free speech and First Amendment principles. And I'm proud of that maybe more than anything else. Because if you don't believe in the First Amendment, nothing else makes sense in the United States of America. If we can't debate and disagree with our fellow citizens, then we do not have the most fundamental rights guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. And so if you're watching from home, and you're a Democrat or you're an independent, and you believe that the solution to America's ills is for us to debate with one another and come to some common sense solutions, you are welcome in Donald J. Trump's Republican Party. You're welcome with Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard and everybody else, because we believe in protecting your right to speak your mind, and we're going to fight for that every single day of Donald Trump's next administration. And here, the last thing I'll say about this, then I'll take some questions. The most disgraceful form of censorship that you see in the country in 2024 is when Kamala Harris calls the citizens of her own country, she calls them racist for daring to say that her wide open border is a disgrace. And I think of all the things that Kamala Harris has done, this is the worst. Because it is a fundamental right of this country that when we think Kamala Harris is doing a bad job, we have the right to say so. When we see Kamala Harris flooding our communities with fentanyl, we have the right to say so. When we see Kamala Harris allowing 320,000 children to go missing, we have the right to say so. Kamala Harris, I have a suggestion. Stop trying to silence your fellow citizens. Get out there and persuade them and do your damn job. That's a much better solution to the problems. But you know what we have done over this country the last 3.5 years? We've got a vice president who has declared war on the Michigan auto industry and has said that she wants to force everybody to drive an electric vehicle. Is that a good deal for the state of Michigan? Now, it's not only that she wants to make everybody drive an electric vehicle, she wants to tax all of you so that she can give rich people money to buy cars that were manufactured in China. It's the worst. And this is why I say Governor Tim Walz has got to sell the worst product in America, because I think Michigan auto workers would join me in saying we need to build our own cars and Americans can drive whatever the hell they want to, because this is the United States of America and we believe in freedom. And if you want to drive an electric vehicle, by all means, drive an electric vehicle. If you want to drive a truck, drive a truck. If you want to drive a gas-powered car, drive a gas-powered car. We think that an economy where Americans can choose whatever works the best for their families is an economy that's going to produce prosperity for our workers and lower prices for our consumers. The Kamala Harris record, you know, she says things like, well, they'll say, well, what is your specific plan to solve the inflation crisis that your policies caused? Because don't let her ever forget, my friends, $4 trillion in spending, Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote. And it's that spending that jacked up the price of food, groceries, housing, everything
under her leadership. And they'll say, so what's your specific plan to solve this problem? And she'll say, well, you know, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or they'll talk about, you know, remember when Donald Trump was president, the world was at the greatest level of peace and stability it had been in a generation. Under your leadership, Kamala Harris, the world is on fire. We've got a war seemingly breaking out in every continent. What is your solution to bring peace and stability back to the world? And Kamala Harris will say, well, when I worked at McDonald's, I used to do the hash browns, and I was very good at it. And anybody with an ounce of common sense is saying, well, first of all, you're not answering the question, but second of all, Kamala, what the hell are you going to do? And the fact that you can't answer that question suggests you shouldn't be anywhere near the Oval Office, and that's exactly what we're going to make sure never happens. And look, it's not just the economic policies, because we know that Kamala Harris, every time that she makes a decision, it makes the American people worse off. Now, and I know we'll take a few questions from the media. We'll keep it brief because it is hot out here. But if you're a reporter, especially a local reporter, I'd love to take your question.
Excellent. Go ahead. Senator. Hi. Donnell Suggs with the Atlanta Voice. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about former President Trump having a third debate, a second with VP Harris, and maybe having it run like the one you just did, which seemed to focus mainly on policy and not on insults?
Well, I think, first of all, I think Kamala Harris already had an opportunity to do a second debate, and she turned it down. I really think it's important that the media gets this story right, because there was an opportunity for Kamala Harris to do a second debate, but she said she didn't want to debate on Fox News, and so that's her decision to deprive the American people of a second presidential debate. But I think you're right, actually, that our debate focused more on policy than the first presidential debate, because the moderators were a complete disgrace, and Kamala Harris doesn't know how to talk about policy, so I'm not surprised the first debate was so empty of substance. But what's interesting to me is you ask Donald Trump what he wants to do, and he will give you an answer. What does Donald Trump want to do about foreign policy? What does he want to do about Russia, Ukraine? What does he want to do about Israel, Iran? But most importantly, what does he want to do to lower prices for the American people? And he will give you an answer. The reason Donald Trump will give you an answer and Kamala Harris will give you a slogan is because Donald Trump shows leadership and Kamala Harris shows the exact opposite of it. So that is the truth of the American people. We're worse off. Now, I was talking to Burt, the lieutenant governor, about this earlier today, and he, to his great credit, did what a leader should do. He showed up and surveyed the storm damage in the southeastern part of that state. And I know everybody here joins me in saying that our prayers are with the people recovering from these deadly, terrible storms. We're thinking about you. We're caring about you. But it's not just enough to think and care. As an American leader, it is your job to show up and do what is necessary. And here's what bothers me so much about Kamala Harris, and I think about all the things that we could criticize her on. But at the beginning of her administration, you know that she fought very hard to make sure that COVID relief money went to illegal aliens, to the tune of $1,000 per person, making sure that money went to illegal aliens. And she shows up to survey the storm damage a couple days ago, and she says that we're going to give $750 to the people suffering from these devastating storms. Well, Kamala, I think you've got it exactly the opposite. The federal government ought to give all it can to the American citizens devastated by these storms, not to illegal aliens who have no right to be here. Stuff, and we're going to do it with American working people. Now, we got to remember that, while Kamala Harris, she runs from the media and she runs from the American people, this is a person who has the audacity to stand before the American people and say that on day one, she's going to fix the very problems that Kamala Harris created. Now, Marjorie and I haven't been in politics for long enough to be this shameless. Maybe if we've been in politics for 30 years, we could stand as the sitting vice president and tell people that we're going to do something on day one.
Well, Kamala Harris, you've been vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing with all that authority the American people gave you? Get to work and stop talking about what you're going to do. Go ahead and do it. Now, and let's just talk about the record of Kamala Harris. You know, when she was in the United States Senate and Donald Trump was undoing the terrible NAFTA trade deal that destroyed a lot of American factories, you know, Kamala Harris was voting and fighting to preserve NAFTA. What a disgrace. This is the person who says that if we make her president, she's going to fight for working people. But when she was in the United States Senate, she stabbed working people in the back every single day, and she's going to do it again. So what is our message to Kamala Harris and to the media that's trying to install her as the next president? Our message is, Kamala Harris, you're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. Let's just count the ways in which her policies have been a failure. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, you know, the trade deficit in this country just topped $1 trillion. That's an incomprehensible amount of money, and thanks to Kamala Harris's leadership, we're going backwards when under Donald Trump's leadership, we were going forwards. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, the average Georgia family is spending about $1,000 more per month. That is $12,000 a year to afford today what they were buying when Donald Trump was president. Think about it. That's a tax of $12,000 a year on Georgia families. And Kamala Harris brags about how she wants to raise Americans' taxes. Well, unfortunately, she's already done it, but to the tune of about $12,000. It's a disgrace. Under Kamala Harris, groceries in the state of Georgia are up 32%. That's actually worse than it is across the country, and it's pretty damn bad across the country. Home prices are up 50% under Kamala Harris's leadership. And I know the media loves to talk about family issues, and they love to attack Republicans for not being pro-family. Well, look, the best way to be pro-family is to ensure that young American families can afford to buy a house in the greatest country on earth. And when Donald Trump is president, that's exactly what we're going to fight to make possible. The American dream of homeownership. Over 9% of credit card balances turned delinquent over the last year. That means 1 in 11 of our American families are sacrificing. They're not paying the credit card bill because they got to buy something else. Over 8% of auto loans turned delinquent. That's a lot of American families trying to make the car payment but can't afford it because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, this is a person who, when she talks to the media, and she does it like 3 times her entire campaign, but when she dares to talk to the media, she talks about how she's going to tackle the inflation crisis, the affordability crisis. My friends, the affordability crisis is on us because of Kamala Harris's failed leadership. Let's get back to the common sense leadership of Donald J. Trump. Now let's just talk about Kamala Harris's interviews for a little bit, because, you know, it's interesting. I think she is the only presidential candidate in American history where every time she opens her mouth, the other side gets about 100,000 votes. So while I criticize Kamala for not doing interviews because I think it's disgraceful to run for the American people when you're asking for their vote, I also admit I'm a little bit biased. Because I want Kamala Harris to do interviews because I think it reveals just how hollow her entire agenda is. I want Kamala Harris to do interviews because every time that she does, I think the American people see through that this is a politician, a career politician running on slogans. Donald Trump and I are running on substance for how to bring the American dream back, and that's a very different kind of campaign.
Now, my friends, I know you'll join me in saying we're going to remember July 13th, 2024 forever. Many of you were here, and it is a testament to your courage and your patriotism that you're here again today. Now, you heard the shots. You saw the blood. We all feared the worst. But you knew everything would be okay when President Trump raised his fist high in the air and shouted, "Fight, fight." Now, I believe, as sure as I'm standing here today, that what happened was a true miracle. And on that day, America felt the truth of Scripture. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. I truly believe that God saved President Trump's life that day. And I believe that God is with us right now and watches over this incredible nation every single day. Now, there are so many people here, so many people we're honored to have, it would be impossible to name all of them. I see the great Sean Parnell over here. Sean, you're a hero, man. You were a hero on that day. We're joined by many first responders, elected officials, and other distinguished guests. And as we gather on these grounds, once again, my friends, we especially thank God for the two great Americans who were wounded and survived in July. That's David Dutch and James Copenhaver. God bless you guys. Now, we pray for their full and complete recoveries, and we're honored that David and his family were able to join us today. Let's give a round of applause to David. God bless you, and God bless your family. But our hearts are heavy with sadness, knowing that there's one hero who's not here with us today, and that's, of course, the great Corey Compertori. We're never going to forget Corey. We're never going to forget his heroism that day. And I want everyone to join me right now in sending our support, our respect, our love to the Compertori family here with us today. We love you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for loving this country, and thank you for not giving up on it. Now, after the heartache of that day, our nation hoped to turn a page. We hoped that our opponents would remember that before we are Democrats or before we are Republicans, we are Americans. But sadly, our opponents have not heeded Abraham Lincoln's words and listened to the better angels of our nature. Even after that terrible assassination attempt that took one man's life and nearly took many others, they continue to use dangerous, inflammatory rhetoric. The media has continued to call Donald Trump, the guy who actually won his primary, a threat to democracy. A Democrat senator called Donald Trump an existential threat to our democracy. Kamala Harris said that he was attacking, quote, the foundations of our democracy. And I think you all will join me in saying to Kamala Harris, how dare you talk about threats to democracy? Donald Trump took a bullet for democracy. What the hell have you done? The truth is that Kamala Harris and her allies, they attack Donald Trump in order to silence us, we the people. They have declared war explicitly on the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. Kamala Harris proudly says she wants to censor the internet, and Tim Walz said there is no guarantee to free speech. What do we think about that? But we all know, my friends, we all know that censorship is only the first step. Just look at everything they've done to President Trump. First, they tried to silence him. When that didn't work, they tried to bankrupt him. When that didn't work, they tried to jail him. And with all the hatred they have spewed at President Trump, it was only a matter of time before somebody tried to kill him. And that's exactly what happened, not just here in Butler, Pennsylvania, but just a few weeks later in Florida. 3 weeks ago, while these guys still go out there and attacking him as a threat to democracy, another gunman armed with an AK-47 style rifle tried to finish the job. In fact, before the gunman in Florida tried to kill Donald Trump, he wrote, quote, "Democracy is on the ballot." The exact same words that Kamala Harris wrote after accusing Trump of being a dictator only days before the first attempt on his life. But for all of those watching at home, and for all those who might be undecided in this crowd, though there probably aren't that many undecided voters in this crowd, I want to say, you know what's so incredible? You know what's so incredible? It's how Donald Trump responded to all of this. Because despite being shot here in Butler, President Trump immediately called for national unity. And I'll never forget, my friends, what he told me after the second assassination attempt. It was probably the first person that he called that Sunday. And I was sitting at home with my son in Cincinnati, and he said, "JD, they tried to do it again." I said, "They tried to do what, sir?" He said, "They tried to shoot me again." And at first I was in disbelief. I think immediately my thoughts went to him and how he was doing. Of course, he was physically okay because he was calling me, but I said, "Sir, are you doing okay?" And of course, President Trump, in his President Trump way, said, "Yeah, I'm doing fine. You know, I'm a little pissed off because I was about to make a dirt birdie on the 6th hole and they wouldn't let me finish." But it made me think. It made me think about the leadership qualities we want in a president of the United States. And so I'd like to ask you, who would you rather have facing down, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping? Someone who is afraid of interviews with the friendly American media, or someone who faces down 2 assassins and returns triumphantly to the very place that he got shot? Now, I don't know if y'all saw this, but I guess this morning Kamala Harris had an interview with The View. Wait a second. I am shocked that we don't have a whole lot of The View watchers here in the Motor City. Sir, you don't watch Kamala Harris on The View? No? Well, I do the job sometimes that you folks don't want to. I actually watched Kamala Harris's interview on The View. Now, I got to tell you, to go into The View as a Democrat politician, that's like the easiest interview in the entire world, right? I mean, if I walked into The View, that'd be like walking into this room with an Ohio State jersey, right? That's something you just don't do. But she walks into The View, and you would think that would be an interview, and you know what they asked her? They gave her a softball, an easy question, really propaganda. They said, "Can you name a single thing where you disagree with Joe Biden?" Now, let's back up for a second, because remember, Kamala Harris's entire campaign is to pretend that she hasn't been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. You know, she stands up before crowds, and she'll say, "On day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis. On day one, we're going to secure the border." And you listen to her for 5 minutes and you think, "Kamala, are you going to vote for Donald Trump? Because you've been vice president for 1,400 days. You haven't done anything." So you'd think after all this time of thinking about how
she would do things differently from Joe Biden. She would have a well-prepared answer for the interviewers on The View. Well, they ask her one thing you would do differently from Joe Biden. You know what she says? I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. Now, in her defense, I'm not sure she could think of anything off the top of her head, whether about Joe Biden's policies or anything else, but think about this. For the last 2 months, Kamala Harris has been telling the American people that she's going to do things differently than Joe Biden, where she increased the cost of groceries by 25%. The average Michigan family is paying $1,000 more per month. That's $12,000 per year to afford today what they could have afforded when Donald Trump was president. The border is wide open thanks to our illustrious border czar, Kamala Harris, and her entire campaign has been to pretend that she doesn't bear any responsibility for the policies, even though she's the sitting vice president. And here's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. There are so many of them, but the big difference is that Donald Trump has a record to be proud of, and Kamala Harris has a record to be ashamed of. So let's just talk a little bit. We talked about manufacturing, we talked about automobiles. Let's talk about inflation. Because, you know, the media, they'll tell you, and this is one area where Kamala Harris, she can't quite figure out what she thinks. Because whenever they stick a microphone in front of her face, and that's rare, right? Kamala Harris very rarely does interviews, especially with hostile media. What she'll say, she'll actually brag about the fact that inflation is lower than it was when she took over. Now, that's a bald-faced lie, and I'd ask anybody, think about the fact that Kamala Harris, anybody watching, think about the fact that Kamala Harris is bragging about inflation being lower. When you go to the grocery, does inflation feel like it's lower? Are American houses actually affordable for American citizens? No! Everywhere you look, prices are higher, things are more expensive, and American citizens can't afford the basic necessities. Look, I grew up in a family where my mamaw sometimes struggled to buy the things that she needed. Sometimes she wouldn't buy prescription drugs so that she could afford to put food on our family table. I know what it's like when Washington leaders fail to do their job. And so Kamala Harris, instead of running a victory lap over your own policy failures, why don't you get out there and talk to the American people and tell them how you're actually going to fix this terrible inflation problem caused by your policies. You know, gas prices are up 45% under Kamala Harris. That's just in Michigan. In Michigan, home prices are up 41%. I know we have a lot of parents and a lot of grandparents in this room. Speaking as the father of 3 young children, I would like my kids, when they grow up and move out, and hopefully that eventually happens, but when they grow up and they move out, I want them to be able to afford home ownership in the United States of America. That's a core part of the American dream, right? And we know a lot of our young people right now cannot afford to own a home in the United States of America. Kamala Harris has failed to deliver the basic necessities of an economic prosperity for our citizens, and I think that we ought to say something very simple to Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump's very fond of saying it. You're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. We're getting a president the American people deserve. Donald Trump believes, yes, we can be compassionate, but the best way to be compassionate is to enforce our border laws and take care of American citizens first. That is where the responsibility of America's leadership ought to be. So I want to talk about one other thing, and then we'll take some questions from the press. But, you know, we've got 28, or depending on how you count, 27 days left in this election. That is not a whole lot of time. And I know that in states all across our country, including in some of the battleground states, people are already voting. You know, people have already been sending me photos where they went out and voted for me and President Trump. That's obviously an incredible honor, by the way, to come from my family and to be sitting up here and asking all of you to make me your next Vice President of the United States. It's very humbling. It's an incredible honor.
Now, y'all are way too kind. I appreciate it. But look, we're going to win this election. I really do believe we're going to win the state of Michigan. We're going to win this election. But we're going to win this election not just to beat the Democrats, as fun as that's going to be. I'm going to really enjoy beating Kamala Harris. But we want to beat Kamala Harris because we want the American people to have a government that they deserve, a government that puts them first, a government that takes care of the American people's problems and not the problems of illegal aliens and people who don't deserve to be here. So let's just think about the contrast between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. We talked about illegal immigration earlier. Well, Kamala Harris has rolled out the red carpet to illegal aliens, has said we're going to give Medicare and Social Security benefits. That's the message that she has sent to people who want to cross the border illegally and come to this country. You know what Donald Trump's message is to illegal aliens? You got 4 months, pack your bags, because you're going home when Donald Trump is back in the White House. Kamala Harris's entire economic policy is to tax American citizens and to force them to buy things they don't even want to buy that are made overseas. That's terrible for American workers. That's terrible for American taxpayers. Donald Trump's plan is to cut taxes on American citizens, cut taxes on American workers, and penalize corporations that are shipping our jobs overseas. That is an America First economic plan. Donald Trump's basic energy policy is drill, baby, drill. And it is a hell of an energy policy because, look, we have got the most bountiful natural resources anywhere in the world. So why does Kamala Harris want to put American energy workers out of business and force us to buy energy from tin-pot dictators all over the world? Let's buy it from our own people, from our own territory, and that's how you build American prosperity. And that's actually, by the way, my friends, another big difference between Donald Trump's policies and Kamala Harris's policies. You know, when they asked Donald Trump, what is your most important thing you can do to lower inflation, he actually gives a very simple but a very specific answer: drill, baby, drill. Because energy goes in the cost of everything, right? Think about it. If the truck drivers are paying more for gas, then the groceries they deliver to the grocery store are going to get more expensive. If the truck drivers are paying more for diesel, then they deliver lumber to a job site to build a house. That means housing is going to get more expensive too. And of course, we know, ask any manufacturer, one of their biggest costs is the cost of energy. So you lower the cost of energy, you create good jobs, you create great prosperity, and you bring down the cost of goods for everyday American citizens. It is a win-win economic policy. It is the smartest and most important thing we can do. But Kamala Harris's economic policy, you heard her say it on The View today, it's to do exactly what Joe Biden did, and it's going to lead to the exact same place. Higher inflation, fewer Americans with good jobs, and a manufacturing sector that we're shipping to China instead of building right here in the great city of Detroit. That is a lose-lose economic plan, and I think we ought to have the win-win economic plan of Donald J. Trump. I really worry, by the way, you know, we don't talk about this enough. I see we've got a lot of young people in this crowd. It's great. We've got some great generational diversity in this crowd, and I love that. I love that about our events. But to young people, I want you to be able to own a slice of your own country. I want you to be able to build something, to build some wealth for yourself and for your family. You know, under Kamala Harris's policies, we've got credit card debt that is through the roof. We've got young people who can't afford to buy a home. We're creating a country where my generation, the millennial generation, and everybody younger, they're going to be paupers in their own country. And I think that's a disgrace. I want the American dream to be affordable again, and it's only going to happen when we put Donald J. Trump back in the White House. My friends, I did not realize this. We are joined by a real celebrity, Brick Suit Man, right here in the second row. And a way bigger celebrity than I am, this guy. But you want to talk about housing, and the media, they don't like to talk about the fact that one of the biggest drivers of housing costs, one of the biggest reasons why our young people can't afford to buy a home, is because under Kamala Harris's leadership, we have let in millions upon millions of people who don't have any right to be here. It's a big driver of housing costs. So illegal immigration, we care about it for a whole host of reasons. We care about it because we want to raise our children in safe communities. We care about it because we want people in our country who respect the rule of law, who don't violate our borders. We, of course, care about it because I know a lot of us know somebody who's been affected by this terrible drug epidemic. We want to give people second chances to get sober and to get clean, and that's not happening when Mexican drug cartels are bringing fentanyl into our country, killing our people. So we care about the border for all the reasons that we discuss, and there's a lot of them, but something the media just doesn't talk enough about is, think about this. When you bring in, and I think the number's about 25 million illegal aliens that we have in the United States of America right at this minute. When you let 25 million people into this country, think about it. You got to house them somewhere. Most of them aren't living on the streets. We got American veterans living on the streets, but we've got illegal aliens living in first-class hotels in American cities all across our country. But when you do that, you have American homes that are going to people who have no right to be here in the first place. And you know what that means? That means American citizens can't afford to own a slice of their own country. President Trump believes in this very simple principle: American homes for American citizens, not for people who have no legal right to be in the United States of America. You know something else that happens when you let in too many illegal aliens? Hospital wait times get really big. You know, when I was growing up, that's often how we went to the doctor, is Mamaw would take us to the emergency room. And you know what? Emergency room wait times have skyrocketed in the last few years. So why are we allowing illegal aliens to come into our country and get health care that ought by right go to American citizens? Why don't we take care of our own people and put American citizens first for a change? It's got to stop. The final thing I want to talk about with the border, because, I mean, look, you could talk about the border for the next half hour. But the other thing that is crazy about the border is, in the state of Michigan, I didn't know this statistic until today, there are 85,000 students in Michigan public schools who are the children of illegal aliens. 85,000. Now think about that. Think about what it does to a poor school teacher who's just trying to get by with what they have, is trying to educate their kids, and then you drop in a few dozen kids into that school, many of whom don't even speak English. Do you think that's good for the education of the American citizens? No, it's not. So what really bothers me is when Kamala Harris talks about the southern border, she talks about how we need to be compassionate to illegal aliens. And I think we're a great country. We can be compassionate, and we ought to be compassionate, but our compassion has to start with our fellow citizens, the people who deserve to be in the United States to begin with. Start actually doing something. Now, we attack Kamala Harris and we criticize Kamala Harris for saying that nothing comes to mind when she thinks of anything that's different about her versus Joe Biden. Now, you guys are going to be shocked to hear me defend Kamala Harris. Did you surprised to hear JD Vance defending Kamala Harris? In defense of Kamala Harris, I'm not sure, whatever the topic is, that anything really comes to mind when Kamala Harris is asked about it. So maybe it's unfair that I criticize her, but we have to remember that her entire campaign, my friends, her entire campaign is pretending that she is going to change the direction of the country. The inflation, the high price of groceries, the high price of gasoline, the high price of housing, the wide open southern border, it's not because of any person except for Kamala Harris. So the idea that she is going to change and fix the problems that she helped create, if she'd like, and Kamala, I mean this sincerely if you're watching, if you want a secure southern border, If you want to lower the prices of groceries, if you want to lower the price of housing in this country, you're welcome to vote for Donald J. Trump for president, because he's the person who's actually going to fix those problems. Now, we have to talk, of course, about the border crisis, because the wide open southern border has affected Tucson maybe more than any other community in our country. And I was just asked by a journalist, he seemed like a very good guy, an actual honest journalist who asked questions and then let you answer the questions, about how Latinos should think about what's happened to this country over the last 3.5 years. And I happen to think that Latinos in particular ought to be pissed off about Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I know we've got a lot of Latinos just in this crowd who are supporting Donald Trump, but think about what an insult it is to Latinos who came to this country, whose parents or grandparents came to this country, who waited in line, who paid the fees, who worked hard, who did it the right way. It is an insult to them to have Kamala Harris welcome people who break our laws. We got to get people who broke our laws out of this country and make America work for American citizens again. And I mean, whether you're an American citizen for 10 minutes or you've been an American citizen, your family's been in this country for 10 generations, this country ought by rights work for the American people and the American people first. We can have compassion for people. We can send people when a hurricane happens or a disaster happens outside of this country, by all means, we ought to be compassionate. But you know who our leaders owe compassion to most? And above all, is American citizens. We ought to focus on our own people and put their interests first. That's what the American leadership exists. And my friends, we've got the candidate. We've got Kamala Harris now admitting that she is not the candidate of change. She is the candidate of more of the same. The only thing that we have got to do over the next 27 days is get out there and vote. Make sure every single person you know makes it to the polls unless they're voting for Kamala Harris. That's okay. They can vote too. We want everybody to vote, because if every legal ballot is cast, then we are going to win this election and make Donald Trump the next president. Now look, you know me, you know my feelings on this. I don't like election season. I like election day, but we are where we are, my friends. We've got election season, and if the Democrats are taking advantage of it, we have got to do the exact same thing. So whether you're voting on election day or voting by mail or voting early, get out there and make your voice heard. And it's important. I'd encourage you to vote early if you're able to, because, I talked to a lot of people who plan to vote for Donald Trump in 2020, and 95 of them, 95 out of 100, they actually went out and voted for Donald Trump. But, you talk to the 5 who didn't vote for Donald Trump, and it's not because they changed their mind. It's because, their kid got sick, so they had to go pick him up from school, or they worked late that night and they weren't able to make it to the polls before they closed. The best way to make sure your voice is counted is to make sure it's counted early. And so we've got the great chairman, Michael Whatley of the RNC here. Mike. You got a great Republican chair, Gina Swabda. Gina. Now you can tell who's from Arizona and who's not. Michael lost the jacket. Gina did not. She's tougher than me and Michael. But look, all of them will tell you, these great leaders will tell you, we have got to get out there and take advantage. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. That's a website. I want everybody to remember it. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. Check your registration. Check your polling location. Check how to get out there and vote. Because we're never going to have the Democrats or their allies in the corporate media telling the truth about this campaign, but we do have the power of every single individual in this audience. We've got the power of the people, and that people power is going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States, and I'm certain of it. So I'd ask everybody, if you want to pay higher taxes, vote for Kamala Harris. If you want lower taxes, vote for Donald J. Trump. If you want to keep on with the open border and the flood of fentanyl, to vote for Kamala Harris. If you want to close down that border and deport illegal aliens, vote for Donald J. Trump. If you want to ship American manufacturing jobs off to China, you know who to vote for. But if you want to keep American jobs for American workers, vote for Donald J. Trump. If you believe we've got the greatest country in the history of the world, we just need better leadership, then vote for Donald J. Trump. And if you want change, if you want to change this government and make it more responsive to the American people, vote for Donald J. Trump. If you want to get smart people like Robert O'Brien in there to fix the world chaos and to bring peace back to the world, we know we're going to vote for Donald J. Trump. And I think this is ultimately what it boils down to, my friends. If you want a government that puts the interests of American citizens first, the only person to vote for is Donald J. I said to him, I genuinely meant this, right? I wasn't just kind of making fun of him. He has a really tough job because he has to defend the indefensible, which is Kamala Harris's record. And if you notice, when she goes around the country, she does this thing that, I haven't been in politics long enough. Maybe I haven't, if I was in politics a little bit longer, I'd be a little bit more shameless. But, she says on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis. Or on day one, we're going to tackle the national security problems. On day one, we're going to make the border more secure. It's like, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What have you been doing the whole time? Stop talking about it. Go do something. But guy, I don't know if you noticed, and I think it was yesterday, it may have been the day before yesterday, but she went on The View, and she made a big mistake. If you guys, I wouldn't recommend watching The View at all, but especially not with Kamala Harris out there. But they asked her, like, the ultimate softball question, which is, did Joe Biden do anything that you disagreed with? And remember, her whole campaign is to run away from Joe Biden, even though she's his vice president. And she said, well, nothing comes to mind. One difference that you can name between her and Joe Biden, and by her own words, knowing this would be a softball, she said nothing comes to mind. Now, in Kamala Harris's defense, and I'm not trying to be mean, I think, whatever the topic might be, maybe nothing comes to mind for Kamala Harris. So that's just kind of how she
That's
how
Joe
she does
Biden.
things.
I think the Joe Biden, it doesn't come to mind. I mean, that might be it.
But it just drives home how everything that has been tried and found wanting over the last 3.5 years, she's offering to double down on it. And if you want to take the country in a different direction, if you think, for example, the way to lower energy prices is not socialist price controls, but to unleash American energy workers to develop this stuff in our own territory, as Donald Trump would say, drill, baby, drill. That's the solution to high energy prices. And unlike Kamala Harris, we don't just have a plan, we also have a record to run on. Right, I genuinely, I don't know Tim Walz that well, but I feel really bad for him because I can go out there and say, oh, my running mate delivered record low inflation. He delivered rising take-home pay. He delivered a secure southern border. Tim Walz's running mate delivered exactly the opposite, and she's going to get even worse if we make her the President of the United States, and we're not going to do that because we're going to fight and make sure Donald Trump wins this election.
Switching.
Our leaders owe compassion to most, and above all, is American citizens. We ought to focus on our own people and put their interests first. That's what the American leadership exists for. And I think we've seen it with these terrible storms, and if you're a praying person, I imagine you are, a lot of you are praying people, we ought to say a prayer for the state of Florida because what's going to hit that state could be very bad. So let's all pray that it's not as bad as the forecasters are saying it might be. But whatever happens in Florida, and we've seen the terrible devastation in Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and other states, why do we have such an incompetent administration? Disaster relief ought to go to prepare and to respond to a disaster when it strikes American territory. Our government has got to focus on our citizens, put their interests first, take care of American citizens when a disaster hits. And unfortunately, under Kamala Harris's leadership, you've got FEMA, which is doing resettlement and relocation for illegal immigration. FEMA should take care of American citizens when a disaster strikes. That's all it should be doing. And when Donald Trump and I are back in office, that's all it's going to do. Think about the toll of illegal immigration. I think a lot of folks at home, we got to talk about, it's not just the crime, it's not just the fentanyl, it's American children who have had their schools overrun with thousands and thousands of people who don't even speak English. if you're an American citizen and you've gone to an emergency room, it's awfully loud. I think that fighter pilot couldn't say it, but I think he's going to vote for Donald J. Trump for president. That's why he gave us a nice little flyover. We got another one coming. Do we love the military in the state of Arizona? So here's, while we're on the topic of the military, here's what we're going to do to the United States military. We're going to end the recruitment crisis by making the American people proud again of their country. No more woke crap in the U.S. military. The American military exists to fight for American citizens. But my friends, we could do so much better in the state of Arizona and all across the country. How many of y'all have gone to an emergency room in just the last couple of years? I see a lot of hands up here. You know that emergency room wait times have skyrocketed because Kamala Harris has let in millions of people who are using the emergency rooms and getting put in front of the line of American citizens. You know, and getting it free. Well, not getting it free, ma'am, getting it at your expense because it's paid for by you. You know, Kamala Harris wants to give Medicare and free health care to illegal aliens. Kamala Harris wants to give Social Security, which would bankrupt that program for our seniors, to illegal aliens. Kamala Harris wants to give free housing and free schooling to illegal aliens. And you know what our message is, and you know what President Trump's message to illegal aliens who are in this country without any right to be here? Pack your bags, because in 4 months you're going home. Now, the thing that Democrats always say is that their illegal immigration policies are compassionate. They're not compassionate for the American citizens who have had their communities flooded with fentanyl. They're not compassionate to people like Lake and Riley who were killed by illegal aliens that Kamala Harris let into this country. It's not compassionate to American kids who deserve to get a good education and not have their schools flooded with illegal aliens. And it's not compassionate to the 320,000 children who have gone missing thanks to Kamala Harris's wide open border. So our message to Kamala Harris is, why don't you show some compassion for your own citizens and for your own people? Close down this border. That is the way to show compassion for the American people, and that's what Donald Trump and I are going to do. And when we close down that border, we're going to make life more affordable for American citizens. The media doesn't like to talk about this, and Kamala Harris likes to run from it. But you know one of the biggest drivers of housing costs in the United States of America? Think about this. When you let in 25 million illegal aliens and you give them homes at taxpayer expense that ought by right go to American citizens, you make the American dream of home ownership unaffordable for the American people. And that is what she has done. She has forced American citizens to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for the American dream of home ownership. Donald Trump and I, we have a simple plan: American homes for American citizens, and we're going to fight for that every single day. And the way that we're going to make, it's funny. The press will ask this question of Kamala Harris. They'll say, well, since you caused the inflation, your policies caused this inflation, give us the specific plan for what you're going to do to make life more affordable for American citizens. And she'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or, you know, back when I worked at McDonald's, I used to make the hash browns, and I was very good at it. And you realize this person does not have a plan to solve the very affordability crisis that she caused. You know what? We do have a plan. And you know what our plan is? Drill, baby, drill. Unleash American energy. The biggest driver of costs in this country is that Kamala Harris waged war on American energy. So rather than buy oil and natural gas from tin-pot dictators all over the world, why don't we start buying more of it from American territory and American workers and create a lot of great American prosperity in the process? So we've got the plan, whatever it is. But look, speaking of Kamala Harris, I don't know if you all saw, she had an amazing for us, amazing for all of us, an incredible interview with The View. Did you all see that? Now, they asked Kamala Harris this amazing question, and you think, step back for a second. Remember, Kamala's entire campaign is running on, she doesn't even know who Joe Biden is, right? She pretends that she is not the sitting vice president of the United States, and her entire campaign is to run as much as she can, as far as she can, from Joe Biden and his disastrous record. So you would think that when she's asked the question, well, what has Joe Biden done that you disagree with, that she might actually have a halfway decent answer. And I know we're going to try to put this up. Can we run that clip now? Because I'd love to put that up and show people what she actually said when she was asked this question.
Well,
Go ahead.
If anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Wait for it.
JD Trump, and I approve this message.
It's, you know, I'm Donald J. Trump and I approve that message. That was my idea. Because remember, and for especially for those folks who are watching at home on TV or are going to see the clips later,
So I think it's safe to say that if you were in the administration for the last few years, you'd do some things different.
I think so. I think so.
I like that when Kamala speaks, we gain 100,000 votes. Is that the number?
You know, though some of our interviews are so bad, maybe it's a couple 100,000 votes. But, you know, there's an interview that she gave a couple of days ago with The View.
Not exactly a hard-hitting one.
No. That's like, you know, the ultimate softball interview. But I guess it's tough if you can't even hit a T-ball, which I think is Kamala Harris in some of these interviews. But, you know, she was asked, and we had to back up for a second. Remember, the whole argument of her campaign is that she is different from Joe Biden. You would actually, in fact, you know, be forgiven for believing that she's not his sitting vice president, even though, of course, she is, because she's running so far away from it. And she cast the deciding vote on a lot of the worst policy. She has bragged about being the last person in the room when these decisions were made. So The View asked Kamala Harris, a total softball, would you have done anything differently from Joe Biden over the last 4 years? And Kamala Harris says, nothing comes to mind. It blew up the whole lie at the heart of her campaign in one interview answer. And I will say, though, when she says nothing comes to mind, that's probably true about whatever topic the answer is about. So I'm hardly the most obvious person to defend Kamala Harris, but maybe she was just being honest about her state of mind.
Shows she's a placeholder.
Exactly.
So at CPAC, we have the CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking. It's a very important issue for our family, for our team at CPAC. There's 325,000 children, at least,
so sad,
that are missing, that the Kamala Harris administration have failed to find out where they are. These are children being forced into sex and labor trafficking. What's your message? How do we resolve this issue? And what's your message to Kamala Harris and her failure of leadership on this issue?
You know, our message to Kamala Harris is, why don't you stop talking about doing your job and actually go and do your job, find those children, and get them back safely. Mercedes, this is such an important question and such an important issue. I don't think people realize that number, 325,000 children, that your Department of Homeland Security under Kamala Harris's leadership, they're just missing. And we hope that some of them are with their families or are safe, but we know that at least a lot of them, they've been used as drug mules, they've been used in sex trafficking. And one of the things, that there's this lie at the heart of the Democrats' immigration policy. They say that it's compassionate.
Well, where is the compassion for the 325,000 children that are some of them being used as sex slaves? Let's have compassion for those innocent children, bring them back to their families, and stop empowering the very people who are trafficking them, who are selling them into slavery, who are mistreating them. We've empowered, thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, the worst criminals in the entire world on both the southern side of the Mexico border and of course our side of the Mexican border. We could do so much better by these children. We got to bring them home. We got to end this ridiculous practice that finds them sold into slavery. We can do it. We just need firm leadership at the southern border.
Senator, we talked. Holder.
Exactly.
Didn't have any thoughts. We know that it would be different with you guys, and we know that you answer questions, and we love that. We love having someone in charge of our country that answers questions and that's going to get things done.
I appreciate that. Well, So I think this answering questions thing is actually kind of important because, look, I'm 40 years old. It's other than marrying this beautiful lady up here and raising our kids together, the greatest honor of my life is being your vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party. It's an incredible thing. It's an incredible honor to be able to do this. But think about this. I'm asking you all to make me your next vice president. That is an awesome thing, an incredible responsibility I'm asking for. You ought to go out and earn it and speak to the American people. Kamala Harris runs from the American people, and I think that shows a real defect of the kind of leadership skills you need to be the President of the United States in the first place. And I will tell you this story. So I guess this was a couple weeks ago. It was a Sunday, and I was sitting at home with our 7-year-old in Cincinnati, and I get a call, and it's the president. And I said, "Hey, sir, what's going on? How you doing?" And he said, "Well, they tried to do it again." And I said, "Well, they tried to do what again?" And it was the Sunday where a second assassination attempt happened on President Trump's life. He had just gotten from the golf course. And I, like any friend, I immediately go to, how are you doing? Are you okay? Like, obviously you're physically okay because you're calling me, but mentally that's a pretty traumatic thing to almost get shot a second time in as many months. And he goes, "Yeah, I'm fine." He goes, but the one thing is I'm kind of pissed off because I was going to make a birdie on the 6th hole and the Secret Service wouldn't let me finish.
It's a big deal. Birdies are hard.
I mean, look, I'm not a very good golfer, so I feel the same way. He's a hell of a lot better of a golfer than I am, and I really care about those birdies. But then something kind of hit me that isn't the kind of person you want in emergency crisis situations in the Oval Office. You want the guy who isn't fazed by an assassination attempt. You don't want the woman who runs from a friendly American media. Like, there's something... There's something about the way that Kamala Harris has run this campaign that I think is genuinely, to all Americans, Democrats, Independents, Republicans, is insulting. Because think about it. She's asking you to give her control over millions of American troops. Over the entire nuclear arsenal of the United States. She is asking for literally the authority to command life and death all over the world. And she won't even go out and talk to the American people in a non-friendly setting. We all should be insulted by that. I think it's a disgraceful way to run a campaign, and I hope we don't reward her, and I don't think that we will.
Senator Vance, in Pittsburgh on Thursday, former President Barack Obama admonished black men for being hesitant about voting for Kamala Harris. I was wondering if you could contrast your approach to hesitant voters and how you tried to earn them over.
First of all, I don't believe, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, whether you agree with Donald Trump or disagree with him, I don't believe in hectoring voters. I believe in persuading voters. Support is not something I'm given or something I'm owed. It's something you got to go out there and work for. So one, I just don't like the tone of going in. I mean, look, the better question for Barack Obama or anybody to ask is not why black men. It's not how dare you not vote for Kamala Harris. It's maybe they're thinking about voting for Donald Trump because they're sick of being censored, they're sick of being told what to do, and they're sick of not being able to afford the American dream. Maybe that's why we're getting a lot more black voters than Republicans in the past. But
You know, the last point I want to make is, you know, I got to say, and shocker, newsflash here, I've defended Kamala Harris once. I'm about to defend Barack Obama once. So set to the side the hectoring and the tone of Obama when he went in and talking about black voters, like whatever. Obviously, I just criticized that. You know what I was watching him talk? You know what I thought to myself is, agree or disagree, and obviously I disagreed with about 99% of what he did when he was in office. He had substance and Kamala Harris does not. Like, he actually had thoughts in his head, and what a contrast that is to Kamala Harris, who just repeats slogan after slogan after slogan. I got to be honest with you, I am offended, not as a person running to be your vice president, but as a fellow citizen. I am offended that a person who is so substanceless as Kamala Harris dares to think that she could be the president of the United States. It is a disgrace. I mean, what does she want to do about Israel and the Middle East? She'll give you a slogan. How does she want to lower the price of groceries? She'll give you a platitude. How is she going to make the lives of her fellow citizens better? She turns around and runs from the camera. A person like that has no business being near the Oval Office of this country. We cannot let it happen. And I'd ask you, I mean, to all of you out here, this is one of the things that's at stake. I mean, look, I imagine, at least I hope, that you guys aren't thinking about voting for Democrats in the future. But look, we cannot reward this kind of politics where they switched Joe Biden from the ballot 2 months ago without a single vote being cast. She runs from the basement. She does a few softball interviews, and we think that person is tested enough to be president of the United States. It is insulting to American voters, and we have to reject it on November the 5th by voting for Donald J. Trump. Now, you all probably have noticed, that Kamala Harris has been doing some more interviews lately. Have you noticed that? She went from doing like 0 interviews to doing 4 or 5. Now, the problem is that they're not tough interviews, right? She's going on The View, she's going to friendly outlets to do these interviews because, of course, she can't stand up to the scrutiny of a tough interview. So she's doing all these softball interviews instead. Now, my friends, the problem with a softball interview is that you still have to be able to hit a softball. And as we've learned from Kamala Harris over the last couple of days, she can't even do that. And, you know, if you notice, there are a lot of folks, not just me, not just the president, but a lot of our campaign staff, and we're feeling pretty excited about this campaign right now. And in part, it's just we're getting down to the final stretch. In part, it's because we feel the momentum of Pennsylvania and some of the other critical states. But you know, in big part, it's that every time Kamala Harris opens her mouth, we gain about 100,000 votes. And we don't have a TV in here. Well, I guess we got this one, but I should have queued it up beforehand. So I'm going to have to remember off the top of my head what Kamala Harris, she said earlier in this week. She had an interview with The View. Have you seen this interview? A few of you had. A few of you decided not to have the nightmare fuel of watching Kamala Harris on The View, so you skipped it. But I do these things. This is the way that I sacrifice as the person who wants to be your vice president. I watched her interview. Now, we got to remember that Kamala Harris, her entire argument for her campaign is that she's not going to be like Joe Biden. In fact, you would be forgiven for listening to her and thinking that Kamala Harris had never even met Joe Biden, despite the fact that she's been his vice president the entire time in office. And of course, we know she cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars in new spending because the vice president often has to cast these tie-breaking votes. She bragged about being the last person in the room during the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. She bragged about undoing Donald Trump's wildly successful border policies and opening the American southern border. So now she wants to run away from that stuff. So she'll stand up at her rallies and she'll say something like, well, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting Pennsylvania families.
Or on day one, we're going to get serious about that southern border. And anybody with a lick of common sense is saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time? Stop talking about doing your job and actually go and do it. But she blew up the whole narrative of her campaign in this View interview because they asked her, well, what would you have done differently? You've been the vice president. What would you have done differently than Joe Biden? And she says, well, nothing comes to mind. So she just, for 2 months, tried to tell the American people she was going to be different from Joe Biden, and now she shows up and openly brags, in her own words, well, nothing comes to mind. She wouldn't have done anything differently from President Biden. Now, I told the Trump campaign senior staff, because one of them, you know Jason Miller, you've probably seen him on TV. Jason's a good guy. So Jason calls me earlier this week, and he tells me about this interview, and then I watch it, and I'm like, wow, it's even worse than you said. And I said, Jason, what we ought to do is take that clip and add on the end of it, I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve that message, and just run it in every battleground state in the United States of America. And it's amazing, my friends, that's exactly what they did. Go on my social media, you'll see Kamala, in her own words, destroying the entire narrative of her campaign. And I will say, you're probably shocked to hear me defend Kamala Harris, but I'm going to do it. Because when she says nothing comes to mind, that's probably a pretty accurate characterization, whatever the topic is, right? That's just kind of, unfortunately, well, yeah, there's a famous saying that a political blunder is when a politician actually tells the truth. Well, Kamala Harris just accidentally told the truth. And here's the thing. We can joke about it, and we can joke about the fact that she runs away from anything that isn't a softball interview. But we got to be honest. And I know this because I grew up in a family where we suffered when politicians didn't do their jobs. We have got real suffering in the state of Pennsylvania because Kamala Harris isn't doing her job. Now, here's the crazy thing about running against Kamala Harris is that, you know, she basically just takes everything that Donald Trump says and pretends that she agrees with it. And I see a few of you have red MAGA hats out there, and I think that, you know, Kamala Harris is stealing so many of Donald Trump's ideas that I think she's going to show up at our next rally in a red MAGA hat, because she realizes that nobody wants to vote for defunding the police, which Kamala Harris supported. Nobody wants to vote for banning fracking, least of all not in Western Pennsylvania, but Kamala Harris is on video saying that she supported an end to fracking. Nobody wants to open the border, and yet Kamala Harris came into office promising that she would open the American southern border. And nobody wants to pay thousands of dollars per person in higher taxes, yet Kamala Harris has explicitly promised that she's going to get rid of the Trump tax cuts, which would raise taxes by an average of $2,500 per person on Pennsylvania families. So Kamala Harris said all that stuff. There's even video clips of her saying that stuff, but now she pretends that she got religion and she doesn't support all the crazy ideas that she supported during her entire career in public office. A big part of what we got to do, my friends, over the next 25 days of this election is just to remind our fellow Americans that Kamala Harris is not who she pretends to be. Kamala Harris is who she's been in government for the last 3.5 years. A tax and spend San Francisco liberal who wants to open our borders and destroy American manufacturing. Are we going to give Kamala Harris a promotion to President of the United States? Hell no. We're going to tell Kamala Harris, you're fired. We hired Donald J. Trump to be our president.
You mentioned veterans. PA has the 4th largest population of veterans in the country, and as a veteran yourself, you know a significant portion faces homelessness. The federal government recently announced $17 million in grants for services directed to help veterans find housing. If elected, would the Trump administration continue to prioritize these efforts, or how else would you help?
Of course we would. But let's be honest here, $17 million, while it will help, is not nearly enough to meet the challenge of the homeless veteran population in this country. And I think,
I mean, think about this. These guys went off to war. Some of them came back with wounds. Some of them with wounds you cannot see, but all of them came back with the pride that they served their country and did what our country asked them to do. How disgraceful is it that millions of our veterans are getting left behind in some form or another, and thousands of them are homeless when we're housing illegal aliens in first-class hotels? It's a disgrace. And it drives home the entire agenda of Kamala Harris. She hides behind her slogans, and she hides behind, she says she's very joyful. I don't think she's feeling very joyful this week after the interviews that she gave. But she hides behind these slogans or fake attacks on Project 2025, which has nothing to do with Donald Trump's campaign, because she can't answer for the fact that her government has given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal immigrants when our own citizens suffer. And our veterans are at the top of that list. You know what a big difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? Donald Trump wants to put American citizens and American veterans first. He thinks the government of this country exists to serve the people of this country, not people who shouldn't be here in the first place. That is one of the biggest differences between the leadership of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Is to bring order back to our cities.
What did he mean by the polls are so tight, and they seem to be tightening?
Sure.
How are you feeling, and how is President Trump feeling about the race?
Yeah, so I talk to the president every day. Right now, we feel very good. Right now, we're feeling very, very good about where we are. We think we have the momentum. We think, frankly, even without the momentum, if the election were held today, we would win. The polls have always understated Donald Trump's level of support, and right now, the polls will tell you, yes, it is tight. But right now, I think Donald Trump would win. And that's the public polls, again, that have historically really understated President Trump's support. Look, I think that it's important for us to not take anything for granted. Maybe the polls are going to be wrong in the pro-Kamala Harris direction, right? And the only way for Republican voters, for all voters who want to bring common sense back to our country, to ensure that Donald Trump gets elected, is to make sure that we get out there and vote. You have to do everything you can. Get a friend. Get a family member. Try to get 10 people to the polls to vote for Donald Trump, because we really want to swamp this election with so many votes that we make sure that Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. I think that we're going to do that. I feel very good about it. And one way to think about an election 21 days out is you just try to win every day. In other words, you try to make sure that you're driving the narrative, that you're getting your message out there to the American people as much as possible. I saw today, actually, a story that Kamala Harris apparently copied some significant chunks of her book from Wikipedia. So if you want a president with their own ideas, vote for Donald Trump. If you want a president who copies her own ideas from Wikipedia, vote for Kamala Harris. My friends, let's talk a little bit about this race and a little bit about where we are. And I don't know if you all saw, but there's a big night for Kamala Harris tonight, because she's got probably the hardest interview that she's ever done. She is doing an interview with Fox News Channel's Bret Baier. Now, of course, it is major news, because Kamala Harris doesn't really do interviews at all, and if she does do interviews, they are softball interviews. Have you seen some of Kamala Harris's interviews? I wouldn't recommend it. You lose about 20 IQ points if you watch Kamala Harris give an answer to a question about public policy. But, I was watching her about 10 days ago. She was doing an interview with The View, and that's, Kamala Harris on The View, my friends, that is something to really avoid, unless you absolutely have to watch it. But I'm running for vice president. That's what I'm doing. I'm watching these things so that you don't have to. So you can come here and hang out with me, and I'll tell you what's going on. But, the media talks about how Kamala Harris only does softball interviews. And I was watching Kamala Harris give some interview responses to these hosts at The View, and it occurred to me, the problem with softball interviews, my friends, is that you still have to be able to hit a softball. And unfortunately, our illustrious vice president, every time that she speaks, I think that Donald Trump and I gain about 100,000 votes. And yeah, we can all laugh about it. We can all talk about it. But it's actually, the truth behind it is a little bit frightening. Because we have a person running for president of the United States who doesn't care enough about the details of the governance of this country to answer basic questions, even when those answers are very Now let's talk just a little bit about Kamala Harris. The theme of her campaign is that she has never seen, has never been in the room with, and doesn't even know the name of the current president of the United States. Even though she's his vice president, and even though she cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars of his spending, even though he bragged about her being in the room when all decisions were made, Kamala Harris is going around the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the whole country saying, I don't know who this guy is, and I had nothing to do with it. Well, Kamala, we have the record and we have the tape, and unfortunately, some of the tape we have is in your own words. And you know, when she did this View interview, they said, well, Kamala Harris, what is one thing that you would have done differently than Joe Biden over the last 3.5 years? And you know what she said? Nothing comes to mind. That is, I think, the official tagline of the Kamala Harris campaign for president. Nothing comes to mind, right? That. Now, there's something else that happened this week, and of course our friends in the media like to pretend that it hasn't happened, but I don't know if you saw the news that apparently Kamala Harris wrote this book called Smart on Crime about 15, 20 years ago. That's not the joke, actually. But Kamala Harris wrote this book, and it turns out she plagiarized whole sections of the book. I mean, 30 years ago, that's the kind of scandal that would have ended a presidential campaign, and now our entire media just kind of collectively sighs and says, oh, it's no big deal that she passed off somebody else's work as her own. Well, we in this room, because we believe in integrity and we believe in honesty, we believe it is a big deal that the President of the United States lies instead of telling the truth, and we're not going to let her forget about it. And it's not just what she copied, but it's where she copied it from. You know, I wrote a book in 2016 called Hillbilly Elegy. I see some of you have read it. Thank you. And my friends, it's available wherever bookstores are sold if you haven't got your copy. But, you know, I think one big difference between me and Kamala Harris is that I wrote my book and she copied hers from Wikipedia. And I don't think that we want to make the person who copies her book from Wikipedia the President of the United States. We'd like to make a guy who's already done the job as president and did a very damn good job. And that's Donald J. Trump, and that's our guy for President of the United States. Now, we ought to talk just a little bit, of course, about the economic problems that are caused by Kamala Harris's leadership, because when you've got a vice president who, instead of doing her job, copies from Wikipedia, it leads to some of the problems that we have in our country. As much as Kamala Harris pretends that she has nothing to do with the record of Joe Biden, she is the sitting vice president, and we can't let her forget about it. And here is the record of Kamala Harris. The record of Kamala Harris is that Pennsylvanians are spending about $1,000 more per month to afford the same life that they could have afforded when Donald Trump was president. The truth about Kamala Harris's record is that Pennsylvanians are spending more on groceries than they've had the biggest cost increases on groceries than the citizens of nearly any other state or commonwealth in our country. The truth is that residents of Pennsylvania are suffering as much as almost anybody from Kamala Harris's wide open border and the skyrocketing housing costs and the skyrocketing fentanyl overdoses that it has caused. And so our message to Kamala Harris, who tries to pretend that she didn't have anything to do with these policies, is if you really want to help the American people, stop talking about what you're going to do and go and do it. You're the vice president now. Get to work. Stop talking about what you're going to do. So here's the craziest thing to me about this entire campaign is, if you think about it, this hasn't happened in the lifetime of any person living in this country. The last time we had a presidential campaign where you had two records of achievement. You have the record of Donald Trump versus the record of Kamala Harris, and it's staring us all in the face. And that hasn't happened in this country in about 140 years was the last time you had a true repeat election in the United States of America. So just think about this. Donald Trump lowered taxes for working people in the United States of America. Kamala Harris has promised and, in fact, has raised them. Okay? Kamala Harris
opened the American southern border and wants to give Medicare and free benefits to illegal aliens. Donald Trump, our message to illegal aliens is pack your bags because in 4 months you're going home. Kamala Harris wants to impose the electric vehicle mandate, which would destroy over 100,000 manufacturing jobs in Ohio, Michigan, and Pennsylvania and other places. And Donald Trump wants to empower you to drive whatever in the hell car you want to, because this is America, and we believe people ought to do what they want. Kamala Harris wants to defund the police. She said so herself on camera. Donald Trump wants to back the blue and fight for our law enforcement and safe communities for everybody. And of course, as crazy as this sounds, it is actually true. She actually said it. Kamala Harris wants to use your tax dollars to give sex change surgeries to illegal aliens. And Donald Trump thinks that's crazy, and we ought to build a wall to keep illegal aliens out of our country in the first place. Now, when you ask Kamala what she wants to do, like cut out the slogans, Kamala Harris. What are you actually going to do to lower the cost of groceries and housing? Because they've skyrocketed under your leadership because of your policies. She'll say something like, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or you say, Kamala Harris, look, there is a war breaking out on every continent in the world, and we all know that when our leaders screw up and cause the world to set on fire, it's working class and middle class Marines and soldiers who go and pick up the pieces. So we need a president of peace and stability. But you know, when they ask Kamala, what are you going to do to actually bring stability back to the world, because the world is going crazy right now, she'll say, well, you know, when I was a little kid, I made the hash browns at McDonald's, and I was very proud of it. And anybody with a lick of common sense is listening to this person and recognizing that she has no ability to lead the world's greatest nation. And I think, you know, I'm sure a lot of you agree with us on most of the big policy issues, so this is maybe more to the folks who are watching at home, or, you know, we'll see some of the media clips. We got to ask ourselves not just if we agree with the political leaders that we choose on the issues, but whether they've got the basic competence to do the job in the first place.
Senator Vance, I have one more question. By the way,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
Keelan Berrien with WWAY News here in Wilmington.
Thank you, sir.
Of course, our hearts and prayers go out to those in Western North Carolina. But here in that area, we go through a lot of flooding as well, too, especially after heavy flooding events. So what can the federal government do to assist state and local governments and residents preparing and recovering from flooding events that's happened, you know, from an unnamed storm?
Yes, sir. Well, look, a really good question, and I think the most important simple answer, and I'll expand upon it a little bit, is we got to have competence back in government. When these crises happen, you just need somebody who's actually paying attention, who's focusing, who makes sure the resources go to the people who need it. You can't have a government where nobody's actually in charge, and unfortunately that's what we've got way too much, thanks to Kamala Harris's leadership. Two things in particular. Look, when you have a crisis like what happened in Western North Carolina, but obviously, you know, this part of the state has been affected, as you said, by a number of storms, too. You've got so many different bureaucratic agencies. One of the things that you've got to do is just have a leader who's saying, all of you are empowered to save lives, to rescue people. Go get to work and cut out worrying about the red tape. That's a big part of what you need, is that empowerment of some of these local responses. You know, a second thing, and this is a big issue in North Carolina, probably a bigger issue, frankly, in Florida and Georgia, but it's an issue all across the Southeast, is insurance is getting way too expensive for a lot of our homeowners. This is a big problem. A lot of our, you know, not just homeowners, but also, you know, folks who are getting car insurance. I think that we could do a better job of lowering car and home insurance rates, and again, making that American dream of owning a home, of owning a car, more affordable for more of our citizens. I think that's one of the best ways, because of course, one of the ways that people really struggle in the wake of these disasters is if they don't have the right home insurance policy. We've got to make smarter policy choices so that people get the insurance they need. And I'll do one more question here, and then we'll hit the road.
First place. And if Kamala Harris, every time they ask her a question, she can't answer basic details about how she wants to govern this country, then how can we ever trust her in a room with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping? The answer is we can't. So let's send somebody we can trust. Let's send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Now, I want to talk about, one of the biggest issues I hear from, not just in Pennsylvania, but all across the country, is we hear a lot about people not being able to afford a home. And, I'm the first person of the millennial generation to ever appear on a national ticket. And I know that a lot of folks in my generation, they're frankly very angry at something that they would like to be able to do that their parents' generation could do, but they can't, which is to afford a nice home on a normal job in their own community. And Donald Trump and I want to rebuild that American dream. We want to make it affordable for our young people to buy a home in the nation that their parents and grandparents built. That's a simple thing that we can get back to if we've got better leadership. But the media does this thing where they say, well, there's no connection between the border policies and the housing crisis that we have in our country. And I think any of us with a lick of common sense, we're saying, whoa, wait. Here, explain to me this, Kamala Harris. When you let in 25 million illegal aliens into this country, people who shouldn't be here, we got to house them somewhere. And if you're giving 25 million illegal aliens homes that ought by right go to American citizens, then you are making the American dream of homeownership unaffordable for our people. American homes ought to go to American citizens, and that simple principle is something that Donald Trump and I are going to fight for. But we know, of course, it's not just the price of housing that has been made worse by this terrible border crisis. This is an unbelievable and unspeakable human tragedy that has affected thousands and thousands of residents of this state. And let me just tell you a little story. I was in Georgia campaigning a few weeks ago, and they were showing me all the things. I was with the sheriffs, and they were showing me all the things that they had picked up from the Mexican drug cartels who are trafficking drugs, and frankly also a lot of illegal guns into their communities. One of the biggest drivers of illegal gun crime in this country is the Mexican drug cartels. I didn't know that until recently, but it's true. So I'm talking to these sheriffs, and you've got everything behind me and in front of me and in front of the table. You've got, a library shelves of marijuana. You've got cocaine. You've got meth. You've got pills. You've got, sort of more refined THC, and then you've got fentanyl, of course. And there's one thing that looks really out of place, and I say, well, what is that, Sheriff? And he says, I say, that's candy. That looks like a big box of candy is what it looked like, Nerds candy. And I think there was like a box of Sour Patch candy. And I said, Sheriff, what's going on there? And he said, that's not candy, that's drugs. Because the Mexican drug cartels have figured out that if they disguise this candy disguise these drugs as candy, it's going to make it easier to get into our country and easier to disperse it all over our communities. And every single one of us knows what's going to happen, that a little kid is going to open up a packet of candy on an American playground, and he's going to pay for it with his life. And when we talk about securing the southern border, the Democrats talk a whole big game about compassion. Well, compassion starts for American leaders with American citizens and the safety of their children. Compassion, my friends, compassion starts with securing the southern border and not letting this poison into our communities in the first place. Compassion starts with giving American citizens who are caught up in this terrible problem of addiction the opportunity to have a second chance before they take something laced with fentanyl and it destroys their life.
Our message to Kamala Harris is that we want our leaders to be compassionate, and we are a compassionate people. But the American president owes his compassion first and foremost to the American citizens who built this great country, not to people who don't have the legal right to be here in the first place. So we have now 13,000 illegal immigrant murderers in the United States of America. And the media all fact check and say, well, some of them are prison. And my response is, all of them ought to be in prison, or by the way, not in this country to begin with. We've got 16,000 rapists and 425,000 convicted criminals, illegal aliens in the United States of America, thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. That is more than twice the size of the United States Marine Corps. Think about that. That is what has been welcomed into this country, not just welcomed, not just encouraged, but rewarded sometimes with benefits that are paid for by American taxpayers. Now, one of the biggest lies of the Kamala Harris campaign is that we want to do, meaning Republicans want to go after Social Security and Medicare. Well, Donald Trump has been the president who has protected Social Security and Medicare, and he's going to do it again. But you know the way to destroy Social Security and Medicare is to give these benefits to illegal aliens. And that is exactly what Kamala Harris is proposing to do. So if you're a senior, or you're just a person who thinks that we shouldn't throw our elderly folks into poverty, then join the Trump campaign, send the illegal aliens home before they bankrupt the programs that our people rely on. Now, just a couple more thoughts on this. This is just in Pennsylvania. There are 251,000 illegal aliens in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's unbelievable. And here's another crazy statistic: 72,000 students in Pennsylvania schools are the children of illegal immigrants in this country. Now, think about this. How can you possibly expect to give Pennsylvania children the education they deserve if 72,000 people in their schools, a lot of them don't even speak the local language? That's going to stress our school system, and we know that it already is. So whether you're a public school teacher, a private school teacher, whether you're a parent of a student, or just a person who believes Pennsylvanians deserve a high-quality education, whether they're rich or poor, we have got to get control of this border, and that is exactly what Donald Trump promises to do.
Senator Vance, my name is Arjun Singh with the Epoch Times. Across Pennsylvania, Vice President Harris has been talking a lot about abortion rights, an issue that you and President Trump believe should be left to the states to decide.
Sure.
But that question is different from what you think the states should do once it's in their hands, and what you believe is morally right or not. Here in Pennsylvania, it's possible to get an abortion up to 24 weeks of pregnancy, which is about the same as it was under Roe versus Wade. Do you think that law is moral or not, and why?
Well, Arjun, look, I think that even whether you're pro-choice or pro-life, we should all be able to say that aborting a late-term baby for no reason, sometimes it's necessary because of the health of the mother, the life of the mother, but aborting a late-term baby is not something that we should take lightly in this country. And I don't like that. I really do not like that. And I think it's important to say. Now, Arjun, I, of course, come at this from a different perspective from Kamala Harris and a lot of Democrats. I want us to protect every vulnerable life in this country, and I think that's really important. But the reason why, think about this. The way that we do that is we ensure that each state is able to make its policy the way that it thinks it should. So I'm not going to tell Pennsylvanians what they should do in the same way I'm not going to tell Californians, and I'm not going to tell Alabamans exactly what they should do. I think it's important to realize the real contrast between this is that Kamala Harris wants to renationalize this issue. She wants taxpayer-funded abortion at the 9th month, and which is disgusting. Donald Trump wants to preserve the right of the states to make these decisions. He, in other words, wants to preserve the right of voters to make these decisions, and that's a big difference between him and Kamala Harris. Next question.
Senator Vance.
Thank you, sir.
My first question for you is, now, our dock workers recently went on strike asking for higher wages and protection against automation. What will your administration do to make sure these workers are confident in making this temporary agreement a permanent and acceptable one?
Yes, sir. Well, look, we love our dock workers, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have some dock workers just in this audience right now. The reason the very simple reason the dock workers went on strike is because the dollar just doesn't go as far as it did 3.5 years ago. And this is why Donald Trump calls inflation a country buster, because if you think about it, if the dock workers aren't making enough to survive and then they go on strike, then we can't get the goods that we need. This just becomes a vicious spiral. We've got to get back to common sense economic policies so that our dock workers can thrive and so that everybody can thrive who depends on their very, very important work. Here's what I'd say about this is, look, we believe in technological innovation in the Republican Party. We believe in technological innovation in our country. But I think that we can have technological innovation while protecting the wages of our workers, whether at our ports and our manufacturing facilities. And as a matter of fact, when you have an innovative economy, that leads to higher wages and higher take-home pay for all workers. The problem with the Kamala Harris economy is we don't have nearly as much innovation. We got to get back to the dollar being worth something again. That's going to happen when Donald Trump is president, and we got to get back to innovation in our...
Kamala Harris is crap. We remember. Now Kamala Harris. Oh, in some ways it's just too easy, my friends. And you talk about Donald Trump's record of achievement, and fundamentally you're talking about a great period of peace and prosperity for the American people. You talk about Kamala Harris and what she said, and man, we could be here all day. Think about it. Yesterday, she had an interview with Bret Baier. Did you all see that interview with Bret Baier? Wow. That made me feel pretty bad. It felt bad for her, and I felt bad for every single person who was watching, because remember, Kamala Harris, we're going to remember that the entire theme of her campaign is basically her pretending that she doesn't even know who Joe Biden is. Don't pay attention to that high inflation. Don't pay attention to that wide open southern border, because Kamala Harris will tell you it's not her fault. She's never even seen Joe Biden. That's what she'll go out there and tell people. She'll stand up in front of crowds without a hint of shamelessness and say, on day one, we're going to fix the inflation crisis affecting American families. On day one, we're going to lower the price of groceries. On day one, we are going to secure that southern border. And anybody with a lick of common sense is saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time? Go do your job. So Bret Baier asked her, well, the American people are saying they want to turn the page, and that is in fact the theme of your campaign. They want to turn the page. Well, who are they turning the page on? Because you've been the vice president for the past 3.5 years, and you know what she said? She started talking about Trump. She is pathologically incapable of talking about the American future without talking about a person who hasn't been president for 3.5 years. And look, I wish that he had been president for the past 3.5 years. We wouldn't have had all these problems. But Kamala Harris, it is so shameless, and something I think most politicians wouldn't be able to do, to stand up there and run so far away from the record that she bears a lot of responsibility for. And I think if this election's about anything, in 19 days, it's about Pennsylvanians saying, we're voting for... Now, let's talk about something else where Kamala Harris's deeds don't exactly match her words, and that's what's going on at the American southern border. Now, Kamala Harris, I don't know if you've watched any of her interviews lately, but I don't recommend it, by the way. You lose about 20 IQ points if you do. But Kamala Harris has got religion on the border. All of a sudden, after 3.5 years of being the border czar during the worst period of open borders, Kamala now tells us that she really cares about a secure southern border. And she blames Donald Trump, who has not been the president for the last 3.5 years. That's her boss. She blames Donald Trump for the problems that have come up during Kamala Harris's own time in office. Now think about this. On day one, Kamala Harris undid 94 executive orders of Donald Trump's
that destroyed his successful border policies. She ended Remain in Mexico. They suspended deportations. They stopped construction of the Trump border wall. I've been to the border more times than Kamala Harris, and if you go down there, you know what you see? Big, beautiful slabs of rusted border walls sitting on the ground because Kamala Harris has made it impossible for American workers to build an American border wall. And now she wants to lie to us and tell us that she cares about the border. Well, how dumb do you think we are, Kamala Harris? We saw what you did. We don't believe what you say now that you're running for president. Now, I will say, to Kamala Harris's credit, I think that every time she gives an interview, that we gain about 100,000 votes. And the reporters will talk about how, until yesterday, and of course that was a disaster, that Kamala Harris would only do softball interviews. Now, we have any sports fans, we have any baseball fans in the room here? Okay, good. Well, you know, as everybody who's ever played baseball or softball will tell you, the problem with a softball interview is that you still have to be able to hit a softball. And unfortunately, even when Kamala Harris goes and does a softball interview, she says something that blows up the entire narrative of her campaign. Now, I don't know if you all noticed, but about 10 days ago, she did an interview with The View, all right? Now, that is the easiest interview in the world for a Democratic politician, okay? I love Tucker Carlson, but that's like me going to do an interview with Tucker Carlson and call it a tough interview, right? She gives an interview with The View, and they say, what is one thing that you would have done differently than Joe Biden during your time in office? And she said, nothing comes to mind. Nothing comes to mind. After standing up there and lying for years, or I should say months, about how she's going to somehow be different than Joe Biden, she cannot name a single thing that she would have done differently than Joe Biden. And I think that actually her interview revealed an important truth about the Kamala Harris campaign. If you think about their plans, if you think about their slogans, because they don't really actually have any details, maybe we should change the slogan of the Kamala Harris campaign to nothing comes to mind, because I think that would capture the Kamala Harris campaign better than what they're saying right now. So let's try it out. You know, Kamala Harris, how are you going to lower the price of groceries for American citizens? Nothing comes to mind. Kamala Harris, how are you going to secure the border that you opened for 3.5 years? Nothing comes to mind. Think about it. I think we may have just saved the Kamala Harris campaign because at least she'll be honest if she just goes out there and says to every question, nothing comes to mind. That would be honest. That would at least solve that one problem for her. But look, we need a president who actually has ideas and a plan and a vision for how to solve this country's problems. So let's just compare and contrast the record of Kamala Harris and the record of Donald Trump, where she did 94 executive orders to open up the American southern border. Donald Trump shut down that southern border, built the wall, and secured America for American citizens. That's a hell of a record to run on. Now, I want to just talk a little bit here about not just the affordability crisis that's affecting Pennsylvania families, but how we're going to make it better. Because think about this. In just 3.5 years, the price of housing in Pennsylvania has gone up about 40%. The price of eggs has gone from about $1.50 to well north of $3 for a dozen eggs. The price of groceries writ large is up about 25% because of Kamala Harris's policies. And we all know, my friends, this is not rocket science. If you want to lower prices on American families, the most important thing that we need to do is unleash Pennsylvania energy workers. Drill, baby, drill. That'll lower prices for all of us. And I'm asked sometimes, you know, what's the connection between energy and groceries, energy and housing? And the answer is everything. Because energy is the biggest cost of what most of us make. If you think about the truck driver who's getting the groceries to the grocery store,
If he's paying 50% more for diesel, then you're paying a lot more for your groceries. Or thinking about the construction worker who's getting lumber delivered to a construction site. If the guy who's delivering that is paying 50% more for gasoline, that means you're paying more for a house. So the biggest thing that we can do, and the biggest and most important thing that Donald Trump, I think, wants to do to lower prices for Pennsylvania families is very simple. We're going to drill, baby, drill, and unleash American energy. Because if we think about it, look, we've got plenty. I mean, we are sitting in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. We've got, between West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, we've got enough coal and natural gas to power a golden age of American prosperity. But the only way we're going to be able to take advantage of it is to fire Kamala Harris, who's saying she wants to buy oil and natural gas from tin-pot dictators all over the world. Donald Trump and I want to buy it from American workers and American territory. We got plenty of it right here at home. And to the friends who are watching at home, just look at the clips. Kamala Harris, she announced that she wanted to ban fracking back in 2019. She pursued policies that made it harder for energy workers and energy businesses, and now she says, well, I didn't mean any of it. Well, we know she means it because she governed in a way that made it harder for Pennsylvania families. So don't trust the fake Kamala Harris on the campaign trail. Trust Kamala Harris's deeds. And Kamala Harris's deeds suggest that she is not fit to represent the state of Pennsylvania. She's not fit to serve as President of the United States of America. In American politics. Now, here's the thing about Kamala Harris, and remember 2 weeks ago, her campaign decided to tear up the script. They were trying to hide Kamala Harris in the basement, and then they decided they were going to give Kamala Harris a lot of softball interviews. And here's the problem, my friends. I know we got a lot of baseball fans in the room. That the problem with a softball interview is you've still got to be able to hit a softball. And every time Kamala Harris opens her mouth during one of these interviews, I think Donald Trump and I pick up about 100,000 new voters. So now, you've seen the polls. They suggest that Donald Trump and I have got the momentum. I don't believe the polls. I don't believe the polls when they're good. I don't believe the polls when they're bad. But what I do believe is in the wisdom of the people of Wisconsin. And I don't think they're going to give Kamala Harris a promotion. In fact, thanks to Kamala Harris's open border and sky-high grocery prices, I think the people of Wisconsin are going to say to Kamala Harris, you're fired, go back to San Francisco, where you belong. We want Donald Trump as our president. Now, I want to talk particularly to people of faith because I know we've got a lot of Catholics here. And, I don't talk a whole lot about my faith because sometimes you just talk about other things. You talk about public policy, but I'm certainly a very devout Christian, and I was actually baptized for the first time in 2019. I returned to my faith as a young man, got baptized, and I say this as a Christian, as a person who was baptized for the first time just a few years ago. There is something really bizarre with Kamala Harris's anti-Christian rhetoric and anti-Christian approach to public policy. I don't think that we've, that's right, Jesus is king, and I don't think that we've seen, I don't think that we've seen anything like this in modern American politics. You saw this video that Gretchen Whitmer, we know Gretchen Whitmer is, she's the governor of Michigan. That's right, I agree. But Gretchen Whitmer does this really bizarre thing where she acts like she's given somebody communion, but it's a Dorito,
And of course, Gretchen Whitmer isn't like a minister of anything, except for, you know, a church I don't necessarily want to talk about. But think about how sacrilegious that is. And think about how offensive that is to every person. Frankly, whether you're a person of Christian faith or not, Donald Trump and I are going to fight for your right to live your values, because that's what the First Amendment protects. And I think whether you're a Christian, a Catholic, or any other faith or no faith at all, when you see an American leader, when you see a surrogate of Kamala Harris insulting people of the Christian faith, I think that we should say to every single one of those people, you're fired. We're not giving you any more power. We're going to respect Christians. We're going to respect all people of faith. And it's not just, look, it's not just the symbolism. It's not just what they do. It's also the way that they've governed over the last couple of years. Remember, Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to force them to perform procedures that violate their conscience. I think that's ridiculous. I think we're a big enough country where we can actually respect the right of people of faith to live according to their conscience and not try to force Kamala Harris's progressive values down their throat. Isn't that right? We're a big enough country to respect one another. I think we're a big enough country to not ask American taxpayers to fund abortion at 9 months. I think we're a big enough country to say we're not going to fund that crap with American taxpayer dollars. And I think that we're a big enough country to say that whatever your faith, or whether you're a person of no faith at all, we believe in the First Amendment, and that means most of all that we are not going to censor you and silence you. We're going to try to persuade you, because that's what American political leaders ought to do with their fellow citizens. And that's really, my friends, I think what really sets, there's so many things that set, of course, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump apart, but I think that what you'll never hear Donald Trump say is that you should be prevented from saying something because I disagree with it. And yet Kamala Harris, every single action that she's taken, everything that she says, she'll often defend, not disagreeing reasonably, not persuading her fellow citizens, but trying to silence her fellow citizens. And I think a person who believes in censorship is not fit to lead the world's greatest constitutional republic. And you see this censorship attitude a lot of different ways, my friends. You see it when they try to use big tech to silence stories that they don't like. You saw it a few years ago when they were trying to make 3-year-olds wear masks at preschools, and they censored anybody who said, you know, maybe this is a dumb idea. And where you see it today, I think, in the modern American political debate, is that if you dare to believe in a secure southern border, Kamala Harris and her goons will call me a racist for daring to believe in American borders. Now, here's the crazy thing about this is people of common sense, black, white, brown, we believe in secure southern borders because we love this country and we want it to be secure. That is not a racist belief. That's a common sense belief. But think about what Kamala Harris is really saying. She's really saying if you don't want fentanyl in your communities, then somehow that makes you a racist. If you want security and don't want to import terrorists from 100 countries all over the world, that makes you a bad person. If you want your young families to be able to walk down the street in security and comfort, that makes you a bad person. Kamala Harris, I think the only bad person today in American politics is you. Why don't you try persuading your fellow citizens instead of attacking them and censoring them? And for all of you, Donald Trump and I will fight for your right to speak your mind. Your mind. Now, I think the reason why Kamala is so obsessed with censorship is because her economic record is not something she wants to debate. It's why she stands up in front of audiences. And my friends, I'm just too, I'm not shameless enough to be able to do what Kamala Harris does. Well, she'll stand up in front of a crowd and say, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting American families. Or on day one, we're going to secure the southern border. And I think anybody with an ounce of common sense is saying, Kamala Harris, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? But think about where her economic policies have led for Wisconsin families. The average Wisconsin family is spending $1,000 more per month to afford what they could have afforded when Donald Trump was president. The average Wisconsin family has been cost almost $30,000 by increased costs because of Kamala Harris's inflationary policies. Wisconsin families are paying more than $3 a dozen for eggs. They're paying the highest milk and bread prices that we've seen in this state in a very, very long time. The reason Kamala Harris is running away from her record and attacking Donald Trump is because she hasn't done a damn thing for the people in this room, and we can't let her forget it. Think about it. What Kamala Harris ought to be doing is saying, well, I did this and I did that, and that made your life better, and she can't do these things. She cannot run on her record, so she is running on a dishonesty that she's been nowhere near the Oval Office the last 3.5 years. Even though for 3 years we all saw her on TV bragging that she was the last person in the room when disastrous decisions were made, even when we saw her bragging for years that she was casting the tie-breaking votes on some of the worst pieces of the Biden administration policy, now you talk to Kamala Harris and you would think that she had never even met Joe Biden, much less served as his vice president for 3.5 years. And another way of thinking about this is Kamala Harris, her entire campaign is betting on the fact that she can lie to the American people. She's betting on all of us being dumb, and I think we're a hell of a lot smarter than Kamala Harris gives us credit for. We remember that Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote on trillions of dollars of new spending. We remember that Kamala Harris bragged about opening the American southern border. We remember that Kamala Harris said she was the last person in the room when the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, when that decision was made. And I think while Kamala Harris is betting on all of us being, frankly, very dumb, I think in reality, on November the 5th, Wisconsin is going to send her a message. We actually remember. We remember your failures, and we're not going to reward it. We're going to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House where he belongs. Now, I got to say, I've come to actually feel a little sorry for my Democratic colleague, Tim Walz, who's running with Kamala Harris. No. Think about it. Think about it. I've got the easiest job in American politics, and he's got the hardest job in American politics. Tim Walz has to try to convince the American people that Kamala Harris hasn't been vice president for the last 3.5 years. Tim Walz has got to try to convince people that Kamala Harris didn't cast trillions of dollars in new spending, which shot inflation through the roof and made groceries unaffordable for American citizens. Tim Walz has got to convince the American people that Kamala Harris actually knows what she wants to do as President of the United States, and I just don't think anybody's buying it. Now, I, on the other hand, have the easiest job because I just have to remind people that when Donald Trump was president, inflation was 1.5%. It's pretty good. I just have to remind people that when Donald Trump was president, take-home pay was rising faster than it had in 40 years in the United States of America. And I just have to remind people that when Donald Trump was president, the southern border was secure and America was safe, and thank God for that. So I know all of you are praying for me, and I know we got a lot of Catholics for Trump. I see the signs here. Thank you, Catholics for Trump. And we got a lot of non-Catholics as well. And I just wanted to say, I know you're praying for me, and I really do appreciate it. I need those prayers every single day. But maybe spare a prayer for Tim Walz, because he's got to defend Kamala Harris, and that's the toughest job in American politics.
And I just, to the American voters, especially those that are watching at home, think about what Kamala Harris actually thinks about us. If she's talking not about young Marines losing their lives, if she's talking not about how to reimpose border security, she's not talking about how to make groceries more affordable, she's talking about Donald Trump, and she's going around and campaigning with washed-up politicians like Liz Cheney. She's betting on all of us being dumb. And you know what Donald Trump and I are betting on? We're betting on all of the American people being smart and patriotic and kicking Kamala Harris to the curb, which is exactly where she belongs. Now, I just say this, but, I watched this event with Kamala Harris. Remember a couple months ago, the media was all focused on how Kamala Harris, she was the candidate of joy. The candidate of joy. Well, we've got all the joy in this room right now in the Trump events. We're having a good time, and we're going to have a better time on November 5th. But, they did this event with Kamala Harris, and she's basically whining at the people at it wasn't a rally. I don't think they had that many people there, frankly. But she's whining at people for thinking that Donald Trump is funny. And she's like, how dare you have a sense of humor, and when a guy cracks a joke, you actually laugh at it. The joy is gone from the Kamala Harris campaign, my friend. She's mad at us for thinking that our president, who does have a very good sense of humor, is actually good at telling jokes from time to time. Well, I'm proud. Politics doesn't have to be dull and boring. Sometimes you can have a good time, and I think Donald Trump recognizes that better than anybody. But watching her up there, complaining at her fellow citizens for laughing at jokes, all I could think about was she doesn't come across as a president. She comes across as a vice principal who's very disappointed. She's very disappointed in us. She's very disappointed that we laugh at jokes from time to time. She's very disappointed that we want to pay lower prices for groceries and housing. She's very disappointed that we want to close down southern border. And she's very disappointed that in 2 weeks we're going to tell Kamala Harris, you're fired, get the hell out of Washington, D.C. Next question.
Good afternoon, Senator Vance. My name is Marely Ruiz. I'm with Univision Arizona. My question to you is, right now you mentioned that in the next 2 weeks you were going to change the situation with Mexico and their cartels. How are you planning on doing that?
Well, what I said, and maybe I misspoke, but I don't think that I did. What I said is that over the next couple of weeks, we all need to work to apply pressure on the cartels who murdered this innocent young Marine and try to put pressure on Kamala Harris to do something about it. Because for the next 2 weeks, she's the one in power. Donald Trump and I ultimately can't change anything. But in 2 weeks, when the fine people in this room make Donald Trump the President-elect of the United States of America, ma'am, here's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to stop using the People's Department of Justice against the American citizens, and we're going to start using the Department of Justice against the Mexican drug cartels. And here's the other thing. I think we've got hundreds of thousands of very fine Marines, soldiers, sailors, and airmen who are pretty pissed off at the Mexican drug cartels. I think we'll send them to do battle with the Mexican drug cartels, too. We'll do one more question, then I'll leave you all with a final thought, and then we'll have to hit the road. Thank you all.
Hello, Senator JD Vance. Kenny Darwin with KGUN 9. I just wanted to ask, we have an opioid problem in this country, specifically with fentanyl. And since moving to Arizona, I've talked to many parents, loved ones who've lost loved ones to fentanyl. What is the federal government's role in addressing the issue, and how exactly do we combat that issue, especially for a state like Arizona where most, if not all of that fentanyl is coming through our border?
Yeah. Well, let me say a couple things. First of all, this is a humanitarian catastrophe that should be the biggest story in every national news media story and interview. They want to talk about 2020. They want to talk about something that happened 6 years ago. They ought to be talking about the fact that 100,000 of our people, many in the prime of their lives, are dying. It is a disgrace, and Donald Trump is going to do everything that he can to fight it. That's where we're going to start. Now, you ask how. How do you do that? Look, the number one reason why we have so much fentanyl in the state of Arizona, but also all over our country, we got to talk about it. This crap is manufactured in China because it's tough to manufacture, and then it's brought into the United States of America by the Mexican drug cartels. You need to have a president who goes to China and tells them what's what, stop manufacturing this crap, and then you need to have a president who sends the U.S. military to battle with the Mexican drug cartels. Get this poison out of our country. That's what we got to start with. Now, here's the second thing, and I know this very personally. Back home in Ohio, I know a lot of folks, especially a lot of folks engaged in Christian ministry, who are trying to help people in recovery take that first step out of addiction. Whether that's a detox facility where they get clean for 48 hours and they can go into bigger treatment, or whether that's setting up, Christian-based, religious-based ministries to deal with people and to help people who are dealing with addiction. We need to make it easier for folks in their communities to provide treatment to the people who need it. And unfortunately, right now, we've got a federal government that's making it harder on Christian ministry. We need to make it easier on everybody. Whether you're a Christian or not, if you want to help people, Donald Trump is going to be your friend in the Oval Office. So on that note, let me just give you some sense of the stakes here. And again, we got to get out there and vote. That's the most important thing. We've got to get out there and vote, and we've got every opportunity to do it. You got mail-in voting, you got early voting, you got election day voting. Look, I don't like election season. I like election day, but as Donald Trump says, it is what it is. We've got to use the tools available to us to get out there and vote, because if Kamala Harris's team is using everything and we're only voting on election day, then we're going to lose. So use every avenue you can to get people to the polls and to get yourself to the polls too. That's what we got to do. But I'd ask you to just think a little bit about the stakes here, because look, I want to win this election as much as anybody in this room, and we are going to win this election. And it is going to be very fun. I will tell you, it's going to be very fun on November the 5th to beat Kamala Harris and the Democrats. It will be. But the point is not just to beat Kamala Harris and the Democrats. The point is to beat them so that the American people can have the government that actually serves their interests and fights for their values and for their futures. That's what this is all about. Now, we've got a young Marine who lost his life at the hands of the Mexican drug cartels. And when his family was telling me this story, you know what I was thinking in the back of my mind? I was thinking about when I sat next to a DEA agent, a drug enforcement agent, on a plane, and he told me that in the last few years, the Mexican cartels have gone from making about $1 billion a year to over $15 billion a year. And that was a couple years ago. It's probably, Border Patrol folks, it's probably a hell of a lot higher now than it was 2 years ago. When we enrich criminal gangs because of the policies of Kamala Harris, it comes back home. And sometimes it comes back home in the most tragic way. I'll tell you another person I met on the campaign trail. Just a few weeks ago, a woman who's about, probably 65, 70. She had recently been retired. Her husband was about to retire, and they were raising their grandchildren because her daughter had died of a fentanyl overdose. And you know what she told me? She said that for 40 years, in good times and in bad times, they had a little tradition that they did every Friday night. Her and her husband would do steak night. And I'm not talking about going to a fancy steakhouse. I'm talking about going to the grocery store and grilling some steaks at home. And I know all of us realize it's those little rituals, those are the things that actually make life worth living, right? A steak night with your loved ones on a Friday night, that's why we work, and that's why we love this country. But you know what? She stopped doing steak night about a year ago. And she stopped doing steak night because it was so expensive, the groceries were too high, that she gave up on this thing that had brought her and her family meaning and joy for 40 years. What we're doing, my friends, is not just beating Kamala Harris and the Democrats. What we're doing is creating a country where young Marines don't lose their lives because we've empowered the Mexican drug cartels. We're creating a country where people who work hard and play by the rules can afford a steak on a Friday night because this is the United States of America, and that's what we want for our citizens. But as we're out there working, and as we're out there getting people to the polls, and as we're out there finding ways to make sure that as many people vote for Donald Trump as possible, I just want you to remember that the American people, the people I just talked about who are suffering under Kamala Harris's leadership, they are going to thrive and prosper, but only if they have a leader who is fit to serve and fit to lead this great nation. Let's go give it to him. God bless you, Arizona. Thank you so much for having me. But it doesn't matter how many homes you build, my friends, if you let in millions upon millions of illegal aliens who shouldn't be here, we're not going to have enough homes for our people. Nevada has a shortage of about 70,000 affordable housing units. Think about that. That's 78,000 American families who should be able to get into a nice home but can't because of Kamala Harris's policies. And here's the thing. When you bring in 25 million illegal aliens, and I think that's about the number that we have in this country, and you gotta put them somewhere. And oftentimes we're putting them up in first-class hotels at the expense of the American taxpayer. Donald Trump and I have a different approach. American homes for American citizens, and that is how we rebuild the American dream of homeownership in this country. Now, we talk about illegal immigration, and I do think that it is the biggest driver of the unaffordability of housing, too. But there's something else about illegal immigration that we've got to talk about, and it's the effect on public safety. Because, you know, I'll tell you a little story. I was in Valdosta, Georgia. This is probably 6 weeks ago. And Valdosta, if you've seen it in the news, it was hit pretty hard by Hurricane Helene. So spare time to say a prayer for folks who were affected by that storm. There's still a lot of people who are recovering and rebuilding. But I was there before the hurricane, and they took me into the interdiction room, which is where they've got all the marijuana, the fentanyl, everything that they've actually gotten from the Mexican drug cartels. And they showed me a box of candy, and I said, "What's that doing there?" And they said, "Oh, that's actually illegal drugs." And I said, "Wait a second, that looks like Sour Patch, Nerds candy. Like, what is that doing there?" And they said that the cartels have figured out that if they disguise drugs as candy, it makes it easier to import into our country. And of course, all of us know what's going to happen. An American child is going to find a bag of that candy on an American playground and is going to open a piece of candy and pay for that with their lives. And that is disgraceful, and it's disgusting, and it's happening because Kamala Harris opened the American southern border. You know what Donald Trump is going to do it? We're going to finish the wall, and we're going to deport. We're going to deport the people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. Right now, thanks to border czar Kamala Harris's open border, right now there are 425,000 criminal illegal aliens in the United States of America. That's more than any Marines out there. Double the size of the United States Marine Corps. That's crazy. And that's not happened through some act of God. That's happened because our own government isn't doing the job of protecting American citizens. We've got thousands upon thousands of kids who are the children of illegal immigrants who are in our public schools in Nevada. And of course, what happens when you've got teachers who've got to focus on kids who don't even speak English? That means that Nevadan children are getting the short end of the stick and are not getting the education they deserve. And of course, we know that when you let in hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants into states all across our country, and certainly into Nevada, and we give them free access to health care, emergency room wait times go up, access to hospital services goes down. We are making our own citizens poorer, less safe, less healthy, and less prosperous because Kamala Harris cares more about illegal immigrants than she does about the citizens of the state of Nevada. My friends, that's going to stop when Donald J. Trump is president. I promise you that. Next question.
Senator Vance, with respect to the housing proposal, when the Democrats talk about this issue, one of the things that they highlight is this alleged idea of giant corporations and big investors buying up houses and thus driving up the price of those houses. I wonder if you'd comment on that with respect to your program and whether or not that would be a factor.
Well, look, first of all, I've been talking about that issue for years, and that's another issue where the Democrats have just copied our talking points in one form or another. Again, we want American homes to go to American citizens, and whether we're talking about an illegal alien or a massive foreign conglomerate, I don't want either one of those groups to own American homes. I want the American people to own American homes. But what I find so preposterous about Kamala Harris's proposals here is, and most of them I think are totally crazy, and some of them she's copied from us, and the ones she's copied from us, obviously I think are a good idea. I can't help but wonder, why aren't you doing it right now? Who is the majority leader of the United States Senate? A Democrat. Who is the President and Vice President of the United States? Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. If Kamala Harris really believes that these policies are going to make American citizens more prosperous, she is welcome to try them right now. What I can't get over is a person who runs on promising to do something. She's got a job right now. She ought to do it. And if her ideas are so good, they would help the American citizens now. And it's telling that instead of actually implementing these policies, she just talks about them, because that's what people in Washington do. Career bureaucrats and career politicians who talk about doing things. Donald Trump actually got stuff done in 4 years, and that's why we got to put him back in the White House. Now, I mean, again, I disagree with her on so many issues. We could talk for the next 3 hours about all the things that Kamala Harris is wrong about, but the thing that bothers me the most about Kamala Harris and her ridiculous campaign is not just that she disagrees with us on public policy, it's that she wants to censor you and silence you instead of persuading you. And that is a violation. That is a violation of the First Amendment, the most sacred right that we have as American citizens. And if you don't want to persuade your citizens, if you want to silence your fellow citizens, if you want to trample on the First Amendment, you got to get the hell away from the White House. You don't belong there. Let's protect the rights of American citizens to speak their mind. And we see this in so many ways, friends. We see it with big tech censoring people. Remember a few years ago where if you suggested that it was ridiculous to make a 3-year-old wear a mask, you could be kicked off of social media. We see it with the technology companies trying to silence stories that are bad for the Democrats in the run-up to the last election and to this one. And you see it when Kamala Harris, when we complain about Kamala Harris's border policy, when we talk about Kamala Harris's immigration policy, she dares to call the citizens of her own country racist and bad people. We are not racist for wanting to secure the border. We want to secure the border because we love this country, we love its people, and we want to keep it safe. We got to talk about the fact that you've got a person in Kamala Harris who's running for president, pretending that she somehow has nothing to do with the problems that have been caused by her leadership over the last 4 years. I've never seen anything like it, my friends. She goes around the country and she says things like, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting our families. And on day one, we are going to secure the southern border. And I think all of us with a lick of common sense have been thinking to ourselves, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? It was Kamala Harris's policies that increased inflation. It was Kamala Harris who cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars of new spending. It was Kamala Harris who waged war on the American energy sector, and it was Kamala Harris who 3.5 years ago bragged that she was going to open the southern border. And my friends, that is exactly what she did, and Nevada families have been paying the price for far too long. So I think while Kamala Harris is betting that the American people will just forget that she's been the vice president for the last 3.5 years, the people in Nevada are going to send a message in 13 days. Kamala Harris, go back to San Francisco where you belong. You belong nowhere near the Oval Office. Now, I will say something in Kamala Harris's defense. Look, I'm a nice guy. I'm in a good mood today. I said something nice about Tim Walz, and now I'm going to say something nice about Kamala Harris. I really do think that every time she goes out there and does an interview, we pick up about 50,000 votes. And I've never seen anything like it. You know, they say that she does softball interviews. Of course, remember the first month and a half of her campaign, she did no interviews. And then she transitioned to doing softball interviews. And the problem, of course, with a softball interview is that you've still got to be able to hit a softball. And you know, we were in Tucson a couple of weeks ago. We were actually in Tucson, I think, yesterday, too. But a couple of weeks ago, I landed in Tucson, and we're campaigning. I get a phone call from the president's communications director, Jason Miller. He's a good guy. You've probably seen him on TV. Jason does a good job. So he's giddy. He's like a kid who just opened up his favorite Christmas present on Christmas morning, and he's like, have you seen it? Have you seen it? And I said, have I seen what? And he said, this clip of Kamala Harris on The View, she blew up her entire presidential campaign in 19 seconds. I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, well, look, you know, step back a little bit. Kamala Harris's whole argument is that she doesn't know, has never seen, and has nothing to do with Joe Biden. She's a sitting vice president, but you would actually think that Kamala Harris has never actually been in the same room with Joe Biden, even though for 3.5 years she bragged about being in the room when all of the bad decisions of the last 3.5 years were made. But that's the theme of her campaign. So she gets a question from a person on The View, which, man, there are many sacrifices to run for Vice President of the United States, and I wouldn't complain about any of it. I'm having the time of my life. It's the greatest honor of my life. But I do sometimes, when I watch a Kamala Harris interview on The View, I do feel like I'm sacrificing for everybody. Because you want to lose about 20 IQ points, watch Kamala Harris on The View for about 3 minutes. Anyway, they asked her the question, what would you have done differently than Joe Biden? The ultimate softball. She should have been able to knock that one out of the park, give an answer that defines her campaign. She kind of gets a blank look and says, well, nothing comes to mind. And then I thought to myself, that could maybe be the campaign slogan of Kamala Harris is nothing comes to mind. But she says nothing comes to mind after standing before the American people and saying on day one she's going to tackle the affordability crisis, and saying on day one she's going to make the world more peaceful and more secure. On day one she's going to close down that southern border. She stands there on national television and says nothing. I would have done nothing different over the last 3.5 years. And I think the people of Nevada, the people of the United States of America, we are ready for change. We are ready for Donald J. Trump. We are ready to put this country back on track. Now, of course, the biggest difference, and that's a lot to say because there's a lot of differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is, of course, more of the same on this wide open southern border, and Donald Trump is saying, my friends, we're going to shut it down. We're going to close down that border. We're going to build the wall. We're going to reimpose deportations, and we're going to put American citizens back in charge of their own country.
And it's hard to overstate how bad Kamala Harris has been on this. From the moment she came into the Oval Office, she actively bragged about undoing Donald Trump's successful border policies. She said we're going to suspend deportations. She said that we're going to make it harder for people who are illegally in this country to get taken out of this country. She said it was compassionate to allow the Mexican drug cartels free reign over the United States of America. You know what I think real compassionate is? Putting the interests of your citizens first and cutting out the terrible sex trafficking and drug trafficking the Mexican drug cartels have been doing in this country. But she's not just rolling out the red carpet for illegal aliens in this country. Kamala Harris is also promising to give them benefits paid for by the American taxpayer. She has the audacity. Everywhere she goes, it's the most dishonest thing she does in her campaign. She has the audacity to accuse Donald Trump of wanting to go after Social Security when she is trying to give Social Security to illegal aliens. You want to bankrupt the United States of America? You want to bankrupt Social Security? Give it to illegal aliens, which is exactly what Kamala Harris is proposing to do. She talks about how Donald Trump wants to take away Medicare. Donald Trump has fought to protect Medicare his entire life as a leader of this country. Kamala Harris is promising illegal aliens will get access to Medicare. And not just that, but she'll pay using your tax dollars. She'll pay for illegal aliens who commit violent crimes to get sex changes on taxpayer dime. It's crazy. It's hard to believe that even 10 years ago, we would have had an American Democrat running on this disgusting open borders agenda. Now, Donald Trump and I, of course, we've got a different message. To people who have come into this country illegally, our message is very clear. Pack your bags, because in 4 months, you're going back home. You know, there's so many problems that come from this wide open southern border. There's the fentanyl problem. We got 100,000 of our citizens dying every single year. Most of them are dying from fentanyl overdoses. It's the biggest cause of drug overdose in the United States of America. We've got schools in the state of North Carolina that are overwhelmed with children who don't even speak English because they were brought here by illegal aliens. Now, what does it do to the education quality of our own children when you put thousands of people in the schools who don't even speak their language? We know what that means. That means administrators, that means teachers, that means people who are going to focus on illegal aliens instead of American citizens. And look, I don't begrudge anybody who wants to come to the United States of America and have a better life, but I think two things. Number one, they ought to do it properly. Come through the legal channels, come through the right way, like millions of people have done in the United States of America. But more importantly, I do not think that the leadership of the United States, that the compassion of our leaders should be focused anywhere but on the best interests of the American citizenry who belong in this country. That's why American leaders exist, is to look after the interests of the American nation. Here's the thing about my job is, think about this. I've got the easiest job in American politics. I get to go around and I get to talk about the fact that when Donald Trump was president, inflation was 1.5%. People could afford groceries and people could afford housing. That's a hell of a record to run on. I get to go around talking about Donald Trump supported our police and secured the American southern border. We had low crime and we had a closed down border. That's something to brag about. And I get to go around and talk about the fact that we had take-home pay rising faster than it had in a generation in 40 years when Donald Trump was president. That's also a record to brag on. And, you know, we got a beautiful baby back here with a Make America Great Again shirt. You know, if we were part of the Kamala Harris campaign, I'd say get him registered to vote, but not until he's 18. But look, here's the thing, and I kind of feel bad for Governor Tim Walz. If I'm being honest with you,
And I know it's you didn't expect me to stand up here and be all bipartisan, but Tim Walz has got the hardest job in American politics. Think about this. He's got to go around and try to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars in new spending, which drove inflation through the roof, but of course she did. He's got to go around and pretend that Kamala Harris did not open the American southern border when every one of us knows that's exactly what she did. And he's got to run around pretending that Kamala Harris is the candidate of change, even though she's been the Vice President of the United States for 3.5 years. He's got to pretend that somehow Kamala Harris is going to solve the very problems that she created while in government over the last 3.5 years. And I think in 11 days, the state of North Carolina, we're going to send a message to Kamala Harris. You are not the candidate of change. In fact, you're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. Now, again, even though I don't like Kamala Harris's policies, look at me. I'm being a nice guy tonight. I'm talking about how Tim Walz has got the toughest job in politics, and Kamala Harris, she's got one thing going for her, my friends. It's that every time Kamala Harris does an interview, I think that Donald Trump picks up about 100,000 votes. Now, if you remember, a couple of weeks ago, she did an interview with The View, and in 19 seconds in a softball interview, she blew up her entire campaign. Now, this, my friends, this is the sacrifice that I make running as Vice President of the United States. I watch Kamala Harris on The View so that you don't have to. But remember Kamala's entire campaign. Her whole campaign is to pretend that she's going to solve the problems that she caused over the last 3.5 years. She'll stand up before a crowd and she'll say, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis that affects American families. And she'll say, on day one, we are going to secure that southern border. And all of us with a lick of common sense are saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? She goes on The View and they say, what is one thing that you would have done differently from Joe Biden over the last 4 years? And Kamala Harris says, well, nothing comes to mind. Now, in her defense, I think that could be the slogan of the Kamala Harris campaign. Nothing comes to mind. Whatever the topic is, whatever policy we're talking about, nothing comes to mind. But in 19 seconds, she blew up the entire narrative of her campaign. The dishonesty at the heart of the Kamala Harris campaign is that somehow she's going to be different for the next 4 years from what she was the first 4 years. And I don't think any person believes it. We do not believe it. The state of North Carolina is going to reject that lie in 11 days, and we're going to make Donald Trump not just the winner of North Carolina, but the President-elect of the United States of America. And I got to tell you that there are so many problems, so many issues where we could walk through Kamala Harris and her failure. We could talk about how Kamala Harris has created a schooling system where we indoctrinate children instead of educating them, and that's a disgrace. We could talk about Kamala Harris and her crazy foreign policy. It seems like we've increasingly got a war breaking out on every continent all across the world, and I happen to believe that we're going to get back to Donald Trump's policy of peace through strength. Make America safe, make America secure. And you know, these wonderful soldiers that put on the uniform and risk their lives for us every single day, that is the most precious resource we have as Americans, is we still have hundreds of thousands of young Americans who put on the uniform and fight for us. We got to use those resources and respect those resources as precious. You don't send them to every foreign conflict. You don't send them to police the world. You send them to fight for America's national security, and that's what Donald Trump's going to do. But I think the two biggest issues, the two issues where Kamala has been such a complete and utter failure are at the border and when it comes to inflation. And of course, these things are connected, and we'll talk about that in a second.
But now Tim Walz, of course, he's got to talk about Kamala Harris. Well, what's the record? Well, record number one is grocery prices have risen faster in Pennsylvania than almost any state in the union. And I didn't realize that actually until a few weeks ago. The record of Kamala Harris is that the border is wide open. We've got fentanyl flooding Pennsylvania communities. We've got a record number of overdose deaths. We've got people who can't even afford to buy a home in the community they were raised in because Kamala Harris has got mortgage interest rates through the roof. And let's be honest, she's letting illegal aliens get into homes that ought by right go to American citizens. She is. So Tim Walz, I think they've come up with a different strategy. Their strategy is, I think, to pretend that Kamala Harris has never even met Joe Biden. You notice they never appear in the same place together. You would think that she's wearing garlic and he's a vampire. They never are in the same place together, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. She doesn't talk at all unless she makes a mistake in an interview. She talks about all these things she's going to do. It's actually kind of shameless. It's kind of shameless to say, as the sitting vice president on day one, we're going to lower the price of groceries. She's the sitting vice president. She says on day one, we are going to close down that southern border. And I think all of us, with an ounce of common sense, are saying day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing, Kamala Harris? Go do your job. Stop talking about you're going to do your job. So as much as she pretends, Kamala Harris is not the candidate of change. Kamala Harris is the candidate of more of the same. She's the candidate of higher grocery prices because she already did it. She's the candidate of higher housing prices because she already did it. She's the candidate of open borders because not only did she brag about wanting to open the border, she actually opened the border when she got into office. And of course, as we're learning, with this terrible conflict in the Middle East, Kamala Harris is the candidate of chaos and war all over the world. All over the world. So I will say, the thing that is sometimes Kamala Harris, when she gets a tough interview or even a softball interview, because Kamala, she doesn't really do tough interviews. You ever notice that? I'll get more tough questions from the reporters standing back there than Kamala Harris has done the entire campaign. In fact, my wife joked with me a few weeks ago because she had taken a few questions from reporters. She looked at me and said, well, now I've taken more questions than the Vice President of the United States. And that was true. But, the thing about Kamala Harris's strategy of only doing softball interviews, I know we've got some baseball fans in the room, is if you're going to do a softball interview, you've got to be able to actually hit a softball. And it turns out that every time somebody interviews Kamala Harris, she reveals that whatever she may claim, she is the candidate of more of the same. And I don't know if you saw this interview. She did it a couple of weeks ago with The View. And, you'll never hear me complain about running for vice president, except this one time I watched Kamala Harris on The View so that you didn't have to. And I'm telling you, I'm about 20 IQ points dumber for having done it, but these are the sacrifices I'm willing to make for the people of Pennsylvania. But here... But here is what she said. Think about it. The theme of her whole campaign is that she wouldn't do what Joe Biden would do. She'd be somehow different, even though she's the sitting vice president. So they asked her, name one thing that you would have done differently from Joe Biden over the last 4 years. And she said, first of all, she gets kind of a blank look, and then she says, well, nothing comes to mind. Now, in Kamala Harris's defense, I do think that could be the slogan of the Harris-Walz campaign, is nothing comes to mind. Because think about it, what is Kamala Harris actually going to do to lower the price of groceries? Nothing comes to mind. What are you going to do to close down that southern border? Nothing comes to mind. Right? So this is the slogan of the Kamala Harris campaign, but it blew up the entire idea that she somehow is going to be different. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, you're voting for more of the same. You're voting for wide open borders. You're voting for higher grocery prices. You're voting for America to be disrespected all over the world. And if you're voting for Donald Trump, you're voting for peace and prosperity and the American dream. And that's what all of us are voting for. So, let's talk a little bit about Kamala Harris's economic policies such as they are, because I think it's sometimes useful. You know, people care about the details. I think the American media and certainly some of our political candidates assume that the American people don't care about the details at all. I think that's why whenever they ask Kamala Harris, well, what is your specific plan to lower the cost of food? She'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or when they ask her, you know, how are you going to actually bring peace and stability to the world stage? She'll say, you know, I used to work at McDonald's and I made the hash browns and I was very good at it. And, you know, I don't even know if I believe that, by the way. I think that maybe Donald J. Trump has worked at McDonald's for longer than Kamala Harris has. I don't know if you saw that. And to the media, that's just one man's opinion. I'm not certain, of course, but it's interesting that Kamala Harris can't answer any details about what she wants to do for the American people. So let's off-ball still, and that's the problem with Kamala Harris is I don't think that she could hit a T-ball based on what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. When she was asked what she would do differently compared to Joe Biden, she said, nothing comes to mind. She's running on how she's going to be different, but she couldn't name a single thing that she would do differently than Joe Biden. Now, I will say that could be the Kamala Harris official campaign slogan. Kamala Harris, nothing comes to mind. Now, the other day, CNN asked if she had made any mistakes as vice president. Now, here's what she actually said, and I am quoting word for word. She said, in my role as vice president, I mean, I probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well-versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well-versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question. Now, I have no idea what any of that means, and frankly, neither do any of you. None of us know what the hell she says. Now, she may not be able to name any of her mistakes, but the American people sure can. And 9 days from now, we're going to tell Kamala Harris, you're fired, go back to San Francisco with Trump, the President of the United States. Now, my friends, I've got the easiest job in American politics. Think about this. All I've got to do is remind people what life was like when Donald J. Trump was President of the United States. We had peace. We had prosperity. Take-home pay was rising the fastest that it had in 40 years. Inflation was at 1.5%, the lowest that it had been in a generation. Gas and groceries were affordable. And when Donald Trump was president, we had the most secure border in the history of this country. That's the Donald Trump record, and that's a record that's going to win in just 9 short days. Now, I'm going to maybe surprise a little bit of the folks in this arena because I'm going to be a little bipartisan here. I'm going to talk about Governor Tim Walz, and I got to be honest with you, I feel bad for him. No. We ought to spare a prayer for Governor Tim Walz because he's got the hardest job in American politics. He's got to convince the American... You all can say that. I probably shouldn't say that. But think about our friend Our friend Tim Walz has got to convince the American people that Kamala Harris is going to somehow fix the very problems she's been creating over the last 3.5 years. He's got to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't open up the southern border and let millions of illegal aliens in, even though we know she did. He's got to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars of new spending, which created the worst affordability crisis in 40 years in this country. And he's got to pretend that Kamala Harris actually has ideas in her head for how to govern the United States of America. Now, if you are the praying type, and I imagine a lot of us are, please say a prayer for Tim Walz because they're asking him to do the impossible. Kamala Harris acts like she's the candidate of change when she's been in office for 4 years. She says she can fix everything, but Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time? Now, my favorite Kamala Harris moment is that when somebody asks her for specifics on how she'll make life more affordable or groceries cheaper, she'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. You say, Kamala Harris, how are you going to close down the southern border? Because for 4 years you've left it wide open. And she'll say, well, I made the hash browns when I worked at McDonald's and I was pretty good at it. And anybody with a lick of common sense is saying, Kamala Harris, you didn't answer the question. You didn't actually tell the American people how you're going to fix what you broke. And I got to be honest with you, even on that McDonald's answer, I'm not sure that she ever worked at McDonald's. In fact, I think our president, Donald J. Trump, has probably worked at McDonald's for longer than Kamala Harris has. Now, I will say, I'm going to say one thing in Kamala Harris's defense. She does one thing very well. Look at this. You guys, you weren't expecting me to be so bipartisan, but I will say this for Kamala, that every time she does an interview, I think Donald Trump picks up about 100,000 votes. But one of the biggest issues, of course, that we have is the border. And I want to talk about the border in a second, but we got to talk about its connection to some of the terrible price increases that we've seen thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Now, the media doesn't talk about this enough, if they talk about it at all, but one of the biggest problems for Wisconsinites and one of the biggest problems for our fellow Americans all across the country is that housing has gotten way too expensive. I'm the first millennial to ever serve on a major party presidential ticket, and I want people in my generation and people who are younger than I am to be able to afford the American dream of homeownership. I want, if you just got married or you're thinking about getting married, I want you to be able to raise your family in a nice and stable home